The Senate will come to order. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, and good morning, Mr. President. I impose a call of the Senate.
The Senate is now under call. Senator Murphy.
Mr. President, I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and that the Sergeant-at-Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, if you'd be so kind as to stand, as you know, it is our tradition to start with prayer, and then that is followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Today, I'm proud to say that we're going to take a moment, and I'm going to ask you to pause for a moment of silence and reflection. We know that we have a big day ahead, and we are here to do the work for the people, and so I ask that you center yourself and be prepared to do honest and thorough, valued work. And following that moment of silence, we will then pause for the Pledge of Allegiance. So with that being said, members, please take a moment to reflect on your family and the people we serve. Thank you, members. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, members. The Secretary will take the roll.
Abler, Anderson, Barr, Bolden, Carlson, Champion, Coleman, Swadzinski, Dames, Dibble, Dornick, Draheim, Drazkowski, Duckworth, Diedzik, Eichhorn, Farnsworth, Fateh, Frentz, Green, Grunhagen, Gustafson, Hoschild, Herr, Hoffman, Housley, Howe, Jasinski, Johnson, Klein, Coran, Kroon, Kunish, Kupek, Lang, Latz, Liskey, Limmer, Lucero, Mann, Marty, Matthews, May Quaid, McEwen, Miller, Mitchell, Mohammed, Morrison, Murphy, Nelson, Umu Verbaten, Pappas, Pa, Port, Pratt, Putnam, Rarick, Rasmussen, Rest, Seeberger, Utke, Weber, Wiesenberg, Westland, Westrom, Wickland, Zhang.
Members, a quorum is present. The following members intend to vote pursuant to Rule 40.7. Senator Duckworth, Senator Diedzik, Senator Lang, Senator Lucero, Senator Rarick, Senator Rasmussen, and Senator Westrom. Members, if you want to follow along, I am reading from our Senate agenda dated Sunday, May 19th. We will start with the third order of business. Messages from the House. The Secretary will read the first message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce the passage by the House of the following Senate file as amended by the House, in which amendments the concurrence of the Senate is respectfully requested. Senate File Number 37, a bill for an act relating to state government. Senate File Number 37 is herewith returned to the Senate. Signed, Patrick D. Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
Okay. Senator Murphy for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to lay Senate File Number 37 on the table.
And with that, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The Secretary will read the next message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce the passage by the House of the following Senate file as amended by the House, in which amendments the concurrence of the Senate is respectfully requested. Senate File Number 2219, a bill for an act relating to commerce. Senate File Number 2219 is herewith returned to the Senate. Signed, Patrick D. Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
Senator Klein for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur in the amendments by the House to Senate File 2219 and that the bill be placed on its repassage as amended.
To that motion.
Mr. President, this is the historical horse racing bill, which was passed last night by the House and now has come to the Senate.
Senator Klein moves that the Senate concur in the amendments by the House to Senate File Number 2219 and that the bill be placed on its final passage. All in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. A division has been called. Oh, okay, no. All right, no, thank you. I'm gonna get you. So, the secretary will give the Senate file its third reading.
Senate File 2219, a bill for an act relating to horse racing, prohibiting the conduct of historical horse racing and other activities at licensed racetracks.
Third reading. Third reading. The secretary will take the roll.
Mr. President, we're not allowed to comment on the bill?
Oh, yes, I certainly will. Sorry about that. I was just going through those motions, and Senator Pratt, thank you for, as usual, keeping me honest. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is a big area of contention, and one that the legislature shouldn't take lightly. We have some ambiguity in the law, and I understand the desire to try to clarify it. But, Mr. President, we already have a process for clarifying that piece of statute. Historical horse racing was passed by the Racing Commission. They believe that it falls under the definition of parimutuel. And if you look at some of the videos, you can see that there are a lot of factors that a player must consider. All the identifying information is hidden. It's masked, I guess is the term that I'm looking for. And you have to consider the track factors. You have to consider the speed of the horse. You have to consider the jockey. And it gives you some ratings to choose from. Now, yes, the cabinet may look like a slot machine. But, Mr. President, the game itself is not necessarily like a slot machine. It is not necessarily a game of chance, it's a game of skill. Now, that's one argument. The other argument we hear is that there are options to play it like a slot machine. And, Mr. President, you know, that's the choice of the player, much as we saw with a number of games in the e-pull tab space that I think we erroneously rushed to judgment on by making the changes last year and severely impacting the ability of charitable games to continue to serve their communities, which is why Senator Miller and others have been working so hard on sports betting as a way to replenish that that hit to our local charities, to our Cub Scouts, to our hockey associations, to our soccer associations, to our Lions clubs. And, you know, I think we forget, Mr. President, that if there is a disagreement with the Racing Commission, there is already a remedy in statute. We have statute 240.20 that lays out that there's a pathway to take this thing to court, a pathway to resolve the discrepancy without the legislature getting involved. Now, I'm in a very difficult situation on this one because I have a track and a tribal casino 5 miles apart. They share a road. And so I'm very sensitive to the needs of both, and I understand. And I've talked to both the tribal chairman and I've talked to my president at Canterbury, and they have very different perspectives on what this looks like. And that's why, Mr. President, I think it shouldn't be the role of the legislature to step in. It should be the role of the courts through the remedy that we've already provided for in 240.20. 240.20 allows an aggrieved party to file a writ with the Court of Appeals within 30 days of the Minnesota Racing Commission final action. And we're still within that 30 days, Mr. President. And that would put a halt or a stay on the implementation of these games until it could be figured out, until we could have the court step in and really look at the games and look at whether or not it violates any compacts. And Mr. President, would Senator Klein yield for a question?
Who, Senator Pratt?
Senator Klein.
Senator Klein, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Klein, do any of our compacts today provide exclusivity for slot machines to the tribal casinos?
Senator Klein.
Mr. President, Senator Pratt, I think you can probably educate me on that. My guess would be no, but you may be able to know more than I do.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would say Senator Klein is right. I've had a chance to talk with Senate Nonpartisan along with several others, and while we allow tribal casinos to operate in perpetuity on sovereign lands, on sovereign nations, we haven't guaranteed them exclusivity on any games. They don't have exclusivity on slot machines. We've acted in that manner so far, but legally there's no exclusivity. Now, they do have the right, if we add new games like poker and others to some of the card rooms at the tracks, that they can apply for a change to the compacts to get those added in their casinos. Now, I don't know the history of why we believe that there's a slot machine exclusivity. I'm certainly not looking to expand the use of slot machines. I think it's worked fairly well. Minnesotans are used to it. Maybe it's because I'm not a slot player. But, Mr. President, we shouldn't, as a legislature, step in and take over and pick sides, pick winners and losers when we have a remedy in place. We shouldn't pick sides when there's no legal basis for it through the compacts. Now, we may continue to operate like that, but I think what we're missing, Mr. President, and this is something I've been talking about for several years and been trying to work on, is to define what a slot machine is. Do you know there's no legal definition of what a slot machine is? So when we talk about e-pull tabs, or when we talk about historic horse racing, and we say it looks like a slot, we don't know what a slot machine looks like. We don't know what a slot machine is. We don't know the characteristics of what is considered a slot. It used to be like my grandma used to do. She used to get her cup full of quarters and sit down and plug her quarters in and pull the lever. Then the lever went to a button. Now you just stick in a card. And I'm not sure that it's a... And yes, the wheels spin and you figure out what's going on, and it's a game of chance. But other than that, I'm not quite sure what we've done, because, Mr. President, the technology has changed so much, just like we've seen it change in our business community and our events. I'll tell you, Mr. President, our Rotary Club puts on the Lakefront Music Fest. We expect about 36,000 people to come. There's still tickets available for anybody that wants to go. But, Mr. President, we've gone from a cash business to now we don't accept cash. All our transactions are on card. And we're seeing the same thing with slots. We've gone from Granny's cup of quarters to preloaded cards that people will play on. and they just hit a button. There's no more one-armed bandits. And so I can understand the confusion when we get to e-pull tabs, when we get to historic horse racing. But just because the cabinet looks the same doesn't mean the game is the same. Now, I've talked to my tribal chairman, and he adamantly believes the game is the same. It's nothing but a slot. It's just a game of chance. You stick in your card, and you play it like a slot. Even though there's all this other data behind it, deciding what's going to be the outcome. In fact, Mr. President, I believe that in some cases the outcome is already predetermined because the race has been run, but you just don't know what race, where, you just know the particulars. And I talk to the tracks, and they say, no, this is pari-mutuel. You're going through and you're selecting. You've got a choice. Here's my jockey. Here's my track condition. Here's the wind. Here's the trainer. And it's all ranked on a bar chart. So now I've got these two competing ideas. And yes, it looks like a slot machine case. But does the case make the slot machine, or is it the game? I would say it's the game, Mr. President. Now, the question is, and I don't know the answer to this, does it operate more like a slot, or does it operate more like pari-mutuel betting? I've never played one. I've seen a video, but I've never played one. Obviously, here in Minnesota, we can't play one because they've just been authorized for the first time. But they're operating in other states, and as a former risk manager, I know the odds of winning, so I don't gamble very often. But how do we know, as a legislature, what the right answer is? How do we know that we should be picking winners and losers? How do we know that we should be stepping in and having an impact to say this is the way it's going to happen, even though there's no legal basis for it? There's no compact for exclusivity. There's no compact for any of this, other than maybe a verbal agreement 40 years ago. I don't know when this came up. But I will say, Mr. President, that we should allow for the remedies that we've already made available. We have 240.20, which is in the pari-mutuel statute, that specifically talks about the process when parties disagree with the decisions of the Minnesota Racing Council. And that, Mr. President, is what we as a legislature, the very remedy that we defined in statute, that was passed by the House and the Senate and signed by a governor at some point in time in the past, to play out. We shouldn't be stepping into this. And maybe we get direction from the courts that we need to find what a slot machine is. I'm all up for that. I've been trying to do it. But it's kind of interesting, Mr. President, because some of the key stakeholders don't want to do that. They don't want to define that slot machine, and it's not just the tribal. There are many, many stakeholders that don't want to define what that slot machine is, because it's easier to make the argument to throw out the accusations without any basis of fact, without any basis of law. So, Mr. President, I urge members to vote against Senate File 219. I don't know what the answer is going to be. I support my track, and I support my tribal casino. Both are huge employers in my district. And I want to protect the jobs at both, and I don't want to put one at an advantage over the other. I want them to be able to compete fairly with each other. And right now, they have very different games that they're able to play. If someone wants to play poker, they can go to Cannabis. If somebody wants to play slots, they can go to Mystic. If they want to play blackjack, they can go to either. If they want to bet on the horses, yesterday was the opening day for Canterbury Park, they can go play the horses. Mr. President, I've got a perfect position where I've got entertainment venues that meet the needs of multiple consumers. We used to call ourselves River South because we attract over 10 million visitors to Scott County. Canterbury and Mystic are certainly some of the big draws, along with Valley Fair and the Renaissance Festival and the aforementioned Lakefront Music Fest and Shakopee's Rhythm on the Rails and all sorts of other events that we've got going on. Shouldn't we be about fair competition? Shouldn't we be about parity? Shouldn't we be about following the laws that we've already passed? Mr. President, I believe that's where we should be in this debate, and why we should vote down Senate File 2219. Because we should not be stepping into this. We should be following the remedies we've already defined. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Pratt. I think you covered the whole bill 3 times over. Appreciate your knowledge in this area, and I don't want to waste members' times, Mr. President, but I remember when I first came in to office 8 years ago, there was always a lot of talk from experienced members about peace in the valley, about having an agreement between different groups. And I think this session, we've thrown that out the window. And it appears that the majority has decided to pick winners and losers for the people of Minnesota. And it concerns me because I cover part of Scott County, like Senator Pratt and others, a lot of jobs. And as chair of the Jobs Committee, Mr. President, I'm sure you can appreciate how important it is to have a career-type job where they can support their families. And I'm afraid Senate File 2219 is going to put a couple businesses in harm in Minnesota. So I would urge a red vote on Senate File 2219. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Corrin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with the statements Senator Pratt made in relationship to, we already have a process in place, a judiciary process in place. By going through that entire process and letting it run its course, we'll have an outcome on some definitions that we don't have today. Without that process, we're going to have ambiguity, and these issues continue to arise on a continuous basis. What this looks like is, in my mind, is really a personal grievance, and we're going to just come to the legislature. We've seen it based on trying to rescue Minneapolis from their decisions. And that's not what this body's about. We have processes to allow that to run its course. I don't have Running Aces is not in my district. That's in Senator Cruin's. It's one of his largest employers, if not the largest employer. But for my district as well, Chisago County, I have the largest number of employees in that county, well over 100 out of the 750 jobs that exist. And so when you look at it, it appears to be an attack from what we've seen this entire legislative session. We had an attack last year on charitable gaming through our veterans organizations, youth sports, and all of those things around the same issue about exclusive gaming. And I've also heard that, I think in this body we've heard all the time, we've got to get to the business of the people, what the people want. But that's excluding 50% of the people just from the voice in participating and being at the table. But it's a vast majority of the people struggle with the exclusive gaming that's in place today. And so I think, Mr. President, to serve all Minnesotans, let it run its course. We shouldn't be picking winners and losers, which is all too frequent in this legislative session. But in this case, we need the clarity. If electronic slot machines are not, or slot machines, period, are not defined, what other discoveries or whatever the decisions will be to provide a clear operational guideline for the existing tracks and facilities that we have. And so all of the operations can be preserved. So I concur with all the other members, and I think we should vote this down. Thank you.
Senator Abler. Senator Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, this is a confusing area for me. None of the committees I was on dealt with this, and my district, I don't deal with it too much, so I need some understanding here. According to the information I have, Senator Disick is the author of this, but she's not here, obviously, on the floor. Would Senator Klein be willing to yield?
Senator Klein will yield. Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Senator Klein. And yeah, the question is, it seems like this bill, and again, I need a lot of help on this. Help me understand why we're passing this bill when it looks like there's a judicial process or some type of process that's going to be addressing it in the future, or am I misunderstanding that?
Senator Klein to the question.
Thank you, Senator Gruenhagen, and I would differ from some previous speakers who have said these are not gambling devices or slot machines. I think the evidence shows that they very clearly are, and it's my sense that these are a violation of our agreements with the indigenous tribes. They were approved as legitimate devices at the 2 tracks in Minnesota earlier this spring by the unelected Racing Commission. So this is as much about honoring our commitment to tribal exclusivity over wagering as it is about asserting legislative primacy and our authority to set what standards there are for wagering in the state of Minnesota.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Senator Klein. It's starting to enlighten me a little bit. My point, my next question, if Senator Klein would yield for a question.
Senator Klein, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Senator Klein. Yeah, to me, we're just going to spawn lawsuits out of this versus allowing a process to go forward. I mean, the Racing Commission, according to my information, voted 5-1 to approve this, and it seems like it's a dispute between the casino gambling and the horse racing tracks. So regardless of, if we pass this, it's just going to pile more fuel on the fire for additional lawsuits. Or are there lawsuits pending on this issue? If Senator Klein would respond.
Senator Gruenhagen, are you asking Senator Klein to yield?
Yes.
Senator Klein, will you yield?
I will.
He will yield.
Mr. President, Senator Gruenhagen, I can't control what lawyers sue over. I sure wish I could. But I will say that establishing this in statute should clarify rather than expand that civil liability.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Senator Klein. Yeah, I will agree with you on this, Senator Klein. I wish I could control lawyers at times, too, to tell you the truth. So it just seems to me, members, that we're just jumping into the fire before and picking a winner or loser before things actually play out. And I don't think this is going to help. If anything, it's going to make things more convoluted. I know there's a lot of there's other lawsuits between the tribes and the tracks, or at least that's what I've been told. And this is only going to create additional animosity, because obviously the interpretation of whether historic horse racing is a slot machine or not has not been completely defined. And so therefore we are jumping into an area that I think is best left to a process that will determine that versus a law to simply ban it. So members, I would urge a red vote on this and allow this to work out between the horse racing, Canterbury Downs, and Running Aces and the tribe. So please vote red. Thank you.
Senator Uckey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Klein yield for a question?
Senator Klein will yield for a question. Senator Uckey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Klein, I think I heard reference to an agreement. Can you elaborate on that, or did I hear that right?
Senator Klein.
Mr. President, Senator Utke, no agreement, just sort of our existing compacts with the sovereign nations in Minnesota, which provide them tribal exclusivity over casino wagering.
Senator Uckey.
Thank you, Mr. President. And if Senator Klein would continue to yield, I've got a couple more questions.
Senator Klein will yield. He will yield. Senator Uckey.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Klein, you did reference the fact, calling it a slot machine or referencing it looked like a slot machine, operated like a slot machine. But correct me if I'm wrong, a slot machine is a game of chance where these machines with the horse racing would actually be more of a game of skill. Is that not correct?
Senator Klein.
Mr. President, Senator Utke, people who wager more than you and me can dispute this with higher intelligence, but I've been assured that these are essentially slot machines, and if you Google them and you just use sort of your common sense view on what they look like and how they operate, they sure look like a slot machine to me.
Senator Uckey.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I've got one more question if Senator Klein would yield one more time.
He will yield one more time. Senator Uckey.
Thank you. And I guess a comment on the last answer would just be looks are one thing, but how it functions, I think, is what we're really looking at here. And again, we've got a proper process in statute for this to play out and be addressed, which I would like to see happen and fully recommend that. But one last thing as far as the question for Senator Klein is, how long has the historic horse racing been in play?
Are you asking Senator Klein to yield, Senator Uckey?
Yes, I did.
Senator Klein.
Mr. President, Senator Utke, I don't know the answer. Please elevate me.
He said he doesn't know, so please elevate him.
Mr. President, I just didn't catch how he didn't know how long it's been in play, right?
That's my understanding.
Okay, that's fair enough. Because I don't know either, and I was just wondering how long this has been going on. But so with that, members, I would hope that we could turn this, vote red on the bill. Let's turn this down. Let's let it go through the proper process. It sounds like we're jumping in at the last hour to make this quick adjustment, and it definitely appears that, this is just to, as it's been stated, pick winners and losers. We're not here to do that. Let's do the right thing and not pass this through. So thank you.
Senator Abler. Senator Weber.
Thank you, Mr. President. Previously, I heard the comment made that in evaluating the agreement with the tribes, it was felt that this needed to be changed. It seems that, quite frankly, Mr. President, the legislature has gotten very picky as to which agreements they wish to honor and which agreements they wish to change. Actually, if we go back to last year's tax bill, there had been an agreement with our charitable gambling friends to allow them to have certain machines, and then all of a sudden, nope, we needed to change that so that by the end of this year they can no longer use that. There didn't seem to be any concern about the damage that it might do to them, and yet we continue to be very selective as to which agreements we choose to live up to our word on. And I find that disturbing and troubling. You know, as we proceed with the bills like this that come up at the last minute, and that I sometimes wonder if it's more of a retribution to someone than it is as a respectable policy change, I think that we have to be concerned about what the integrity of this body and of the legislature as a whole means to us. And I would just encourage everyone to vote no on this. We have reneged on a number of agreements that we have had with other entities, and I don't think that we should be continuing to do that again. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I don't have any long amount of questions. I just have a couple of questions to understand this. I don't represent the track. This affects running aces specifically, if people don't know. And so there was a freestanding bill on this topic, which is sitting on the general orders right now, which is queued up to balance with the sports betting bill, as I understand that was happening. But would Senator Klein yield for a question, Mr. President?
Senator Klein, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Abler.
Thank you. This came up in the House and the other body last night about 4:30. I don't know if the amendment that went on was posted ahead of time. I don't know the House rules on some of this stuff. So I can't, and well, maybe Senator Klein knows. Senator Klein, do you know, was this amendment posted on the 24-hour rule of the Senate, of the House before this came up last night?
Senator Klein.
Mr. President, Senator Abler, no, I don't.
Yeah, thank you. Anyway, so I know this is a topic that's much interest and concern, frankly, to the people who live in Columbus, and there's 1,500 jobs there or something. I don't know how many this bill will affect. But there's been, I know there's a lobbyist, at least one on it, and of great interest. And so Senator Klein being the chair and knowing how to post bills and so on, and I know that people would be watching for whatever the file number is on this, on the main bill. That's the sports betting that we changed authors from Senator Dietzick to Senator Klein, and that clearly telegraphed that the old bill was going to be something bigger. But Senator Klein, on the bill that there was the big sports betting bill, I think, is on the other side, and it's sitting waiting for to be taken up in the House. Do you know, is this piece of legislation in that delete all that was put on, or was this kept on and then the other bill added on? Do you know that, Senator Klein?
Senator Klein will yield.
Mr. President, Senator Abler, I don't know. There is this language similar to it in one of the propositions for sports wagering somewhere over in the other body, but I don't know if it matches up precisely with this.
All right. So
Senator Abler.
Yeah, and so, Mr. President, you know, the minority speaks process, the majority goes with policy. But there's a time to have a process that makes sense. And so, Senator Klein, you've been here a fair amount, and you know that people are following this. And so if you'd yield again, if a person were following this bill, would they have had any way to know that at 4:30 in the morning this was coming up, and then this morning it was going to be coming up here?
Senator Klein.
Mr. President, Senator Abler, that would indeed take a great deal of vigilance as the things move quickly at the end of session.
Right, thank you.
Senator Abler.
And so I was surprised how easily it passed in the House. It passed 71 to 58 or something, and I kind of thought it was dead, frankly. I thought, people asked me about this, I said, well, I don't think it's I don't know, it's not moving that I know of, and I didn't really know that it was or not, but I just hadn't heard about it. Nobody had brought that up as a gambling issue. And so that's just given the interest in all this wagering business. And Mr. President, I don't go to the track, I don't gamble. I hate to lose $20, so I'm just not a good choice for that. But I wish there would have been a chance to let people know that this was coming, so they could have had a chance to do their due diligence, at least to let people know that it's coming, and then a little final lobbying and what are you thinking, and instead of it just being brought forward, because this is the first hearing of it on this floor, and unless you're on the committees it went to, which are just a couple, you wouldn't have had any direct contact to it. And there may be people voting for it who don't even realize what it may do to the track up in Columbus. Senator Klein, do you know offhand what, if any, impact this may have on the track up in Columbus running aces?
Senator Klein.
Mr. President, Senator Abler, I'm not really familiar with their business spreadsheets. No.
Senator Abler.
Well, thanks. And well, there must have been a hearing. I mean, do you remember? Is there's somebody in the chamber who can at least just let the people who are hearing this for the first time know the impact of what it's going to be doing to the track there? Because as I understand, it's going to have a considerable impact up there. And Senator Klein, do you remember from the testimony when Running Aces came to testify with their concerns about this bill, that probably you could at least say they were indeed concerned, and you wouldn't have to quantify what it is, but could you just give an essence of the testimony of what the people said?
Senator Klein.
Mr. President, Senator Abel, absolutely, yes. It has been represented not only in committee hearings but through lobbying that they feel this would have an economic impact on their model. That said, they are a private industry, and I don't understand their cash flow issues, and I wouldn't be able to sort of reflect with wisdom on the legitimacy of those concerns.
Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, and I'm not trying to badger you. I'm just trying to sincerely ask you questions. If I were going to drag this out, I would ask you to describe the bill to me, which I'm not going to do, Mr. President. It's not my style. But members, there is a way to do business here. The bills that we've done for the last, 24 hours, and the bills before that, every single one has come forward as something that you know it's coming. It's been around, there's a conference committee, whatever the process of the conference committee, however fast it was and not very open, but at least at the end we complain about that sometimes, and that's been true in some cases. But even yet, here's the conference report, it's posted, we have a chance to read it, staff gets to go over it, and we get to caucus it. And I think it would be fair that this would have gone that way, especially on behalf of this, is actually going to cause harm to one entity over another. And I'm a friend of the tribes, Mr. President. I am not hoping the tribes could be harmed by whatever happens here. But I want to caution members that something very bad is going to happen in the city of Columbus with this track. And if you don't know what that is, because you haven't had a chance to be briefed on it, like the pros and the cons, I was looking through my pile of papers, Mr. President, and there's not a thing from our caucus research to point out like what is good and what is bad, and I will predict on the DFL side there's not a monograph either pointing out like the pros and the cons. I could be wrong because I'm not on that email chain. But members, I wish this could just be deferred for a bit so that we could caucus it for 10 minutes and then vote with more intelligence. I'm not making a motion to table it. I'm not doing anything to be dilatory, Mr. President. But members, I will tell you, I don't know any numbers, but I can tell you there will be impact on jobs and on families in Columbus and environs where these people go. There will be impact on the breeders and the trainers. And if there's nothing else, Mr. President, the Hippocratic Oath is above all, do no harm, at least until you understand what benefit comes from it. And so members, I hope you'll listen to what I'm saying and that this could be delayed, and if not delayed, please vote no. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Dames.
Well, thank you, Mr. President and members. And would Senator Klein yield?
Senator Klein will yield. Senator Dames.
Mr. President, Senator Klein, Do you have any idea, or do you know, are there any estimates of the dollars involved as far as if this historical horse racing, if that started, what kind of dollars will be generated?
Senator Klein.
Mr. President, Senator Dames, and again, this is almost precisely the question I was just being asked by Senator Abler, and no, I don't know those dollar amounts.
Senator Dames.
Senator Klein yield.
He will yield, Senator Dames.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Klein, do you know the Horse Racing Commission and the Gambling Control Board? Is the Horse Racing Commission under the Gambling Control Board, or they are two separate entities, but which one has priority? Do you know?
Senator Klein.
Mr. President, no, I don't.
Senator Dames.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the answer.
He said no, he doesn't.
Okay. Well, thank you, Senator Klein. It looks to me like there needs to be more work done on this bill before this bill is passed out of here. I know that's not going to happen, so I would encourage a vote against the bill.
Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I know almost nothing about this subject. This is the first time I've ever even heard it discussed. So I've been rapidly trying to look things up so that I can make an informed decision and listening to the debate. And I just have a couple of questions that Senator Klein, just clarification for some of his answers. So if Senator Klein would yield to a question.
Senator Klein will yield. Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Klein, on one of the questions, Senator Klein, you had indicated, and I might have misinterpreted what you said, something about the unelected horse racing commission, and the impression that I got is that you didn't necessarily, I don't want to impute motives here, so I got to figure out how to say this. My impression was that you didn't necessarily think that we should take their opinion seriously because they voted 5-1 in favor of this. So I'm just wondering if you could clarify that for me, please.
Senator Klein.
Mr. President, Senator Farnsworth, yeah, thank you very much. The Racing Commission is unfortunately caught by sort of a dual responsibility. They're both responsible for promoting horse racing in Minnesota and also overseeing and regulating it. And those two initiatives come in conflict with each other, as they did in this case. It's long been the policy, I guess, of our side of the chamber to support tribal exclusivity in wagering, so we were astonished when they made this decision again as an unelected body.
Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. And so I guess that leads me to some of my comments, because I have been looking up who the commissioners are and what their background might be, because as I said, I don't know anything about this. And so, when that's the case, I tend to look at people who might know about these issues for answers. And this board voted 5-1, and I just want to talk about each of the members and maybe their qualifications for why they, know something about this. So the chair of the Minnesota Horse Racing Commission is Camille McCardle. She's a doctor of veterinary medicine. She's been on the commission since 2021, but she's been a veterinarian for over 30 years. She's been involved with horse racing for almost as long as I've been alive. So that gives her some credibility in my eyes. Barbara Colombo is a professor at Mitchell-Hamlin University Law School, which, gives her, in my opinion, some credentials. And she's been on this board for, I don't know, a long time. I don't see that on here. Julie Idlecup, I'm not pronouncing that correctly. She's been on this commission since 2019, so she's been hearing these issues since 2019. Bachelor's degree in urban planning from the University of Minnesota, policy fellow at the Humphrey Institute. So again, a pretty smart person, probably knows what she's talking about. Lisa Goodman has been on this commission since 2014, so 10 years. Degree from the University of Wisconsin-Madison in political science. I think she's the one. Is she the one that's on the Minneapolis? One of these is on the Minneapolis City Council. Maybe not this one. Alan Gingold, Masters of Science in Finance, so definitely smarter than I am. been involved in this for a long time, and then Raymond, and I think these are all governor appointees. Raymond Den. Let's see here. Co-facilitator of the Northside Transportation Network. He's a fellow at the Build Legislative Leadership. So again, another pretty smart person. And then David Koob, Vice President of the Valley Athletic Association. He's an attorney in Minneapolis. So, Mr. President, we won't hold that against him. But again, pretty smart person. So my point is, Senator Klein has been asked a lot of questions, and he said, I don't know for a lot of the answers, which is fine. I actually respect somebody when they admit when they don't know something, and there's a lot of things that I don't know. So it seems like there's a lot of questions that should be answered about this, and we shouldn't pass this bill until we can answer these questions and until the bill author can answer the questions and maybe have a little bit better understanding. This is a smart board. This is 7 people. One of them didn't vote, but they voted 5-1 in favor of this. And so I think at this point we should hold off, vote against this bill, and maybe tackle this when we know a little bit more about it next year. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Klein, I was intrigued by one of your comments. You said that we had an agreement with the tribes, and we should honor that. And I think you mentioned specifically casino wagering. Can you explain to me what you meant by casino wagering?
Senator
I'm sorry,
Klein,
Mr.
you
President.
been asked to yield. He will yield. Senator Klein.
Mr. President, I would have to pull up the compacts directly to get you very accurate information, but yes, that's the general sense, is that on-site gambling is restricted to our 11 sovereign nations in the state of Minnesota.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I've passed out to all the members a copy of an email that I got from Senate Nonpartisan Counsel back when we were talking about sports betting. I wanted to know what we were actually had agreed to legally and what we had not. And just to highlight a couple of parts, and unfortunately, one of the parts got cut off, Mr. President, when it printed out. So I with your permission, I'd like to read that part so that all the members can see the words that were cut off. Do tribes have a monopoly on gambling in Minnesota? No. There is no law or agreement between tribes and the state that would prohibit the state from operating casinos if it chooses to do so. The state already operates the lottery. In addition, nonprofit organizations sell charitable pull tabs, and parimutuel racing and card games are offered at Canterbury Park and Running Aces Harness Track. So if Senator Klein would yield for a question.
Senator Klein, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Klein, it does say here from our Senate nonpartisan that there is no monopoly, there is no exclusivity, but yet you've continued to talk about our agreement with our exclusive agreement with tribes to operate casino games. Can you tell me where you're drawing that from? Because I've not been able to find that agreement.
Senator Klein.
Mr. President, Senator Pratt, as I've referred to kind of repeatedly, is the compacts that are negotiated between our government and the sovereign nations.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, you'll also see in this email from Senate Nonpartisan that basically says there is no compact that provides exclusivity from casino games or any games. Now, Mr. President, I will admit that I believe tribal gaming is important. It's important for our tracks or our tribal nations to have. It's been an important way for our native communities to become self-sustaining. And in fact, what we found, Mr. President, was from the tribal gaming, not only do we have a reduction in poverty on many of the lands, and admittedly, I can only speak to the SMSC and Shakopee, but we've seen them expand into other investments. They operate a gas station. They operate a health food store. They operate a fitness club that's open to the entire community. They have the home ice and another sheet of ice for the Prior Lake Laker hockey team and all of our youth sports. We have a tremendous partnership between the community and the SMSC. And I want to continue to maintain that relationship. And we have a great relationship between Shakopee and the SMSC. And we have continued talks between Canterbury Park and Mystic Lake. But Mr. President, when we continue to say that we have an agreement to give exclusivity to one type of gambling versus another. Now, what the court case did say is that tribes were allowed to provide games if those were approved in the state. Meaning, unless we approved slot machines, unless we approved blackjack or poker, the tribes couldn't offer that. So we've made those agreements to allow them to operate the games. But Mr. President, where Senator Klein continues to be mistaken is that we've agreed to exclusivity in those games. As the email that I just pointed out from our Senate nonpartisan staff, and that little box comes from the Indian Gaming Association itself. So this isn't even our Senate nonpartisan staff's interpretation. This is coming from the Indian Gaming Association that says there is no law or agreement between the tribe and the state that would prohibit the state from operating casinos if it so chooses, or providing those licenses as an extension. So, Mr. President, I just want to make sure that we're not making this decision based on Senator Klein's mistaken perspective, because I've done a lot of research in this area. I've been working with our Senate nonpartisan staff, who are absolutely terrific, and meeting with MIGA to say, do we all agree on this language? And the answer was yes. And this could easily be something part of a grander scheme that I had hoped would come together, and that was the sports betting bill. Had we had the sports betting bill, we might be able to do something like this. Let me just take a step back. If this were allowed to be implemented, not only would this be available to the tracts, it would also be available to the tribes. So the tribes would be able to enter into a compact to get these HHR games if they found them to be something they wanted to do. And as part of a negotiation on sports betting, we could have included this as one of the give and takes. And I'm disappointed that Senator Klein and Senator Miller, they were so close to an agreement, Mr. President, so close. Something that Minnesotans really want to see. Something I hear about in my district a lot would be sports betting. And it would be a tremendous, the last deal that I heard that is so close to being done would have a tremendous impact for our tribal communities and would have a tremendous impact for the tracts. And Mr. President, when you help the tracts, it's not about just helping the owners of the tracts. It's about helping all the people behind the scenes, the trainers, the stable workers, the food service, because that money goes into purses. And when you get better purses, you get better races. When you get better races, you get better horses. When you get better horses and better races, you get more fans to show up. And you get more interest in that game. And everybody benefits. And I have a bill that I had hoped that would be part of that sports betting bill that would have allowed for a thoroughbred residency program that would keep these horses in the state, buying Minnesota feed, using Minnesota veterinarians, buying all their supplies from Minnesota vendors. Why is this so important to me, Mr. President? When I was growing up, Scott County was kind of a center for horses. We didn't have horse racing at the time, but there was a part between Shakopee and Prior Lake that was full of ranches. In fact, I remember one time, Mr. President, in high school, we were told that we had more horses per capita in Scott County than any county in Wyoming. It was amazing. That's why we have Canterbury in Scott County, because we have that rich tradition. And Mr. President, had we been able to pass sports betting, we could have resolved this issue and made everybody whole. We could have helped the horsemen. We could have helped the people behind the track, behind the scenes. We could have increased interest in breeding that leads to the veterinarians and the feed. And there are at least a dozen or so different industries that benefit from horse racing. And Senator Liskey and I, we both have a number of constituents that work at both Mystic and at Canterbury. So we both have an interest in making sure that those are viable businesses. That's why this is so important, Mr. President, why we should follow the remedy that we have in place, and why we can't allow Senator Klein to continue to be mistaken, and then why I pass this out to say there is no agreement on exclusivity. We as the state can make that determination. And we can allow the court to say, yes, this is parimutuel betting and we've already approved it within the law, or no, this is a casino game and it's not approved in the law. And they have the ability to make that distinction when two parties disagree. That's their role, Mr. President, is to interpret the law and settle disagreements between parties. Not for us to step in. We're not even making the decision whether or not historical horse racing is parimutuel or a casino game. We're just saying it's banned.
Senator Pratt, I just want to gently remind you that you're not on the bill at this time. I know that you're talking about certain things about the bill. I just want to give you a gentle reminder that I want us to stay on the order of business. This is on final passage as amended by the House.
Thank you.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. And because we're on final passage and third reading, I believe the whole bill is up for discussion, and why I want members to vote against this. Because we're being told that there's an exclusive agreement between the state and the tribal nations. And there is no agreement that gives them that exclusivity. And if there is a disagreement, we have that remedy, Mr. President, as I mentioned in 240.20, to resolve that. And that's the role of the courts to do that, and why we as a legislature should not be jumping into that debate right now. And why we had the perfect opportunity to resolve this in a positive way versus a negative way. That's why members ought to vote against this. That's why members ought to vote against this, because we need to stand behind the remedies that we as a legislature put into law. We should follow the laws that we passed. Not pass new laws because we just don't like the way it worked out, and jump over the role of the judiciary to do their job, to determine whether or not their job is to interpret that law and decide whether or not, when two aggrieved parties disagree, how that should be resolved. Mr. President, you're a lawyer, and I'm no constitutional expert. I'm not even an attorney. I'm just a businessman. But I do understand that courts make these decisions all the time. They resolve disagreements,
Mr. President,
every day.
For what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, I wish to raise a point of order under Rule 36.
State your point of order.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Pratt. Thank you, members. I've been keeping track, and this is the 10th reference by Senator Pratt to the court's ability to intervene, and I would ask the President to find that the 10th time is out of order under Rule 36 and our rules of debate. Members, we're trying to move this forward, and Mr. President, I believe the better course is to say that once something's been said 10 or a dozen times, probably better for the body to move on to the business at hand, especially with today being the last day of the legislative session. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Pratt, I won't rule on it, but we do have some guidance in Masons, also in our rules, about the order of business and for us to move forward and not to keep repeating ourselves. So Senator Pratt, with that gentle reminder, and I'm not going to rule now, but I'm asking you not to put me in that position, and so that we can give you a chance to make your point, because you've made it pretty well. Senator Pratt.
Mr. President, point of parliamentary inquiry.
Please inquire. What's your inquiry?
Could you point us directly to the rule that the member just brought up to you?
The rule that he said he was raising a point of order under Rule 36, the debate.
36.1,
It
Mr.
says
President.
36.2. Where I believe he can be much more specific, that the members should speak only to the question under debate.
Well, Mr. President, it seems to me that the member currently with the floor is exercising that debate. I'd like to also ask another question. Mr. President, I heard late last night and then again from the presiding officer today an interpretation that says that...
Are you raising a point of inquiry or a point of order?
A point of inquiry for now, Mr. President. I would ask if you could tell the body where you are gaining your authority to limit the debate on these bills that are coming forward, including the conference committee reports and the one before us here today.
Senator Jaskowski, I don't think I ever said I'm limiting debate, because I have never limited debate. So if you are making that observation, you are misinformed, because I've never limited debate. But I'm in charge of decorum and for the order of business to go forward. And under that rule, Rule 36, any member is supposed to speak to the matter that is before the body. Senator Jaskowski.
If I could read for you, Mr. President, Section 578 of Masons, number 5. The presiding officer may not interrupt a member who has the floor except for ruling upon points of order, considering questions of privilege, or other matters requiring immediate attention, as long as the member does not transgress the rules. And I didn't see or hear Senator Pratt earlier transgress any rules, and I haven't heard any cited by you or anyone else to suggest he has.
Senator Jaskowski, if you recall exactly what happened, first of all, statements are not, there's no space for just statements being made. So if you're following the line of discussion as to what happened, there's a point of order raised by Senator Frentz under Rule 36. I didn't just interrupt Senator Pratt. So I think that you asked about a point of inquiry. I've answered that, and the section of Masons that you're citing doesn't necessarily apply in this particular instance. So with that being said, I'm going back to Senator Pratt.
But Mr. President, if I could, prior to that, Senator Pratt was interrupted by the President. Thank you, thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Pratt.
Well,
with the reminders that I've provided.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not going to offer any advice. I appreciate that you decided not to rule. While I disagree with Senator Frentz on the meaning of 36.2, I also understand that I can let my passion go from informing to maybe being a bit repetitious. And I appreciate Senator Frentz letting me know that I may be starting to cross that line. Mr. President, it just goes to how important this is, how important it is we have a debate on the facts, that we not have the misinterpretations that Senator Klein has repeated on multiple occasions, and we look at what our nonpartisan counsel and and the Indian Gaming Association have stated where we're at. And it's because of that that I continue to talk about the remedy that we have in law. Maybe I've crossed the line. It's become overdone, and I apologize for that. But Mr. President and Senator Klein, I would just ask you, if we're going to debate this and if we're going to have a vote on this bill, that we do it based on the facts and not what we've heard throughout the years, because Senator Klein, I was quite honestly mistaken as well, which is why I went to Ms. James and I went to MIGA and I went to all the others to clarify exactly where we were at. So, Mr. President, let's please understand that we also have a rule that senators must be truthful in their debate. They can't put forward facts that they know not to be true. And Mr. President, I provided the evidence that some of the statements by Senator Klein are not factually correct. Now, I'm not saying that Senator Klein is intentionally trying to mislead this body. I believe he's just mistaken, like I was mistaken for many, many years. But let's have a debate on the facts, Mr. President. Members, I want the tribes to be successful. I want the tracks to be successful. I want us to have this debate knowing everything that we have in front of us, knowing all the remedies that are available to we as a legislature and the aggrieved parties, to know that we almost came to an agreement where we could have done this along with something greater. And it would behoove us to go back and maybe try to create that and finish that up. I'm not trying to ask members to vote against this because I'm against what the tribes are trying to do. And I'm not asking members to vote against this because I believe the horse tracks are right. I'm asking members to vote against this because there is a discrepancy. There is some ambiguity that needs to be resolved. And it's not the role of the legislature right now to step in and resolve that. It's for the courts and the remedies that we've already set forward. So, Mr. President, I encourage members to vote no.
Senator Joyhan.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And if I could just say something too, members, I'm going to turn your attention to Rule 36, and specifically 36.5. A member may not speak more than twice on the same question on the same day without permission of the Senate. I'm just going to make sure that you know that, because we're going to make sure that we adhere to that. And this is only for when we're not on special orders. So if we're on conference committee reports, we will be paying special attention to that in order of the day. So with that being said, Senator Joyheim, this is your second time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had some questions. So I hope that's okay. I have permission to ask questions.
You absolutely do.
Okay, perfect.
You can spend that time doing that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. And we've had a lot of discussion on a very small bill. And anybody that knows me knows that I'm not really a fan of expanding gambling. But what I am for is protecting jobs. And I don't like when the state hops in and picks winners and losers. And I think that the author of this bill has been unable to answer a lot of questions. And those questions are going to impact a lot of people, not only in one of my counties, Scott County, but also in a bipartisan county, Anoka, where we have senators that serve on both sides of the aisle up there. But I was wondering if the author could yield for a couple questions, Mr. President.
I'm sorry, he's not on the floor. He had to, it looks like he went out that way in order to go see someone. I'm sorry, Senator Joyheim.
Mr. President, can we table the bill till he returns?
He's coming in now.
Oh, perfect.
Senator Klein, will you yield for a couple questions? He will yield. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Klein. Can you explain the difference, Senator Klein, between the games the Racing Commission approved and the games that are played in states like Kentucky and Virginia?
Senator Klein.
Mr. President, Senator Draheim, I'm not familiar with games that are played in Kentucky and Virginia. No, I cannot.
Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's go a different direction. You know, there is an existing lawsuit that is filed, and this session is going to have a major footnote on it with other activities that have gone on this session. And there's been a lot of talk about due process. And I'm just wondering why we're pushing this bill through that obviously has a lot of unanswered questions when there is pending litigation. So my question, Mr. President, to Senator Klein, if you would yield.
Senator Klein, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Klein, why wouldn't we wait till the litigation's over? Why are we doing this end around with this bill instead of waiting and letting the due process run its course?
Senator Klein, to the question.
Mr. President, Senator Draheim, because we set the laws of this state. And again, it's been represented that I was unfamiliar with what is in the compacts. I have a long list of what is precisely allowed at various gambling outlets in the state of Minnesota. And Class 3 gambling consists of common casino games such as video games of chance, slot machines, roulette, craps, etc. Class 3 gambling is conducted under compact that each tribe negotiates with the government of the state. So it does say in our compacts that these are exclusively limited to our tribal nations, and it's important that we assert that as the legislature.
Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know we've had a lot of debate about that topic, and I guess I have one more question if the senator will yield.
Senator Klein, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Draheim.
You know, I have a hard time passing a bill that has a lot of unanswered questions, like I've stated before. But with all the good-paying jobs up in Anoka County, what message does this send to the hardworking people up in Anoka County and in Scott County and neighboring counties? I think Senator Cran mentioned he has a bunch of people in his district that work at the track too. And here, we're rushing through this bill that has the potential to affect literally hundreds of employees here in Minnesota. And what do we tell these hardworking Minnesotans, Senator Klein?
Senator Klein.
Mr. President, Senator Draheim, so there is no historical horse racing currently occurring in the state of Minnesota. We're not taking anything away that is part of anyone's existing business model. So it would be false to say we're sort of inflicting harm by passing this law. And I have nothing but love and respect and the deepest admiration for the people of Anoka County.
Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, my understanding, Senator Klein, it has to do with the exclusivity and what's going to happen in the future, or what the potential could be in the future. So obviously a lot of unanswered questions, members. I just urge a red vote. Let's let the litigation work its course. Let's get the groups together, come to some compromise, and come back next year and address it. Thank you.
Mr. President?
Senator Grudenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I rise to a point.
Senator Grudenhagen.
Yep.
You have one more time to speak on this part of the bill.
Yep.
Senator Grudenhagen.
Yeah, Mr. President, I rise to a point of order on this bill.
What is your point of order?
56.3 and 56.4. It says the improper...
Hold on one quick second so I can get there. 56.3.
Okay. Yeah, 56.3 and 56.4.
Okay, state your point of order.
Okay, it says improper conduct includes conduct that violates a rule or administrative policy of the Senate, that violates accepted norms of Senate behavior and betrays the public trust. Mr. President, we heard from Senator Abler that this bill has not gone through the proper process. Obviously, we're in a position where the Senate is picking winners and losers in terms of the provisions in this bill. There's also a process that is working out that we're preempting, which I think betrays the public trust. And I would also add, Mr. President, members of the Senate shall disclose potential conflicts of interest in the discharge of senatorial duties.
Senator Gruenhagen, the rule that you're reading from is for standards of ethical conduct that is usually the guidance for the subcommittee on ethics. So,
Right.
so your point of order is not well taken.
Okay, Mr. President,
Yes, Senator Gruenhagen.
I'd like to make a motion to table Senate File 2219. Roll call requested.
Roll call requested, roll call granted, and this is a non-debatable motion. The secretary will take the roll. Senator Bowden, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Fateh votes no.
And Senator Fateh votes no.
Thank
Senator
you, Mr.
Miller, those
President.
voting-
I will be reporting the votes, but I just need a moment to gather them, so just please give me a moment here.
When you're ready, Senator Miller, just please feel free to stand. Senator Bowden, can you repeat your remote voters? Something happened.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Fateh votes no.
And Senator Fateh votes no.
Mr. President?
Senator Miller, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
All right, I have the remote votes here. Senator Lucero votes yes.
Senator Lucero votes aye.
Senator Westrom votes aye.
Senator Westrom votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Rasmussen votes no.
Senator Rasmussen votes no.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Rarick votes aye.
Senator Rarick votes aye.
Senator Cruen votes aye.
Senator Cruen votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Howe is here. Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Just give me another moment here, Mr. President. I'm trying to figure out who's excused and who's voting remote.
No problem. Thank you, Senator Miller.
Mr. President.
Senator Klein, for what purpose do you rise? We're in the middle of a vote.
Mr. President, I move that all members not currently voting be excused from voting and the floor be closed.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The secretary will close the roll. There have been 24 ayes and 36 noes. The motion does not prevail. The secretary will give the bill list. Senator Farnsworth, let me check the roll because I want to just make sure that you haven't talked more than once. This will be your second time. Senator Farnsworth.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President, and I will make it quick. As I mentioned earlier, this isn't something that I know about. This is the first time I've heard about the bill. I don't believe that we caucused this, so I don't know. But I keep hearing about this lawsuit, and so I don't know anything about the lawsuit. So if I could ask Senator Pratt to yield for a question.
Senator Pratt, you may yield because you're not the one up, initiating the talks. Senator Pratt, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, Senator Pratt, you've mentioned a couple of times that we should hold off on this because of this pending lawsuit. Can you describe the substance of the lawsuit in a little bit more detail to help us understand why this perhaps is something that we should hold off on?
Senator Pratt, to the question, and I will check because I want to just make sure that when Rule 36 comes into play, we want to make sure that asking someone to yield is not a way to get around the restrictions of that rule. So, but you'll speak for now, but we'll double check it just to make sure that we are not in error on allowing that.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Mr. President, I'll stand to the question specifically. Senator Farnsworth, I don't know that I can speak expertly on this, but here's what I believe to be the truth. After the Horse Racing Commission made its ruling, there was a complaint filed using that 240.20 process. And I believe one of the tracks has also initiated a lawsuit against some of the tribes for allowing games in their casinos that were not part of any compact. So it seems as if we have competing lawsuits going against each other.
Senator Farnsworth? All right, the secretary will give the bill, the secretary will take the roll on final passage of Senate File 2219 as amended. Senator Bowden, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Herr votes aye.
Senator Herr votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
And Senator Fateh votes aye.
And Senator Fateh votes aye. Senator Miller, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have most. I'm waiting on a couple, but I'm going to give you what I have right now. Senator Lucero votes no.
Senator Lucero votes no.
Senator Westrom votes no.
Senator Westrom votes no.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Senator Rasmussen votes yes.
Senator Rasmussen votes yes.
Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Lang votes no.
Senator Rarick votes no.
Senator Rarick votes no.
Senator Cruen votes no.
Senator Cruen votes no.
Senator Wiesenberg votes no.
Senator Wiesenberg votes no.
And I'm just waiting on two more. I should have them just shortly here. Give me one moment, please.
I will do so. Thank you, Senator Miller.
Mr. President.
Senator Bowden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also report that Senator Murphy votes aye.
And Senator Murphy votes aye. Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Jasinski votes no.
Senator Jasinski votes no.
Senator Johnson votes no.
Senator Johnson votes no.
And Mr. President, that's all I have at this time. I believe the rest of the members are excused.
All members having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 36 ayes and 25 noes, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Senator Frentz for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that House File number 4757 be taken from the table.
All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The motion prevails. The bill is taken off the table. Members, we were on final passage for House File 4757, and we had all the speakers that have gone forward. Now I'm going to Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Rule 41.2, I wish to be excused from voting on the conference committee report for House File 4757.
That's a non-debatable motion. All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The motion prevails. We had a robust discussion. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Mr. President, I didn't get a chance to discuss this bill before, and so I'd like just to make a few comments. Mr. President, I think we passed a cannabis bill off this floor last year and realized we had to come back this year and make a number of fixes. And I'm not particularly pro-cannabis or anti-cannabis. Many of you know I went to the University of Colorado in Boulder, where cannabis is pretty much a way of life out there. I remember one time the weatherman on the day before 420 making the weather forecast. It was going to be sunny in Denver but hazy in Boulder. And so, Mr. President, it's not that I'm against cannabis, but I am concerned with the way that we are implementing cannabis. Mr. President, we've said that we want to have these social equity licenses available. We want to give a chance for not the big guys to come in, not the deep pockets to come in, but small entrepreneurs to get a toehold in this business and grow it. And we find that after 3 years, somebody with a social equity license can turn around and sell it to anybody they want. Now, I'm all for free commerce and free markets. I think you ought to be able to sell a house to who you want. You ought to be able to sell a business to who you want. I don't have a problem with that. Mr. President, the concern I have is that we have set aside these social equity licenses as a way to even the playing field, as a way to make sure that we don't have the big corporate types coming in and controlling this industry. And we created a loophole that does exactly that. I'm concerned, Mr. President, that we remove Senator Eichhorn's provision to include women as part of that social equity application process. You know, we've consistently talked about in the Jobs Committee on entrepreneurship that our DBEs, disadvantaged business enterprises, often include women-owned businesses. We have fairs and bazaars specifically hyping and celebrating women-owned businesses. And yet here, when we're talking about social equity, when we're talking about those very DBE classifications, we exclude women. And why wouldn't we want women being in this space? Mr. President, I have friends that are using CBD today for various aches and pains, and they swear by it. Now, I'm fortunate enough, Mr. President, that during my playing career, I actually didn't play that much, so my body's in fairly good shape. But I do have a lot of friends that do that. And this is precisely the type of business that I can see our women getting into, and yet they're being excluded from that very opportunity. And why are we discriminating against women? Shouldn't we be promoting that entrepreneur? Don't we want many of these women-owned businesses to succeed and grow and employ? That's why we have the DBE laws in place. But, Mr. President, we're going to override those. Mr. President, I'm also very disappointed that when we debated this bill last time, we talked about the fact that one of the fixes that we on this side of the aisle wanted to push this session was possession by a minor, use by a minor. The statute, the bill, says that it's illegal to sell to a minor. I get that. It should be illegal to sell to a minor. It's illegal to sell a minor cigarettes. It's illegal to sell a minor certain publications. It's illegal to sell a minor certain games. It's illegal to serve a minor alcohol. And yet, it's not illegal. And Mr. President, it's illegal for a minor to possess alcohol. It's illegal for a minor to possess cigarettes. We have minor consumption laws, particularly on intoxicating substances, that say this minor is going to get a misdemeanor and they're going to go in front of a judge. And we see that at this time of year, quite honestly, with graduation parties going on. I remember being at the Scott County Courthouse one day and seeing a whole line of kids that had been picked up for minor consumption and possession. But yet that same kid can have a marijuana cigarette. That same kid can have a THC gummy or a THC drink. And that's not illegal? That's not minor consumption? That's somehow less intoxicating than a beer? The inconsistency is glaring. And Mr. President, I've heard from my parents that they don't understand why this body can't make that consistency happen. They don't see the reason why we are giving this substance somehow greater leniency than alcohol. It's just as dangerous for a child to drive while intoxicated on THC as it is for them to drive while they're intoxicated on alcohol. I have my friends in Colorado, they'll tell me they're driving down the Boulder Turnpike. Some guy's going 36 down the road, he thinks he's going 63 because he's intoxicated. Crashes are up. And if we really believe in the safety of our children, members, possession and use by minors who aren't allowed to buy should be a misdemeanor, just like they are with other substances. I just don't understand that, Mr. President. Mr. President, getting back to the licenses, we allow people who were convicted of crimes to get a license. But those who were convicted of violent crimes, not just marijuana and THC related crimes, but violent crimes, are allowed to get a license under the social equity. In a highly regulated industry, Mr. President, should we allow these worst offenders, these felons, to be able to get a license to sell intoxicating products? Mr. President, they've already proven a propensity to break the law. And we're going to give them preference in getting a license to sell an intoxicating product. These are felons that may not have their voting rights back because they're within their 5 years. These are felons that may not be able to pass a background check to work in many, many industries, but we're going to give them a license to sell an intoxicating product. And how do we know that they're not going to sell products that exceed the levels that we set here in Minnesota? How do we know they're not going to sell products to minors? Because they've already proven a propensity to break the law. They may have been rehabilitated. I hope they are, Mr. President. But our enforcement in this area has been so bad, Mr. President, that the governor appointed someone to run the Office of Cannabis Management, and within 24 hours, her social media posts showing products that violated the current state law were being sold in her establishment. The governor didn't do his background check and his due diligence. And where was the enforcement on what she was selling? She was openly touting the regulations that we had put forth in the law on social media, and no one did anything about it. So, Mr. President, when we talk about enforcement here and the people that we're going to be giving licenses to, how do we know that that enforcement is going to be any more robust than what we have today? And as far as I can tell, Mr. President, the bill says we have no additional confidence that that's going to happen. Mr. President, there are so many reasons to vote against this bill. I am still concerned, Mr. President, with something that passed last year and I hope would be fixed this year, but it wasn't. And that was around the ability of local municipalities to decide whether or not they wanted cannabis retailers in their cities and how many licenses they would allow. When this rolled out in Colorado 10, 12, 14 years ago, there was 75% of the community said, no, we don't want that in our community. 75% of the communities in Colorado, even though this was widely popular across the state, said, no, we don't want that in our community. Because, Mr. President, last year when we debated this, we talked about the fact that around these dispensaries, there's an increase in nuisance violations. We don't regulate how many banks a community must have. We don't regulate how many grocery stores, how many hardware stores, how many shoe stores. But we're going to regulate a minimum number of cannabis dispensaries be in a community. And Mr. President, since that 75 or 80% of communities in Colorado opted out to sell, that's now down to 50%. These communities have decided that they can now manage these businesses in such a way that makes sense for them. But Mr. President, there's still half of the communities that have concerns. So when we say that, we'll allow local control such that the applicant does, if the applicant does not apply with building and fire codes, that's not a real fix. When we passed this bill in 2023, a licensee did not need a labor peace agreement. But this bill now states that microbusinesses renew their licenses, and if they have 10 or more full-time employee equivalents, they must have a labor peace agreement. Mr. President, from working on the Jobs Committee with you, you know I am neither pro-labor or anti-labor, pro-union or anti-union. But this is simply extortion. to say that a small business owner, one of our disadvantaged business enterprises, now has to enter into a labor peace agreement so they don't get protested. I don't know how that's any different than the stories we hear from New York, where the mob runs around to offer protection. We have RICO laws that cover that, and yet we're putting that very item here in statute. There's no reason for it. There's no reason to put that additional level of compliance on top of our DBEs. We came here to fix this bill this year. I was excited to fix this bill. And Mr. President, what needed big, bold repair came in as cosmetic changes. And in fact, made it worse. We have people who have not followed the law, who have committed violent crimes, who can't own a firearm, who can't work in certain industries because they can't pass a background check, are now getting cannabis licenses. We haven't fixed the issue that our communities may or may not want this because we'll see an increase in nuisance crime. We haven't fixed that minors can walk down the street with a joint, but they can't walk down the street with a beer. Mr. President, Minnesotans are looking at us and wondering what the heck we are doing. They're trying to figure out the logic and how all the dots fit together. And when my community asked me, Mr. President, I honestly have to say I don't know. Because their logic makes a lot of sense to me. The logic that we've talked about here today, the logic we've talked about here all session. We seem to decide that we want to help this group and this group, but not this group. We seem to decide that we want to put forward the idea that we're going to have strict enforcement, but we don't provide the tools for that. We don't provide the statutes to give that any teeth, to allow a patrolman to treat a minor with a can of beer the same way they would treat a minor with a joint or a bag of gummies or a vape pen. Where's the logic in that, Mr. President? Where do those dots connect? And the answer is they don't. And so while we talk about the fact that we want these kids to be educated not to use cannabis, we're doing everything we can to promote its use in our youth community. We could talk about packaging, we could talk, make sure it doesn't look like candy, make sure it doesn't look like something that kids would want. Well, that's a subjective decision. But when it comes down to the hard fact that if a kid is in possession of it, they are in violation of the law and minor consumption, we don't consider that. So, Mr. President, I urge members to vote against final passage on this bill. We have not done the work that we promised Minnesotans we would do. We passed it last year saying we know we're going to come back and fix it. And we failed. We failed in an epic way. We're failing our children in this. And we're making it hard for parents to help kids make the right choice. We're making it hard for parents to know that it's going to be difficult for their kids to get these substances. Now, Mr. President, I am well aware that underage kids are already using marijuana, and they're already using gummies, and they're already using vape pens. I already know that. Just like they're already using beer and vodka and any of the other controlled substances. I get that too. We're not here to make it 100% foolproof. We're here to treat those substances on an equal basis, and we're here to make sure that our law enforcement officers can help parents stop the black market that's providing these substances to our kids, because we heard in both chambers that shutting down the black market was such an important reason for us to pass this bill, and we're actually promoting it. Because there's no way to grab a kid and charge him with a crime, and there's no way to get that kid to tell us who sold it to him. Mr. President, this bill needs so much more work. And I suggest that we come back next session and we do this right, because we don't have time this session to fix it again. So we need to reject this and tell the authors of this bill, go back and do it right. Make sure our communities have the local control they need. Make sure parents and police have the tools in the toolbox to stop minor consumption or prevent it. Not stop it, we're never going to stop it, but prevent it. Let's put some real teeth into making sure that we stop the black market, and let's make sure that the people who are selling this have the character to follow the law. Mr. President, I encourage members to vote no.
Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I have considerably less to say than that. But I appreciate the chance to talk, and good morning to you. Anyway, to this whole bill, Senator Klein, I wish that that your nice bill for commerce was there. I like the 340B. I voted for it on the way out, and at least I had a chance to cheer for it on the way out. But and I'm troubled by the cannabis part. And I'm not going to revisit any of that, Mr. President, but I do have a question. And I talked to Senator Klein about this, about the cannabis grants are cut. It's actually, for those who think these bills aren't germane, because we're cutting cannabis grants in the commerce bill, there's a link. So, see, it is germane. How about that? So Senator Klein would yield, please.
Senator Klein, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Abler.
Thank you. And just a comment. Earlier this morning, or actually yesterday's legislative day, Senator Klein rose to make a point about let's stick to the topic, and we can or can't, but he had every right to say that. I just wanted people to think my view of that was even just part of discussion on the bill, that we should stick to the point, and probably you liked him for saying that. So, but anyway, but also to the point he was attempting to make, sometimes as we see the bill leaving, you don't know what's really going to come back. Is that really going to happen or not? And then we see what does happen and actually digest the bill a bit further. And I think even in the horse racing bill, I think people who listened matured their knowledge a little bit in that. So anyway, so Senator Klein, I think there's a couple $1 million worth of reductions of cannabis grants in your bill. Would you mind describing what those were for and how much is left on those accounts? If you would yield, Mr. President.
He will yield. Senator Klein.
Thank you, Mr. President. And as always, Senator Abler, you're so gracious to sort of give me a heads up ahead of time that you're going to be asking me certain questions on the floor. So I had the opportunity to go to the spreadsheet, and I'm sort of well prepared to describe what the differences are in the budget to the Office of Cannabis Management. In the first year, in 2024, there were $5,500,000 in grants to substance use, treatment, recovery, et cetera. And just given that we're sort of almost halfway through 2024, there wasn't really operational time to get those out the doors. So those have been one-time canceled. If you have the spreadsheet in front of you, Senator Abler, I can quickly walk through the things that I think are of concern to you. The one that's been mentioned most often is line 22, where we are eliminating the ongoing grants to the Cannabis education programming for youth and pregnant and breastfeeding families. And that precise dollar amount is being transferred up to line 15 for the reference lab. And the OCM, of course, they were sort of given a budget. They're a brand new department. They're starting up, and they're trying to figure out how to best use the budget that they have. A reference lab is sort of a crucial part of protecting Minnesotans and knowing that the product we test is accurately tested. And so this was a different way that they wanted to allot those funds. And that really, you mentioned $2-some million. The really only loss to grants that you're going to see here is that $849,000 on line 22. The other lab the other loss that you might be referencing is line 24, testing capacity, but that has just been moved over dollar for dollar from line 14 to line 24. So there's no real loss there. It's just moving from OCM to Department of Health.
Thank you.
Senator Abler.
And Mr. President, I think, I'm not sure what language it is, but I think Klein in that language is another synonym for prepared. So thank you for being prepared on that. And so what provoked me to ask the question is the discussion we'll have in the Human Services bill, where $7.3 million is being taken away from county-based grants. And so part of the defense for why we should not worry about youth and non-users and education was all this money was going to be there. And I appreciate the answer that Senator Klein gave me there, but I just wanted to point out that I think that we had testimony that kids thinks it's no big deal, it's legal, isn't it? And these middle school kids. And Mr. President, you've heard my speech enough times. You could perhaps give it for me, and if you want, I'd be happy to yield to you so you could comment again with my concerns about what's going to happen to our youth and with all the neurological problems. And just one thing else, Mr. President, I want to thank Senator Klein for, actually it came from the House. I have to get the name of the board again. So if you liked the idea that the Board of Architecture, Engineering, Land Surveying, Landscape Architecture, Geoscience, and Interior Design was in the other bill, Mr. President, that identical language is in this bill. And so it serves, if nothing else, to be a punctuation mark, maybe a capitalized letter, capitalized notice that indeed boards should be diligent in serving their licensees. They should not be abusive or excessive and charge $27,000 fines for people who admit that they did a licensure gap, willing to pay $2,000, $3,000. Most of the fines, Mr. President, are in the low numbers of single-digit fines throughout everywhere. If it ever gets jacketed, Mr. President, it might be too late. I don't even think it's come down. But I was drafting a bill to limit the fines by any board to $5,000 unless approved by the Attorney General. So anyway, that's in this bill, and I want to thank actually Representative Stevenson for getting it in here, and I'm glad it's going to cross the finish line. But I just want to reiterate, Mr. President, boards have a duty to serve. They protect the public, and they make sure their licensees have proper behavior. But once they run afoul of somebody, they cannot make it personal, which is what this particular case in me, I'm not bringing the facts of that case forward, but that's what provoked this. And I just, I'm really disappointed with this particular board for its ill behavior and unkind, actually I use the word abuse toward their clients. And so, but Senator Klein, I still like your bill. If you could find a way to, I could vote for part, and then the other part, I would like to do that, but I guess I can't split my vote, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Senator Frentz.
Members, Mr. President, I move the previous question under Rule 31 and request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Under Rule 31.
Call the Senate, Mr. President.
The Senate is now under call. Senator Pratt, were you the one who asked for the roll call? Excuse me, the call of the Senate?
Yes. No, Mr. President,
it was
not.
Jaskowski that asked for the call of the Senate? Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Did you want it for the balance of the motion?
Yes, Mr. President.
Members, under Rule 31, everyone should have a seat while we're doing the call of the Senate. lifting.
Mr. President, I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and the Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails.
Mr. President,
under Rule 31,
I'd ask for a roll call on the question of privilege, for the previous question.
a roll call was already requested and a roll call was granted. There's no debate.
Mr. President?
On this question. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to recess the Senate until 6 p.m. this evening.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. The Secretary will take the roll on the motion to recess. Senator Bowden, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Fateh votes no.
And Senator Fateh votes no. Senator Miller, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, I'm still waiting for the votes to come in. This came up relatively quickly here.
Mr. President.
Senator Klein.
Mr. President, I move that members not voting be excused from voting.
On that motion, you can't do a roll call when the board is open. On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no.
Division.
You got to wait until I rule. The motion prevails. Division's been called. Those who are in support of the division, in support of the motion, stand up, please. This is the motion to recess. Huh? I'm sorry. It's the motion to excuse those from voting who hasn't voted. All right, you can have a seat. Those opposed, please stand. You can have a seat. There being 30 in favor and 19 against, the motion prevails.
Mr. President.
Members,
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. President, how many votes does it take?
hold on just 1 second, please. So a correction is warranted. In order to close the roll, there is a need for 34 votes, and there was 30 in favor, if my memory serves me correctly. So the motion does not prevail.
Absentees, Mr. President.
Absentees is required because there was a call of the Senate, and if you're in the chamber, you are required to vote under Rule 41. So you all are required to vote.
Mr. President, point of order.
So under Rule 41, as you know, if there was a call of the Senate and if someone asked for absentees, then those who are in the Senate are required to vote.
Is that? No, so it's okay to vote. Jason and Chad.
Mr. President, I'm going to start reporting the remote votes that I have. I'm waiting on a few more here.
Senator Miller.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Barr votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Senator Eichhorn votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Howe votes aye.
Senator Howell votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
I was waiting for Senator Cruin, but the reason I didn't have it is because he's here now, so I don't have to report his. Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lucero votes aye.
Senator Lucero votes aye.
Hold on, Mr. Chair. Mr. President.
Senator Miller.
Mr. President, Senator Rarick votes aye.
Senator Rarick votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye. And Senator Westrom?
Senator Westrom votes aye. I'm waiting.
Senator Westrom votes aye.
Hold on one moment here, waiting one more.
Senator Rasmussen is present, Senator Miller. According to our board, he's excused. He is asked to be excused. Senator Miller.
Mr. President, Senator Matthews votes aye.
Senator Matthews votes aye.
Mr. President,
Senator Klein.
I withdraw my call for absentees.
Call for absentees withdrawn.
Mr. President,
Senator Rasmussen.
I request absentees.
Absentees requested. Just for the record, Senator Liskey has asked to be excused. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 31 ayes and 35 nays, the motion is not adopted.
Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move to reconsider the motion to recess until 6 p.m. I also request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted.
Mr. President.
And this is non-debatable.
Mr. President, it is debatable.
I'm sorry, Senator Rasmussen, what did you say?
Mr. President, this motion is debatable. And I wish to debate.
Motion to recess is not debatable.
The motion to reconsider, Mr. President, is debatable.
Motion to reconsider is debatable.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think this body ought to reconsider what it's doing right now. And I think this is a critical juncture for the Senate as an institution. And Mr. President, it is not the fault of Senate Republicans that Senate Democrats are in this position. They had one of their colleagues who was arrested on first-degree burglary charges. We had a week of floor sessions canceled because the majority did not have the votes to move forward their legislative agenda. Then, Mr. President, the Senate majority also went through legislative days. So this last week, there was 2 days we weren't even on the floor. And the 2 legislative days prior, Mr. President, we spent more time in recess than debating the bills on this floor. And now, when the Senate majority is behind, and they are pushing bills through this process that already violate our rules time and time again, now they wish to silence the voice of the minority party and our ability to debate these bills on their merit. And Mr. President, that's why we should reconsider this motion. And I'm very glad that Senator Johnson has brought this reconsideration for us to discuss today. And Mr. President, there's an opportunity for Senate Democrats to work in a collaborative manner, to look at legislation that has bipartisan support and to move it forward in the closing hours. The person who has taken the most floor time away from this week is a Senate Democrat from the city of Minneapolis. When yesterday we came in at 9 o'clock, passed a bipartisan bill unanimously, and then recessed for most of the day. And then, after coming to the floor, we recessed again so that Democrats could have a self-congratulatory press conference where they clapped for solving a problem that they created themselves. And Mr. President, that's why I'm really glad that all of my colleagues here in the Minnesota Senate will have an opportunity to reconsider this action and to think about the impact it will have on this institution and the closing hours of this session. Mr. President, if we look at the number of bills that are at the desk, we look at the complexity, the issues. We just are in the middle of debating a bill, Mr. President, which is why this is relevant, that has not only 100+ pages of cannabis provisions, but has regulations on 340B drug pricing. It has regulations on copper recycling. These are complicated issues that have been brought to the floor, and we deserve the right to debate them on their merits. This Senate majority has had 2 years to do their work. 2 years to do their work, Mr. President. They have the trifecta. They have a majority in the House, a majority in the Senate, and the governor's office. You've had 120 legislative days, almost. We had time yesterday that was squandered on the floor. And instead, we had to go through the midnight hours into the early morning because of poor planning from this Senate majority. And that's why the Senate deserves to have a full debate on all the bills that the majority brings forward today and any day in the Minnesota Senate. And I understand we're facing a deadline here tonight at midnight, but just because you haven't gotten your work done on time, Mr. President, doesn't mean we can violate the rules and the process of the Minnesota Senate. And I would just ask my colleagues, as they're thinking about how to vote on this reconsideration, what are they trying to accomplish with this? Will it actually make today go smoother? Will it help them get their work done on time? I'm not convinced of that, Mr. President. I think the best opportunity we have is to recess, and perhaps it doesn't have to be until 6 p.m., perhaps it could be at a different time, to have the legislative leaders in this chamber meet and think about how we can have a bipartisan and timely end to the work ahead of us here today. And so I'd ask all my colleagues to consider this, to consider the impact that they will have on this institution, on the work ahead of us. and going forward, Mr. President, what this means for the Minnesota Senate. And so I appreciate Senator Johnson bringing the motion to reconsider, and I will be supporting it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Johnson, to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an interesting thing to come back up from the governor's office to. Quite frankly, I thought we were going to go down there to do some work. This is where politics gets dirty. This is where, quite frankly, this is where Democrat leadership should feel a little embarrassed about this. Bring us down into the governor's office, trap us in there, walk out on a pretend telephone call to come up here and call the question. This is ridiculous. This is an embarrassment to the Minnesota Senate. This is an embarrassment to this session. Instead of working in a bipartisan manner, what are we doing here? We're wasting time calling the question. We have a lot to say about this today, and I believe every one of us has something to say about calling the question. We're going to spend more time doing this than actually doing bipartisan work. I can't believe this. I cannot believe we had a record number of late bills. We had deadlines. You completely ignored the deadlines. We offered in good faith compromises, ways to work together to make sure that we get this session done. We have offered over and over to do the good work of Minnesotans. We've given offers on bills that we want to see. We didn't get any good faith offers back. We want to get a bonding bill done. We've said that from the very get-go. But games like this have jeopardized that bonding bill, have jeopardized the state. And now what are we going to do? We're going to sit here and debate a motion. This has been the most mismanaged session that I have ever witnessed. All because of hyper-partisanship. Minnesotans want bipartisanship. We need to work together. I cannot believe the lengths that we are going through right now to protect an agenda. We're protecting a member on the floor here on the Democrat side, the 34th vote, just so we can get done with a partisan agenda, a hyper-partisan agenda. We're calling the question in the off chance that we can get done with a hyper-partisan agenda. The only thing we had to do was simply take an offer, give a counteroffer, let's meet at a middle ground, and we'll move forward. That was not possible with the DFL leadership. This is such a sad day for this institution. I hope we can change our ways. I hope we can reconsider this and move forward. And we have, what, 8 hours left here? We can still land this plane, but you got to work together, and this is not how you do that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Marty.
Mr. President, under 31.3, raise a point of order. It says on a motion for the previous question, there's no debate. All incidental questions of order arising after motion is made for the previous question, pending the motion, must be decided whether on appeal or otherwise without debate.
And Senator Marty, just so that you know that we are now on the motion to reconsider.
And Mr. President, my question is whether that is an incidental question of order arising after that motion of order.
Give us a moment so we can double check.
Mr. President. Advice.
All right, I am now considering the point of order that was raised by Senator Marty under Rule 31.3. And the motion that's been put forth by Senator Marty under 31.3, it says, on a motion for the previous question, there is no debate. All incidental questions of order arising from a motion is made for the previous question, and pending the motion must be decided whether on appeal or otherwise without debate. So the issue that is being put forward is that any discussion should not be, because according to this rule, it should be done without any debate. So even though there's a motion to reconsider, there's a motion to reconsider, that could be construed as incidental.
Advice, Mr. President?
So let me go to Senator Latz, because he was going to give advice first, and then I'll come back to you.
Mr. President, the whole purpose of moving the previous question under the Mason's rules is to end debate. Any other interpretation that would allow debate on any follow-up or incidental motions would completely defeat the purpose of the parliamentary allowance for moving the previous question. You completely undermine that. There can be no alternative conclusion. Otherwise, we would end up in an endless cycle of debating incidental motions. It would be contrary to our own Senate rules, and it would be contrary to Mason's.
Advice,
Mr. President.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Advice to the body. These are not incidental motions. They're actually privileged motions. And, Mr. President, if you just look up the definition of the word incidental, it says accompanying but not a major part of something. And I think if you looked at standard interpretation, that would be, perhaps around amendments or things that are directly related to the bill. The motion that was made and is being reconsidered and debating to be reconsidered is a privileged motion, not an incidental motion in our rules. And so, Mr. President, you should find this point of order not well taken.
Senator Jaskowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had the similar advice, Mr. President. If members take a look at Masons, you'll see Part 4 of Masons in the table of contents. Refers to privilege motions. Privilege motions are a group or a category of motions, Mr. President, that relate to the privilege of the individual. They take higher precedent than incidental motions, than a main motion. They include the call of the House, motion to adjourn, motion to recess, which is the one we're considering, Mr. President, points of order, and others. So, Mr. President, I urge you to find this point of order not well taken. It's very clear that this is a privilege motion, not an incidental motion, which is a different category of motions. Very clear in Mason's. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, I don't need any more advice. The Marty motion, point of order, is not well taken.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. President.
Senator Latz.
Mr. President, could I ask for an interpretation of Mason's Section 348, Paragraph 1, that states that the previous question takes precedence over the proposal out of which it arose of all debatable motions and of all subsidiary motions except the motion to lay on the table.
Senator Latz, to your inquiry, I have often stated that I will not walk through the analysis as to how I got to that place. If you want to have a discussion about it afterwards, which is what I discuss with everyone, is if you want to talk about it afterwards and come up to the desk, you are more than welcome to do that. Senator Latz.
Point of order.
Mr. President?
Who said that? Senator Miller.
Mr. President, I impose a call the Senate.
The Senate is already undercalled. What?
Point of order.
That's what I was getting ready to say. We're already undercalled.
Point of order.
Senator Latz.
Mr. President, I move a point of order under Section 348, Paragraph 1.
Advice, Mr. President?
Tom. He had raised it, so let me hear what he has to say first. Senator Latz, advice.
Mr. President, Section 348, Paragraph 1 states that the previous question takes precedence over the proposal out of which it arose of all debatable motions and of all subsidiary motions except the motion to lay on the table. Therefore, Mr. President, all debatable motions, including the one which the minority is now attempting to debate, is subsidiary to the previous question. And that analysis is also supported by Section 349, Paragraph 1 as well. And I reiterate, would undermine the entire purpose within the rules of moving the previous question, which is, of course, provided for in the rules, which is to cut off debate and avoid an endless cycle of debates.
Mr. President.
Mr. President, advice.
Mr. President, point of parliamentary inquiry.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Advice. The first piece of advice that I would offer is that you've already ruled on this, Mr. President. You just did. They brought up this point of order, and you found it not well taken. And so, Mr. President, I don't even know if you need to rule on this point of order because you've already decided. But to address the points that Senator Latz is making, the thing that we're forgetting is that the motion to recess, the motion to adjourn, takes higher precedent over the question in front of the body. And if you look at Section 348 and 349, it refers to subsidiary motions. And even if you look at the paragraph that Senator Latz cited, the previous question takes precedence over the proposal out of which it arose. If we were offering amendments onto the bill, if we were making motions to send the bill back to committee to do other procedural things with that bill, Mr. President, Senator Latz would have a good point. But the motion that we're bringing is a privileged motion. It has higher precedence, and it is debatable. And I would say, Mr. President, we actually just saw a little bit of this, that there are motions that do have precedence. For example, one of my Senate Democrat colleagues moved to excuse those not from voting. That's another motion, too. And so there are clearly motions in our rules in Masons that have higher precedence and that are debatable. And I would ask you, Mr. President, to be consistent with the ruling that you had about 2 minutes ago.
Advice, Mr. President? Thank you, Mr. President. I do have some comments on the actual motion, but we're not on that right now. We're on the point of order, so I do have some advice for you on the point of order. And I just want to make sure, well, I want to help clear up some confusion in the body, in the chamber, because there was a motion under Rule 31 to move for the previous question, but Mr. President, that is not what we are talking about right now. We had a higher motion that was presented on the Senate floor to recess. A motion to recess is a completely different motion than what was made under Rule 31. And that motion to recess failed, and now this is a reconsideration of that motion to recess. So this has absolutely nothing to do with Rule 31. And this has everything to do with the vote to reconsider the recess. So I am giving advice to rule the point of order not well taken.
Just give me a moment.
Mr. President, advice, please.
No further advice needed right now. I just want to make sure that I have a conversation.
Mr. President, point of personal privilege.
So, Senator Pratt, I don't need any advice, if that's okay. I'm not being rude. It's just because I think I've heard enough advice, and we've looked at every piece of Mason that we can, as well as our own rules. And so I am ready to rule. I want to make sure that I walk through the various motions and points of order, just to make sure that we're all on the same page. So first of all, Senator Latz makes a point of order under Mason's 348. That was Latz's, Senator Latz's motion. Point of order. I'm sorry, I said motion. Point of order. Now, under 348, if you read that, I am finding. I am going to find that Latz's point of order is not well taken. Then that takes us to the motion to reconsider the motion to a recess. That is the motion. And that motion to reconsider the recess is non-debatable under 471. So if you look at Mason's 471, that is where you will find that that's a non-debatable motion.
Mr. President?
When the underlining motion is non-debatable.
Mr. President?
So that question is now before the body and a roll call was requested. That is where we are. That's the sequence, and that's where we are. So it's non-debatable. So unless you're asking me something else, but you cannot debate it.
Point of parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd ask also, too, that we don't have outbursts in the chamber from members.
For what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. President. When I look at Rule 28 and Rule 28.2, it specifically enumerates the motions that are not debatable. And our rules have higher precedent over Mason's. And in there, it says a motion to reconsider is debatable.
So, Senator Rasmussen, I will repeat what I said because that is going to be my ruling. Motion to reconsider a recess is non-debatable under 471. I'm going to now instruct the secretary to take the roll.
Mr. President, I appeal the ruling of the President. No? Never mind, Mr. President.
Senator Bowden, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7. I've been told that it's been asked of me to explain what we are currently under roll call for. We are taking the roll call on the motion to reconsider recess. That is what we're on.
Absentees.
Absentees, and we're under the call of the Senate, so one should vote. Senator Powell.
Mr. President, I don't believe members should be talking at people's desks while we're under a roll call.
That is correct. Members, you should not be talking at each other's desks when we're under roll call.
Mr. President, point of parliamentary inquiry. Senator Zhang over here.
Senator Zhang.
What motion are we under with the call for absent members?
Motion to reconsider recess.
Mr. President.
Hold on one second. So the call, if you ask me about the call of the Senate, it applies to the underlining request and motion.
Mr. President, a request for absent members was made by Senator Klein. What does that entail?
Under Rule 41, and when there's a call of the Senate, when you say absentees, the members who are in the chambers are required to vote.
Mr. President, point of parliamentary inquiry.
For what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Is it not the custom and usage of the Senate to grant motions to reconsider when a member votes incorrectly?
I can't speak. I am only a minister in the role at this particular time, Senator Pratt.
No. I don't know. You might get stuff thrown at you.
What's that? Yeah, I know. You can keep poking them.
Mr. President.
For what purpose do you rise, Senator Abler?
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
What's your point of parliamentary inquiry?
So this is, I'm trying to decide how I should vote, and I truly am. And so what is my duty about voting? Do you wait till you call my name, or do I vote when I feel prepared to vote, Mr. President?
You should vote immediately, Senator Abler, according to Rule 41.
Mr. President,
Absentees were called.
Right, thank you. And so, Mr. President, my dilemma is how I can help show some leadership and get us back on track, and that's my dilemma. And so that's why I appreciate that, Mr. President. Thank you.
Members, as Senator Miller was the one who said that we shouldn't be talking at each other's desks, so I'm reminding you of the very thing that you requested, and we know that we're not supposed to do. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll.
Mr. President.
There being
Mr.
one
President, I
aye
request
and
absentees.
35 nays.
Mr. President, I request absentees.
Absentees were already called.
Mr. President, there has to be a motion to close the roll. You can't just close the roll, Mr. President, when we're under call and members haven't voted.
No, we can close the roll unless you are challenging that, but
Point of parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
voted, who desires to vote? The secretary
Mr. President,
will close
point of
the roll.
parliamentary inquiry.
There being one
Mr. President,
aye
point of
and
parliamentary
35
inquiry.
nays.
Mr.
The
President,
motion
point of
does
parliamentary
not
inquiry.
prevail.
Mr. President. Mr. President, point of order.
State your point of order.
Mr. President, we were under call. Not all members had voted. Absentees were requested. The proper course of action is for a member, as they did in a previous vote, to stand up and to move that those not voting be excused from voting. That's the procedure in our rules, Mr. President. And so you closing the roll, I rise to a point of order that it was improper to close the roll, would ask that you reopen the roll and proceed using our rules.
Just so that we're also clear, is that under Rule 41, when absentees have been called, members who are sitting at their desk are supposed to vote.
Mr. President?
That's according to Rule 41.
Mr. President?
Yes?
For that, Mr. President, then members in the chamber can request that members in the chamber can vote.
And they requested that. We said when a person says absentees, that is the request for the member in the chamber to vote. Under Rule 41, it's two steps. It's the call of the Senate, which was done, and then it's someone asked for absentees. Both were done.
Mr. President, point of order. Mr. President, I am reporting the remote votes, and I don't recall you asking me to report the votes of the members voting remotely.
I will now instruct the secretary to take the roll on the previous question.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
We are under a roll call vote.
Mr. President, just a point of order.
Senator Nelson, we're under a roll call vote. We cannot talk during the roll call unless you're doing the remote voters.
Mr. President, we need to know what the question was after all this back and forth.
It's the previous question. Senator Bowden, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Herr votes aye.
Senator Herr votes aye.
And Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Mr. President.
Senator Rasmussen, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, and I would strongly recommend a no vote on this motion, but I would...
This is not a time for debate. You know that you cannot debate while the board is open.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move that those not voting be excused from voting, and I'd recommend a no vote.
Members, it is true that we can entertain that motion even while the board is open, because the motion is to excuse those from voting who hasn't voted. Now, everybody clear on where we are? All in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The motion prevails. Division is requested. Those who are ready to stand again. This will go back and forth. Those who are in support of the motion, please stand. You have to be at your desk. They're taking the count. You may be seated. There have been 30 votes. I am instructing the secretary to close the roll and
Mr. President.
And 30 votes in favor. It does not prevail. I am now directing the secretary to close the roll.
Mr. President, point of order.
And I have to announce it. There being 35 ayes and 16 noes. The motion for the previous question prevails.
Mr. President.
Mr. President, I move to adjourn. Mr. President.
Mr. President, point of
Motion
order.
to adjourn.
I move to adjourn until Monday, May 20th, 2024 at 11 o'clock a.m. Thank you, Mr. President.
Roll call.
The secretary will put the case up for final passage. The House file up for final passage. I'm
Point of
sorry.
parliamentary inquiry, Mr. President.
And the secretary will take the roll.
Point of order, Mr. President. The motion to adjourn is the highest motion.
The roll is open. And I will tell you what happened. Craig, I tell you, come over. Yep, I did. Senator Bowden, for all those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Herr votes aye.
Senator Herr votes aye.
And Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye. Senator Miller, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Duckworth votes no.
Senator Duckworth votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Wiesenberg votes no.
Senator Wiesenberg votes no.
Senator Westrom votes no.
Senator Westrom votes no. Senator Miller, you are excused. Is that correct? All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There have been 34 ayes and 32 noes. The bill is passed and its title agreed to.
Mr. President, I have a motion. Mr. President, I'm going to offer a motion to recess, but before I do that, Mr. President,
we have more messages from the House. We can't entertain that right now, but we will get.
Mr. President,
get to
isn't
it.
a motion to recess a higher
of the procedure?
My understanding is a motion to recess takes higher precedent.
Mr. President, point of order. What order of business are we under?
That would be a privileged motion. And so, Senator Miller, you can make that motion now. If someone was just going to say something in particular without it being a privilege, then we would definitely have to revert back and do the messages. Senator Miller, to your motion.
All right, Mr. President, I am going to make a motion to recess. However, before I do that,
Senator
members,
Miller,
I have been here for 14 years.
Senator Miller, if you're going to do that, and you're going to make that motion, because you've already said that you're going to make that motion, you do understand that that's non-debatable.
That is correct, so I'm not going to make the motion quite yet. I'm going to work up to my motion, Mr. President. So I've been here for 14 years, Mr. President, and I don't recall one time that Rule 31, a motion for the previous question, has been called. I've been here in the majority. I've been here in the minority. I've been committee chair. I've been in leadership roles. I've been rank and file, as I am now.
Point of order, Mr. President.
And Mr. President, in an effort to provide a brief cooling off period to let cooler heads prevail, I make a motion that we recess for 1 hour to the call of the President for approximately 1 hour so cooler heads can prevail. This is incredibly disappointing.
Point of order, Mr. President. Under 28.2, this motion is not debatable.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I impose a call of the Senate.
The Senate is now under call. That's all, and we are under call.
No.
Oh.
Call applied to the previous motion.
It applied to the previous motion. Sorry about that. So the call of the Senate is always in order. So the Senate is now under call. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and the Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails.
So, Mr. President, just to be clear, my motion is to recess to the call of the President approximately 1 hour to allow cooler heads to prevail.
And roll call was requested and the roll call was granted. The Secretary will take the roll.
Mr. President, absentees.
You got to wait 1 second, but we'll make sure that we get to absentees. Senator Bowden, those voted pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no. Members, you can't talk when we're under a vote. Senator Miller, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm still waiting on a couple, but I do have Senator Wiesenberg. He votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye. Senator Rasmussen.
Mr. President, I request that the sergeant bring in the absent members.
The sergeant will bring in the absent members, but it's my understanding that the balance of those who are on the board are voting remotely. That's my understanding. So if you want the sergeants to go find Senator Duckworth and go find Senator Housley and go find Senator Westrom, then that can be done. Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Westrom votes aye.
Senator Westrom votes aye.
Still waiting on a couple more here.
Senator Miller, are you ready?
Mr. President, I'm still waiting for two more to come in.
Mr. President.
Senator Farnsworth, we're under a vote, so what purpose
would you
do you
remind
rise?
would you remind the members behind me that I don't think that anybody here appreciates their foul language and accusing us of lying?
Members, I'm going to provide a gentle reminder that we are to have decorum in the chambers and even outside the chambers. Profanity and unruly or disorderly conduct is not allowed or permitted. So that's a gentle reminder. I know that tensions are high. I understand that, but I still expect us to behave appropriately. Jason? Members, we can't have people at our desks. I keep saying that, and everyone still keeps doing it. We're under a roll call. You gotta wait. Senator Miller.
Mr. President, Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Waiting on one more here.
And Senator Miller, did you report Senator Housley? Members, we can't be talking at each other's desks when we're under a roll call.
Mr. President?
Senator Miller.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye. All having voted, who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 35 nays, the motion does not prevail.
Mr.
There are
President,
messages
Mr. President.
at the desk from the House. The secretary will read the message.
Mr. President, I have a privileged motion. Mr. President, I have a privileged motion.
After we finish this, I will recognize you.
No, Mr. President, wouldn't be in order then. Mr. President, having voting on the prevailing side, I move to reconsider the motion to recess to the call of the
I've
President.
already instructed the secretary.
Point of order, Mr. President. Point of order. Point of order, Mr. President.
Senator Rasmussen, you asked to be recognized.
Yes.
And you were saying that you voted on the prevailing side and you wanted to do a motion to reconsider.
That's
Is
correct,
that
Mr. President, and I would request a roll call.
And a roll call will be a roll call requested, and a roll call will be granted.
Mr. President,
so we will recognize that as soon as we do the messages from the House, we'll certainly do it.
Mr. President, I have a point of order, Mr. President.
and Mr. President, I would impose a call to the Senate.
Mr. President, I have a point of order.
Let me do one thing at a time. Roll call requested, roll call granted, correct? And you also asked for a call of the Senate. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. President. Thank
the
you.
Senate is now under call.
Mr. President, I had a point of order.
Okay. And will you clarify if you want the call of the Senate to be just for the duration of that motion? All right. For what purpose do you rise, Senator Jaskowski?
Point of order, Mr. President.
What is your point of order?
Mr. President, Senator Rasmussen rose to vote to bring forward a motion that was in order at the time, and you refused to allow him to do that and moved on to another item of business. And you did that to me earlier today, about a half hour ago, when I brought a motion to adjourn. Mr. President, I'll bring you to Mason's section 578. Number 2, the presiding officer may not refuse to put any motion that is in order. And number 3, and especially number 4, the presiding officer may not prevent the making of any legitimate motions by hurrying through the proceedings or by any other means. Members must be reasonably prompt in order to exercise their right to speak or to make motions, which we have, Mr. President.
And you cited the rule. Can you tell me what it is again? Because I was talking.
Mason's 578, numbers 2 and 4. And 3 is.
I would defer ruling because we are under call and we are going through the call of the Senate motions.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and the Sergeant-at-Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All opposed say no. The motion prevails. Senator Frentz.
Mr. President, members, I rise to a point of order.
What's your point of order?
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I agree with those that say we need to stay cool, but we also need to abide by our rules about dilatory motions under Section 180. Senator Rasmussen has voted on the side and requested a reconsideration, and I'm asking you to rule that out of order, Mr. President, under Section 2 of Rule 180, which states, whenever the President is satisfied that a member is using parliamentary tactics to obstruct business, the presiding officer should not recognize the member, but should rule that member out of order. When it is evident that a member is trying to obstruct business, the presiding officer need not entertain another appeal from that same member. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, advice?
No advice. Members, I I am not going to rule on the Friends motion, point of order. I just ask everyone to be mindful of that. And because there was a motion for reconsideration, which is a non-debatable motion, and a roll call was requested and a roll call was granted, the secretary will take the roll. Senator Bowden, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Port votes no. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would request absentees.
Absentees. And members, just so that we're clear on what absentees means, under Rule 41, if there's a call of the Senate and someone requests absentees, those who are in the chamber must vote. Members, and I'll gently remind the body, Section 180 says, any regular parliamentary motion, when improperly used for the purpose of delaying or obstructing business, is a dilatory motion. I want you to think about that, because that's a gentle reminder that we want to keep business going forward. I'm not suggesting anything other than we just want to make sure our business goes forward. Members, if you're in the body and you are supposed to vote, because we have a roll call, we have a roll call, number one, but we also have a call of the Senate. And you should not be talking at each other's desk.
Mr. President?
Senator Pratt, are you doing the members who are voting remotely?
I am.
Senator
no, Mr.
Pratt,
President, I am requesting that members that have not voted be excused from voting. No? All right, Mr. President.
Mr. President, point of information.
Senator Pratt, you made a motion. Senator Rasmussen.
Mr. President, point of information. Did Senator Herr vote remotely?
Yes. Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
I'm waiting on two more, Mr. President.
Senator Miller, is Senator Coleman on your remote list? And absentees has been requested, is my understanding.
Yeah, Mr. President, I believe that Senator Coleman is here. She's not on my list, but there are two others on my list that I'm working on. Mr. President, I have one more here.
Senator Miller.
Mr. President, Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
I'm still waiting on Senator Western.
Mr. President, I'd request that the sergeant bring in the absent members.
Senator Rasmussen, the absent members are your members. So I think you all should know where they are. Senator Rasmussen.
I do not, Mr. President.
All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the
Mr.
roll.
President, Mr. President.
There being 31 ayes and 34 nays, the motion to reconsider
Point of order, Mr. President.
is not adopted. We have to take care of
Point of order, Mr. President.
some business. I won't recognize you right now. The secretary will
Mr. President, I make a motion
will read the
to
messages
adjourn.
from the House.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce that the House has adopted the recommendation and report of the Conference Committee on Senate File Number 716 and repassed said bill in accordance with the report of the committee, so adopted. Senate File Number 716, a bill for an act relating to human services, establishing the Minnesota African American Family Preservation and Child Welfare Disproportionality Act. Senate File Number 716 is herewith returned to the Senate. Signed, Patrick D. Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
No action is required.
Mr. President, point of parliamentary
Members,
inquiry.
we will now go to the 8th order of business, introduction. The secretary will read the next message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce that the House has adopted the recommendation and report of the Conference Committee on Senate File Number 3492 and repassed said bill in accordance with the report of the committee, so adopted. Senate File Number 3492, a bill for an act relating to housing. Senate File Number 3492 is herewith returned to the Senate. Signed, Patrick D. Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
Members, no action is required. The secretary will read the next message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce that the House has adopted the recommendation and report of the Conference Committee on Senate File Number 5289 and repassed said bill in accordance with the report of the committee, so adopted. Senate File Number 5289, a bill for an act relating to economic development. Senate File Number 5289 is herewith returned to the Senate. Signed, Patrick D. Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
Remaining on the motions and resolutions.
You need to do introductions.
Mr. President, I had a point of order.
We will now move to the 8th. We will now move to the 8th order of business, introduction and first reading of Senate bills. The bills listed on today's introduction calendar is given its first reading and referred as indicated.
Mr. President,
point of parliamentary inquiry.
Hold on 1 second. We're just trying to get our business straight. I'm now at the 9th order of business, and I am recognizing House File 5260. The 9th order of business, there's nothing. That's what I'm doing. Are we Members, we're just trying to get the business together correctly. Remaining on the motions and resolutions, we revert to the third order of business, messages from the House. The secretary will read the message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce that the House has adopted the recommendation and report of the Conference Committee on House File Number 5216 and repassed said bill in accordance with the report of the committee, so adopted. House File Number 5216, a bill for an act relating to state government, providing law for judiciary, public safety, and corrections. House File Number 5216 is herewith transmitted to the Senate. Signed, Patrick D. Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
Senator Latz for a motion.
Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Mr. President, I move that the foregoing recommendations and Conference Committee report on House File 5216 be now adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Conference Committee.
Mr. President, point of parliamentary inquiry.
I will recognize you shortly.
Mr. President, point of parliamentary inquiry.
I will recognize you shortly, so please don't keep saying that. I will
Mr.
certainly
President, point of
recognize you, I
order.
promise. Okay?
Point of order, Mr. President.
I will recognize you shortly. Senator Latz moved that the foregoing recommendation and Conference Committee report on House File Number 5216 be now adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Conference Committee. Senator Latz, explain the differences, and then I'll have to recognize some others on some things that they would like to do.
Mr. President, this bill left the body with a robust funding set up for the judiciary and public safety of our state, including $9.2 million of crime victim services. We have returned now.
Mr. President, point of parliamentary inquiry.
With a substantial increase in our crime victim services grants, of $9.467 million. The differences also include in the public safety area $133,000 for a task force on traffic stops, $50,000 for a task force on domestic violence and firearms, $50,000 for violence against Latino women's report, which is a reduction from the original Senate position because we were able to find other ways to fund most of that. Also, $100,000 for therapy dogs for first responders are in this bill. The operating adjustment for the DOC, there's a slight adjustment in that upward from the original Senate position, about $10,000. There's also from the House $150,000 for an MMB Office of Addiction and Recovery Task Force. On the Supreme Court on Judiciary side of the budget, there is a slight adjustment for enhancing cybersecurity down by about $90,000 to reflect the needed budgeting here in our new budget. We have moved from the House position, taken the movement of the civil legal aid establishment transfers into an independent agency as well. We have added court interpreter paid travel time, adding $170,000 there. There is a slight adjustment in the increase in the psychiatric examiner rate. We also added trauma services from the House position in the amount of $50,000 for the coming biennium. Members, we've also added a number of policy provisions, a combination from the House and the Senate policy bills. I'm just going to read down them for your information right now. We have done a contract for deeds reform.
Mr. President, is it not in order for a member to be recognized when they call for a point of parliamentary inquiry?
Technical and policy provisions have been modified. It's the Office of Administrative Hearings Policy Bill. We have adjusted the age range to conform hiring a minor to engage in prostitution. We have changed the name of the Competency Attainment Board. We have a Peace Officer Standards and Training Board is prohibited from educating on excited delirium or similar syndromes, so-called syndromes. There is an adjustment to the allow civil legal service and volunteer attorney clients to proceed without prepaying fees, costs, and providing security for those costs. There is a Senator Coleman bill in here that provides for level 3 predatory offender residency provision modification requiring additional considerations to be taken into account by the Commissioner of Corrections when locating a place to live for those offenders. Senator Kroon's bill is in here to increase the jurisdictional limit for conciliation court claims. There is authorization for railroad peace officers to be appointed. That's Senator Carlson's bill. Senator Kroon has a bill here relating to stays of adjudication and deferred prosecutions, clarifying the revocations in response to a Court of Appeals decision. Senator Westland has a bill relating to criminal defenses and the use of force relating to a victim's sexual orientation or identity, the banning the gay trans panic defense. Senator Howe has a bill in here requiring public agents to provide notice on the presence of to sex offenders. Senator Mohammed's bill, a task force on traffic stops, is here. Senator Uma Verbaten's bill on admission in judicial proceedings of custodial statements are prohibited, prohibiting deceptive practices or lying, limited to juveniles, which was an additional condition here. There is a post-conviction relief standards are amended for newly discovered evidence. That was one of my bills. There's a DNA data collection without conviction law has been removed. So you can't collect DNA without a conviction, and also requiring parental consent when it involves a juvenile. Collateral consequences provision is here, substantially stripped down from the original proposal. Now will require the revisor's office simply to annually aggregate and publish a list on their website of all the collateral consequences, and then stripping down or repealing the statutory provisions which did the same thing but which was not easily changed or accessed. Senator Howe has a bill in here relating to military veteran sentencing report under the Veterans Restorative Justice Act. Senator Westland's bill prohibiting the sale of calcified human remains is in here and establishes a felony offense. This expands to all human remains, not just bones. Senator Dibble's guardian ad litem provisions are in here. Collateral source calculations and contributory fault are modified. Only Section 1 of the original bill is included here. And Senator Abler's bill relating to the siting of the county seat or in a jail in Anoka County, allowing the jail to be built outside of the city of Anoka itself is included in here. Senator Mover Baton has a provision relating to controlled substance laws requiring law enforcement to provide certain information on available treatment under certain circumstances. There's a provision here to provide a process by which the Post Board would investigate complaints. There's a modifications to the felony murder provisions relating to certain retroactive relief. It was a repair to a provision that was inadvertently passed last year.
And
Senator House-Childs.
Senator Latz, are you only covering those things that were changed in the bill since it left here? Because
That's
I have
correct,
some other
Mr.
folks that I
President.
need to recognize.
That is correct, Mr. President.
Once you finish that. So, members, I will recognize you as soon as he does the introduction. I will recognize you. I will not forget. Senator Latz.
Senator House-Childs' provision adjusting the Grand Portage Band of Lake Superior Chippewa grants are included here. There is a provision for delinquent child and juvenile offenders in need of protection. Provisions, aggravated first-degree witness tampering is added to the definition of violent crimes against a person. Senator Limmer's bill relating to doxing or fictitious emergency reporting directed at the homes of individuals is included here. I'm sorry, swatting bill, and that includes against law enforcement and other individuals as well. There's a provision here relating to eligibility for grants for sexual assault prevention, the Senator Gustafson's bill. Senator Morrison has a bill providing immunity for people assisting and helping people recovering from a drug overdose. There is a Senator Mover Baton's bill that mandates an independent investigation when there's law enforcement use of force incidents that result in death. A restorative practices program from Senator Pappas. There's a provision requiring victim identifying supporting documentation for medical service providers for sexual assault exam payments. The Department of Corrections policy bill was included in here as well. There's a bill relating to child maltreatment reporting modified. Senator Lang's bill relating to notifying custodians when there is an order for protection, hearing, or amendment. Senator Limmer's bill here providing protection for justices, judges, and judicial staff, designating their private data on individuals. This covers the judiciary, both state and federal, and the staff, state and federal. There is some additional language on traffic stops from Senator Muhammad. Senator Mover Baton has language here relating to post-secondary institutions and access to certain criminal records. This is essentially an expansion of the ban-the-box provisions for post-secondary institution initial considerations. The judicial branch's policy bill is in here. There's a Senator Carlson provision relating to licenses of impaired drivers revocation. There is a probation length a limit extended to attempted crimes, making it consistent with crimes charged themselves. Senator Seeberger's bill establishing the Independent Board of Civil Legal Aid is included here. Senator Gustafson has a bill relating to harassment restraining order services, and that includes the Task Force on Domestic Violence and Firearms being established. There is a bill here relating to home daycare restrictions in homeowners associations. Restrictions are limited or restricted. Senator Champion's bill relating to reckless driving and some clarifications on the expungement for that and some other provisions. Safe at home provisions are modified in here. There's a provision for verification process for individuals required to register as predatory offenders. Cybersecurity incidents in public sector organizations are required reporting. There's a provision for the Department of Information Technology Services to clarify their powers and duties. Venue for criminal sexual conduct cases, a bill authored by Senator Gustafson, allows for expanded venue so it's made proper in multiple counties. There is, let's see here, Senator Gustafson has a bill relating to prisoners' license revocation required for certain acts committed by licensees. There is let's see here, Senator Rarick's bill on predatory offender system data collection and analysis and requiring a report. The Uniform Public Expression Protection Act, UPEPA, or sometimes called the anti-SLAPP laws, which is adopted on recommendation of the National Conference of Commissioners on Uniform Laws, is enacted. The Department of Corrections policy bill is included in here as well.
Mr. President, I have a point of order.
Inmate communication services required from counties. Prison education partnership information must be provided. And the governor's policy language related to MRRA changes is in here as well. Members, those are the provisions. Almost every one of those is coming back here in this conference committee report. I ask for your support for the bill. I'm happy to answer questions.
Before we get to your questions being answered, I did tell a couple of people that I wanted to make sure that we got to that place and then answer any points of order or anything that they're asking. Senator Liskey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm referring back to some motions that already happened, obviously, because you decided to not listen to us at first. So first I'm going to ask my point of parliamentary inquiry. I don't believe that you ever actually had a motion to close the board, and unfortunately I don't believe that you have the power to close the board yourself. So it should have been taken from the floor, not from yourself. And could you let me know if that is correct or incorrect?
All right. Senator Liskey, I'm not going to engage in debate with you. I certainly would be happy to talk to you offline and afterwards, as I have always been willing to do so. Thank you so much.
And then I have one more thing.
Senator Liskey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, my point of order is under Section 92 of Mason's, interruption of members when speaking, when permissible. I found that we rose a point of order, which has a higher order than Senator Latz's motion, which is to bring this bill forward, and you chose to ignore us in that process. We have a ability to raise a question, raise a point of order, and you need to give us a immediate. It doesn't mean it's debatable. In fact, you can say that it's very limited debate, but you still need to make a ruling on those points of order, and you need to do them in order. So I would say that this motion is out of order. Thank you.
Thank you. I will not rule on it, and the president decides who to recognize, although I will always try to be respectful, and we can certainly talk about that offline as well. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Point of order.
State your point of order.
Thank you, Mr. President. Under Mason, Section 576. Thank you, Mr. President. Under Mason's Section 576, refusal of presiding officer to perform duties. Under Section 1, it says, whenever the presiding officer attempts to thwart the purpose of the office, the power resides in the legislative body to pass the presiding officer by proceed to action otherwise. This right is put a branch of the power that legislative bodies exert in choosing temporary officers when the permanent officers are absent. It is not their absence that justifies the exercise of power, but the fact that they are performing duties necessary to the proper fulfillment of the functions of the legislative body. Inability or refusal to perform those duties has the same effect as actions in suspending the ordinary functions of the meeting and equally warrants a selection of temporary presiding officer. I'm going to move to section 2 under 576. When the presiding officer refuses to put a motion that is properly before the body, the proper procedure is to select at once a temporary presiding officer to put the motion to vote. Mr. President, earlier, Senator Drazkowski made a motion to adjourn. And Mr. President, that is the highest motion, and you ignored it. Mr. President, under Mason Section 576, you are not fulfilling your functions to properly recognize a member of this body and to properly bring forth a question that has the highest order. I'm not asking for any decision at this time. I'm submitting this to your consideration and your friendly reminder that you need to act as the presiding officer by faithfully fulfilling your duties, not ignoring them.
But I would also tell you that you should look at Section 575, paragraph 2. Senator Drazkowski.
Mr. President, I raised a point of order earlier. You were going to defer discussion till later. Are you ready to discuss Section 578, items 2, 3, and 4, and the fact that you appeared to refuse to put together or to put forward a motion asked for by a member that was in order? I brought a motion to adjourn prior to you opening the board and voting. The floor was open. There was not another motion before us. I brought a motion that was higher than the motion before the body before you opened the roll call for voting, and you ignored me.
So the board was already open. Thank you for it. I would also call your attention to 575. With that being said, I am now going to go back and recognize Senator Latz or anyone else who wants to discuss House File 5216. Senator Frentz.
Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. I heard Senator Drazkowski's point of order, but I did not hear whether or not you intended to rule on it. I would like to speak to it or offer advice if you do.
Senator Frentz, we did not, I did not rule on that, and I just gave the body some sections that they could look at, and if they want to talk offline, I'm more than willing to do that because I always think that's appropriate.
Thank you,
Senator
Mr.
Frentz.
President. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator Frentz, were you rising to ask for something, or were you just inquiring
I was, Mr.
because
President.
you couldn't hear?
I was, Mr. President. I would like to request a roll call on the Latz Conference Committee report adoption.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Rasmussen, this is kind of my blind side. I'm sorry that I didn't see you. I wasn't trying to ignore you. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the recommendations and conference committee report on House File 5216 be rejected and that the bill be re-referred to the conference committee as formally constituted for further consideration.
Senator Rasmussen moved that the recommendations and conference committee report on House File 5216 be rejected and the bill be re-referred to the conference committee as formally constituted for further consideration. Roll call requested. Roll call requested. Roll call granted. Senator Rasmussen, to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think there's a number of reasons that we should send this back to the conference committee, and one of the most disappointing was that this body effectively did not have the opportunity to debate numerous dozens of policy provisions Because when this bill, the Senate bill, came to the floor, we were told that this was a budget bill and that most of the policy items were not going to be included. However, from taking a look at the conference committee report before us, there are 67 new policy provisions included in this bill. And it's not that all those policy provisions are bad or good. Frankly, I don't know enough about them to know if they're good or bad or the impact they'll have on my constituents and on the state of Minnesota. But, Mr. President, that's the problem. We did not have the opportunity to debate these policy provisions in the Senate, and we simply took it to conference committee where the House had the opportunity to debate it, and they were accepted, and now they're in the report here today. And so, Mr. President, I would encourage members to send this conference committee back, this conference committee report back, and to have them focus on the items that we had the opportunity to debate here in the Minnesota Senate. If they want to bring a policy bill, I'd recommend they bring a policy bill so we can have a full debate and vetting of those issues, an opportunity for the 67 members of this body to offer amendments and to try to improve the legislation that comes before the body. Because I think, Mr. President, having the eyes and the opportunity for all members in this Senate to have input and discussion would be valuable. And I go back, Mr. President, to when this Senator Latz brought his bill to the floor, and we had a lengthy, robust debate. I believe there was more than 10 amendments that were accepted as a part of that debate. And I, for one, Mr. President, left that conversation knowing more about the policy and feeling that even as a member of the minority party, that we had the opportunity to have an impact on the final product, on the bill that was being sent to conference committee. With many of these policy provisions, I don't have that same level of confidence, and so I would encourage members to vote green to send this back to conference committee so that we can do this the right way. Thank you, Mr. President.
We are on the Senator Rasmussen motion to reject the conference committee report.
Mr. President?
I had Senator Limmer next, unless, Senator Limmer, you want to defer to Senator Pratt. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to raise a point of order pursuant to Joint Rule 2.06.
State your point of order.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as Senator Rasmussen just highlighted, there are 67 provisions in this bill that weren't in the bill as it left this body. They weren't in the bill, the companion bill that left the other body. All of these policy provisions came in from a different bill. And Mr. President, Rule 2.06 says a joint conference committee report must be limited to provisions that are germane to the bill and amendments that were referred to the conference committee. Mr. President, these are all policy positions that were not referred as part of this bill. They were part of a different conference committee and should come back as part of that conference committee report, not this one.
All right, members, I would like to inform you that I will submit Senator Pratt's point of order to the body, and the body will decide if the point of order should be well taken. Roll call requested, roll call granted. Anything else, Senator Pratt, before I recognize Senator Latz? Okay, Senator Latz.
Mr. President, all of the provisions that are in this bill are germane amendments that left this body when it went to conference committee. All the amendments that came back, they are related to judiciary or public safety topics. This is the Omnibus Judiciary Public Safety Bill. Of course, they touch on some other areas of jurisdiction. Some of them do, but they are all properly contained within this bill. They are germane. I encourage you to reject the proposed point of order.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that the body ought to find this point of order well taken. And again, we see components of a state government bill showing up here because we did not have a state government omnibus bill. There's actually an entire article that is a state that that would be germane to a state government bill. And so, Mr. President, I'll just talk about a couple of them here. For example, state government data and policy. There's provisions on the Office of Administrative Hearing requests. We have minute requests that are included for state telecom projects, local technology projects, replacing the North Star system with mn.gov, appropriations for that. We have cyber security incident reporting. That would impact all state agencies, political subdivisions, school district, charter schools. Again, that's another minute provision that should be in a state government bill. We also have a provision here from the Department of Administration, Mr. President, which as far as I know is not in the jurisdiction of Senator Latz's committee. And when I look at the bill that was referred to this conference committee from the Senate and from the House, those provisions would not be germane. If I would have stood up, Mr. President, and offered an amendment for this minute request, I don't think it would have been germane to the bill. Mr. President, would Senator Latz yield for a question?
Senator Latz, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Latz. Senator Latz, if I would have offered this minute request as an amendment when we were debating your bill that was referred to this conference committee, would that have been germane to your bill?
Senator Latz.
Mr. President, Senator Rasmussen, I'm not going to render an opinion as to a parliamentary inquiry here.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Latz. And I guess the body will have an opportunity to decide that. But again, we have rules for a reason. And the rules are there to protect the body, to protect the public, and to protect the process. And if we're not going to follow our rules, Mr. President, I don't know why we have them. And the reason we have these rules is to protect against expedient action. It's to make sure that we do the hard work to get the work done, to make sure that the bills get their proper vetting. And in this case, Mr. President, the point of order should be very well taken. Because when we look at Rule 2.06, and I'll refer to it again, that a conference committee report must be limited to provisions that are germane to the bill and amendments that were referred to the conference committee. A provision is not germane if it relates to a substantially different subject or is intended to accomplish a substantially different purpose than that of the bill or the amendments referred to the committee. And we have several provisions, in fact, an entire article that is not germane, Mr. President. And so I would ask members to vote green, to find this point of order well taken, so that we can focus on the judiciary provisions in this bill and debate them thoroughly. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Pratt, we're on the Rasmussen motion.
My motion.
Point of order. I'm sorry, the Pratt point of order. Thank you so much. I want you to be the last word, so let me just see if there's anyone else that wants to speak, Senator Pratt. Anyone else before we allow Senator Pratt, who is the author of the point of order? Seeing none, Senator Pratt, you will have the last word before we vote. Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it seems to me that this is a clear violation of Joint Rule 2.06. Let me read that section again. A conference committee report must be limited to provisions that are germane to the bill and amendments that were referred to the conference committee. And this was a separate conference committee from the policy bill. But, Mr. President, I'm also disappointed and concerned. I'm disappointed that you put this towards the body as a partisan decision rather than ruling as a parliamentarian. You've often suggested that we should come talk to you when we have questions regarding these rules. I reached out to you previously. I know I reached out to you several times yesterday asking specifically about discussing your ruling on Rule 2.06, and I never got a response from you. And so, Mr. President, I'm just concerned that now you are kicking this decision to the body as a partisan decision rather than as a parliamentary decision, when I've tried to make an effort to have that parliamentary discussion with you so that we wouldn't be at this point. I would ask the members that you're well within your rights, Mr. President, to put this to the body. I absolutely agree with you. I'm just disappointed that that's the decision that we've decided to make rather than have the discussion that I've requested on multiple occasions. Mr. President, I've been trying to take you at your word that you'll meet with members to discuss these issues, and I'm not quite sure when we're going to find time to do that. I would have loved to have done it during one of the recess motions that we had made today. Those all failed to be adopted, and so here we are. Here we are with a political decision that should be a parliamentary decision. Here we are asking the political body who's been trying to rush through this agenda, overrun many of the rules within Masons, when we could have resolved this yesterday. So, Mr. President, I'm going to ask members to vote favorably for the point of order.
Members, before we get to the roll call, let me address something with Senator Pratt since he thinks it's okay to have such a discussion on the open floor. So I will do so with kindness. Senator Pratt, yesterday there was a lot going on. I made the offer to you. You didn't make the offer to me. So I just want that to be clear, because I've always made that offer that if someone wants to come and talk about rulings or rules, I'm always open to that. You and I saw each other. We also went to the festival. There were lots of things going on, as I'm sure that you understood. In fact, you and I walked over this morning together, and you never raised this again, and you never said anything again until you got on the floor today. So I think that comes across a little disingenuous. Here's the last thing that I will say, Senator Pratt. Senator Pratt, I don't put things forward as a political decision. I ruled on several points of order today for members of your caucus because I try to be fair. It's never about a political decision, whether you believe that or not. So even today, I made 2 points of order where it was well taken that was in favor of a position that your caucus took. So to stand and say that, I think that's unfortunate, and I don't want to go back and forth. Members, if you ever have any questions, you can certainly do that, but I would hope that we would respect each other and not get on the floor and intimate that a decision I make as president to be fair, where the rules say I can give it to the body, instead of looking at that as a fair gesture so that the body can decide. Listen, it is up to those who are giving advice to their colleagues to persuade them. It is not to preempt whatever you think the decision is going to be and not look at what you could have said or done that would have been persuasive to your colleagues. So, members, a green vote will say that the point of order is well taken. A red vote will say that the point of order is not well taken.
Mr. President, just point
a roll
personal
call
privilege.
requested and a roll call granted. The secretary would take the roll. Senator Bowden, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
Mr. President?
Senator Miller, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Senator Duckworth votes aye.
Senator Duckworth
Waiting on
votes
two
aye.
more.
Senator Miller.
Mr. President, Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Yep, I'm waiting on one more. My wife did send me a text and ask how's it going, but I don't know if I should respond to that. Mr. President?
Senator Miller.
Senator Westrom votes aye.
Senator Westrom votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 32 ayes and 34 noes, the point of order is not well taken. Members, Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have one question. Are we on the motion to reject and move this bill to the conference committee?
That is correct, Senator Limmer. We're on the motion to reject. That's the Rasmussen motion.
Thank you. Well, I'd like to just make a brief comment about that. You know, a funny thing happened to and from the conference committee. Our bill, when it left the Senate, was called a finance budget bill for the judiciary and public safety. And when it returned, now that bill was about 50, 60 pages, and now we have 263 pages that are coming back from the conference committee, mostly having over 60 policy provisions in the bill. Now, quite honestly, that sometimes happens, and sometimes finance provisions trigger a context of a policy to be explained in a bill, but this really takes the cake, folks, because quite honestly, many of these are pure policy bills. I was quite amused and amazed at the number of policies that were in the House language, the other body. And as you can see, many of these provisions are now wrapped up in this new revised bill. So I would like to speak in favor of the motion to reject the conference committee report, simply because of those reasons. And as I did pass out a list of policies, some of them have never even had a bill, a companion bill in the Senate, which are in this bill. As a result of many of these amendments, they never had a discussion in the Senate chamber. That means that your people that you represent did not have a voice in the consideration and the advancement of these amendments in the process. So for that very reason, we are totally validated to reject the conference committee report simply because of that. There was a comment in earlier discussion oh no, these are all germane provisions to the bill. Well, how can a policy provision be germane to a budget bill? That's the question that we really should be considering. And despite the fact that it may be a germane subject matter, I would imagine that many of you do not have the understanding of many of these provisions. Some of them are rather complex. There's even a few here that I have some questions on, but some of you will, and I say this in the most generous terms, lack the understanding to consider many of these policies that are now in this bill. And that's because there was no presentation in the Senate chamber for you to understand these policies. For that very reason, we need to send this back to the conference committee and have a deeper discussion about each and every one of them. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I echo the comments of Senator Limmer. It's my understanding there's over 60 provisions that came back from conference that are dealing with policy that were not in the bill as it left this body. As I'm flipping through, well, before I get to that, Mr. President, would Senator Marty yield for a question?
Senator Marty, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Marty. One of the things that I have high concern of a continuing trend when it comes to legislation passed by the legislature as a whole, both bodies, is omnibus bills. I have a huge concern with that. One step, and I'm not even going to bring it up here, this is clearly a multi-subject omnibus bill. The next increment down of concern that I have is combining policy and finance into the same bill. And I have not, Mr. President and Senator Marty, I have not served on any committees with you. I've not had any conversations with you in regards to this topic, but it's my understanding that you and I, it sounds like you and I might share a similar concern of loading up bills, at least when it comes to finance and policy. So, Mr. President and Senator Marty, I just wanted to get your thoughts with this bill before us, with the over 60 policy provisions that came back that are now combined into the finance bill. Do you have a concern with that?
Senator Marty.
Mr. President, Senator Lucero, I do like to have us break down bills more towards what I think the Constitution requires us to do, and I think the Senate has been doing better the last 2 years on that, and I've been encouraging it largely in the policy versus budget because of the fact that's the one area as finance chair I have a little bit of say in, but I think we should be working at that. The one pushback I get is that we don't have floor time because some people talk very long about sometimes frivolous things, and that's disappointing because there's so many major issues we ought to debate on the floor. We don't have time for them. So I think the items in this bill are clearly in the jurisdiction of what we've had in the past and allowed in the past, and I would encourage us to try and focus our debate on the specific issues people have concerned about so that we can eventually move back to a better policy where we separate bills and have individual subjects more. But the individual subject of this bill is judiciary and public safety, and so I recognize the concern. I agree with the concern, but I think that in our current setting where we have long debates about sometimes very minor points and don't get to the bigger issues, I'm not sure how we can get people to do this unless they want to have year-round legislature, which I don't think a lot of us want.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate that. It sounds like there is some degree of overlap there of concern in regards to loading bills up, whether they be combining policy and finance or multiple subjects. You know, there's a phrase that comes to mind, Mr. President, as I was listening to Senator Marty, and that is, one man's trash is another man's treasure. And that comes to mind when Senator Marty just made the point, or the comment, I should say, that we're having long conversations on frivolous points. And Mr. President, when it comes to bills before us, whether it be the text of the bill, the provisions in the bill, one person, one member might find it frivolous, but another member, for whatever reason, might find it incredibly important. And so I take umbrage with long conversations being spent on frivolous items. But I do know that yesterday we spent roughly 10 hours, over 10 hours, doing nothing in the Senate while Republicans were waiting to take action for Minnesota. But the provision that's before me right now that drew my attention is a provision that begins on page 209, contracts for deed. And Mr. President, my recollection is that we did have this bill heard in the Housing Committee, and it's my recollection, I think this might have been a Senator Muhammad bill, if I remember correctly. So if my memory serves, Senator Muhammad and I appreciated her reaching out. We had a conversation. She brought this to me, and we, at a very high level anyway, we didn't have a chance to get deep into it, but I did share with her some concerns that I have. And her willingness to want to work together was one that I was very thankful for. As the session moved on, there was a lot of moving parts, a lot of things happening that I wasn't able to circle back, and her and I never reconnected on this particular bill. And when the Judiciary bill came to the floor initially, this provision was not in here. So it dropped off my radar in terms of priority because we hadn't circled back on it, Senator Muhammad and I. It wasn't in the Judiciary bill, so I thought, okay, I won't be able to examine what is before us and then offer some potential amendments if I still had concerns. But now it's come back from conference, and lo and behold, it starts on page 209, and just in my quick flipping here, it's at least through page 2, it's past 220, 231. So let's just, it's roughly 209 to 235. So it's a significant number of pages. There's a lot happening here. And as I flip through here, one of the concerns that I had, and I don't have my original bill, what I had all of my notes on, so I don't have all of my original thoughts of potential edits, but one that I see here immediately, I did see it, I'm trying to find where that provision is again, that I suggested, and Senator Muhammad and I did have a conversation. It seemed like she was receptive, but now as it comes back from conference, we can't offer any amendments. And I see that the provision, as I find it here it is, it's on page 224. One of the provisions that I expressed concern over is still in its original form. And I would draw members' attention beginning on line 224.11 through 224.17. Now, Mr. President, for contract for deeds, maybe I should take a step back. Contract for deeds, when it comes to buying and selling real estate, generally speaking, the vast number of people will perform a transaction changing title to property by either using cash or using a lender of some kind, a third-party lender. But there are circumstances where it may benefit the seller to act as the bank, to finance the property when a buyer doesn't have the means to purchase it with cash. And it could be that the buyer perhaps doesn't qualify for a loan because of some credit issues, or maybe doesn't have enough down payment. There's a whole series of issues. So there are benefits to the buyer, and there are benefits to the seller. There can be sellers that have lived in their home for 30 years, 40 years. If they have 100% equity in the property, they might be a senior living on a fixed income, and it is beneficial for them to offer a property acting as the bank so they can receive income at generally a 2 or 3 percentage points higher than what the going rate would be for an interest rate at a third-party lender. So there's benefits to both buyers and sellers. At the same time, I've seen the headlines over the last several years, and I think the most recent was this last, I think it was maybe last fall of 2023. There were some headlines of people that were entering into contracts for deed, and then the perception that they were being exploited, and there certainly are. There are people out there that will use contract for deeds to exploit buyers. Buyers that enter into them with good faith, but the sellers are not necessarily having the best of faith, and they will try to exploit those buyers. One such type of buyer, one category of buyer that I'm familiar with, because my wife, as I've mentioned before, is from Pakistan and has my entire in-law side of the family is Muslim, and it's my experience that the Islam faith has a concern with interest. And so there are ways, I know there's other programs that third-party lenders are using to try to get around to not violate a sincerely held religious belief as a tenet of the faith. But another avenue that's allowed these buyers is through a contract for deed. So anyway, that's some background as to why it's beneficial to buyers and sellers and one type of category of buyer who might be using this. But the provision that I drew members' attention to on page 224 is one that I expressed to Senator Mohammed. And specifically, I'm going to draw members' attention to line 224.14, price paid by investor seller to acquire the property. And then 224.15, it's the total purchase price paid by the seller to acquire the ownership. As I've mentioned, I have purchased many properties over the years. One of the things that there's an entire industry of small businesses, individual owner-operators, independent contractors, that there is a tremendous amount of opportunity out there for homes that are in severe dilapidated condition. And they get in dilapidated condition for a number of reasons. Maybe somebody owns the home and they don't have the money to update it or make repairs, or constantly real estate is in capital depreciation. So whether it be storms, roof, siding, the mechanical systems, any number of problems, as most of us are probably aware of, that can happen to property. Nevertheless, they fall into disrepair. And when they pass a certain threshold of disrepair, whether it be cracked windows, ripped screens, exposed wiring, there's a number of heavily soiled floor coverings, holes in the wall. There's a number of pretty much everything I've come across. I've come across mold, freeze damage, asbestos, knob and tube wiring, aluminum wiring. I mean, just a number of issues that are make it a concern. So what happens is these properties are not financeable. And so the value decreases significantly even more because they're not financeable, and therefore the only type of investor is somebody who's either buying it for cash or contract for deed. In my experience, I've purchased a number of these properties, as I've mentioned, that are severely dilapidated. They will not qualify for financing. So what happens is I've purchased properties for $25,000. I purchased one property for, this goes back a number of years now. I think it was $52,000, if I remember correctly. $52,000. And what happened was that property had freeze damage. So for those who don't know, so freeze damage is in winter here, the pipes freeze if it's not properly winterized by putting the antifreeze down the different drains, the traps and stuff. And the water pipe froze, and it had a layer of probably 6 inches of ice on the floor, and it resulted in mold. The point is, or another scenario I'll submit just as an example, it was a cat house. I bought a cat house for $40,000. You walked in, Mr. President, and within about 30 to 60 seconds, the amount of acid that was in the air from the urine of the cats was burning the eyes. It was just unbelievable. It decreased the value significantly. So what happens is the point, and I'm bringing up, and the reason I'm drawing members' attention to 224.14 is I am absolutely one who promotes transparency. And when it comes to contract for deeds, it angers me to no end when somebody's exploited. I know that there are sharks out there, whether it be used car dealers that prey upon people that are of lower income, whether it be, I think we even had a bill earlier this year, was it last year, the predatory lending type of industry that they prey on these people, I should say. Same thing happens with contract for deed. So I'm all in favor of transparency, but here's where I'm concerned. When it comes to real estate buying and selling, there's a lot of emotion, and there's a lot of opportunity for friction to happen. And so under the provisions then of page 224, the seller of the contract for deed now must include the price paid by investor seller to acquire the property. Here's the real scenario that's going to happen. This right here doesn't reflect the depreciation or the deferred maintenance. It doesn't reflect any of that. So in my scenario of the $40,000 house that I purchased with the cat house, I'll just use that one. I bought it for $40,100. $40,100 in 2011. And the contract for deed, Mr. President, bought the house for $40,100. I spent $6,000 replacing floor coverings. I had to tear out the floor coverings because it was all carpet. The first layer of subfloor, to get rid of all the urine, painted the walls, and it was completely gone. It actually, for $6,000 to mitigate the cat urine, it was an amazingly low amount of money. So I bought it for $40,100. I put $6,000 into it, so I'm into the house for $46,000. It took me approximately a month and a half or so to mitigate that property. I got it then appraised. So let's just say 2 months after I purchased it for 40 grand. Put $6,000 into it. It appraised for $90,000. Now keep in mind this is 2011. Right now that property would appraise for nearly $300,000. But in 2 months it went from $40,000 to $90,000, $50,000 of equity by me only spending $6,000 to mitigate it. So if I did not, but if I had sold the house for contract for deed, I still own that house. If I had sold that house on contract for deed, one of the provisions that I would have to put in here is the purchase price, the price to acquire. And that's my concern, because it's only going to reflect the acquisition cost of $40,000. It's not going to reflect that it had deferred maintenance. It's not going to reflect, in this particular case, it was a cat house. It won't reflect, in that other case, the $52,000 house that I bought with mold damage because of the freeze damage. And when you put these requirements in here without greater context, it can lead to friction, and friction is adversarial in the negotiating process when it comes to real estate. Because somebody might say, oh my gosh, you're selling this house to me for $90,000, you only paid $40,000 for it, you're a shark, you're a predator, and I'm not going to do business with you. I understand the motivation, it's transparency, I totally get it. But the amendment that I would have offered, Mr. President, and what I suggested to Senator Mohammed was, this line right here should be the total price paid for it, so acquisition plus renovation. That would better reflect the price or the cost that the seller has into the property. But I see that that did not get entered into this. So, Mr. President and members, if this was before us in the original bill that passed out, that's the amendment that I would have offered. It would have reflected the total price for the house in the condition that it was in or would be in as it's being offered for sale under contract for deed. That is the greatest degree of transparency. That would have been better so that there's knowledge of the buyer entering into the potential contract for deed, knowing not just the acquisition price, but the total cost of ownership of that property. That's why I am in favor of the motion not to concur, the motion to send back. Because there's other things that if this motion fails, that I'll go through in the contract for deed section that I have concerns with, but that's just one thing we need to do to have maximum transparency and fairness when it comes to these provisions. And I would say, Mr. President, while I'm in favor, I do believe that contract for deed in statute, it's been several, probably decades that it's been updated or reviewed. I'm in favor of incorporating some updates. There are many good things in here, in this bill, 25 pages or so of this, that I would be in favor of. But there are a handful that need to be changed. That's why we need to send it back. And so for that reason, Mr. President, I encourage a green vote on the motion to refuse to concur so that this can go back to conference and it can be improved upon. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion? Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, am rising to support the motion to reject the conference committee report. And I want to encourage members to think about a day that we had this last week. Last Wednesday, on May 15th, was actually a good day here in the Minnesota Senate. When we brought this bill forward the first time that this omnibus bill was heard, we had a demonstration here on the Senate floor of how this should be done the right way. We had a good substantive debate. We had amendments that were going back and forth. We had a number of amendments that got added in to help improve the bill that incorporated more points of view from more senators and members that were on this floor. And I voted for a number of the amendments. Not everything that I voted on got adopted onto that bill, but some of them did. And it was enough for me to decide at the end of the debate that day to go ahead and vote for the bill, because overall it became a really good bill here on the Senate floor. That's how our democracy should work when we're debating bills here on the Senate floor. That's the idea that was envisioned when this constitutional republic was set up, of a representative government, of the representatives coming and actually having input and making changes in substantive ways to this bill. So some of my colleagues have talked about all of the new things that have been added into this bill since last Wednesday, because unfortunately we've not had as good of days on this bill since Wednesday, when we had a really good day here on the Senate floor. And all of the policy provisions are definitely a reason for that. But Mr. President, I want to highlight some of the good things that got added to this bill when we first heard this last Wednesday that have now been removed from this bill. A number of the amendments that got the bipartisan support that this bill earned last Wednesday, this bill passed with 50 votes off of the floor of the Senate, a large bipartisan majority, because we had multiple members that got input that made changes that improved the bill. One of them was the limitations on the MRRA that would limit the early release eligibility for crimes of second-degree murder, manslaughter, criminal sex conduct, and trafficking. That's a good provision, Mr. President, to have more accountability for the most serious offenses. I think that's a common sense one that most Minnesotans would support. And we had bipartisan support for that provision when we first added that to this bill. I am really disappointed to see that it just dropped off the side of the ship so quickly. There was another amendment that criminalized attempts of sexual extortion. We got that added to the bill. I think that's another common sense issue that most Minnesotans would overwhelmingly be in support of. That type of behavior should be criminalized, should not be accepted in people's behavior with each other. And sadly, that one got removed from this conference committee report as well. There was an additional amendment that had extra requirements for reporting on subgrants. when subgrantees are nonprofits, different changes that they needed to have on how they use their funds and administrative costs. That's a common sense measure for more accountability so that we are good stewards of the taxpayer dollars that we are spending. That part got removed from the bill. We had several amendments, Mr. President, that for the first time actually got passed off this floor, increased penalties for protesters that have gone well beyond peaceful protesting and have started agitating and obstructing and disrupting society. Namely those that are protesting on our roadways and trying to hold up traffic and interrupt families, people going to and from work, emergency responders, all kinds of situations. That's a well-needed provision that absolutely has, I believe, a bipartisan majority of Minnesotans' support. If you were to ask most Minnesotans on the street, and I bet that would be similar responses, whether it's in your district, Mr. President, whether it's out in my district, or whether it's even further out in greater Minnesota, I believe that a large number of Minnesotans would think that's a common sense measure, that peaceful protesting is okay, but when it crosses over into breaking up traffic, putting people in dangerous situations, putting pedestrians' lives at risk, putting drivers in untenable situations, we've gone beyond the realm of peaceful protesting, and that needs to have more accountability for it. Unfortunately, all those amendments quickly got dropped from this conference committee report since it passed with overwhelming bipartisan votes last Wednesday. Not only was there ones on the actual obstructing, but there were some secondary ones on the same topic that had reports from DPS and so forth. And the final one that I want to mention, Mr. President, is there was an amendment to help create a crime or increase a crime for those who are fleeing a peace officer. We had some very compelling and powerful testimony from some of my colleagues here who themselves have been put in dangerous situations in the middle of high-speed chases when someone tries to recklessly escape from law enforcement, travel at a high rate of speed, and put other innocent drivers and families and kids at risk for getting into tragic and unnecessary accidents. That is something that needs to be taken more seriously and has the appropriate accountability measures in our state statute so that people that violate those laws can receive the justice that their wrongful conduct would require. And unfortunately, that provision as well dropped off the side of the boat since last Wednesday in this conference committee report. It's been a theme, unfortunately, Mr. President, that the majority has doubled down more often than not on their own partisan agenda, and the opportunities that have been accomplished to actually get bipartisan input on the first go-around of a bill then get jettisoned when we come back for the absolute final passage of a conference committee report. And that is a very troubling track record, Mr. President. That is not what Minnesotans sent us here to do. But over and over again, we have seen bipartisan measures, including ones that members of the majority behind me voted for themselves, then decide we're actually going to remove that piece that I supported out of the conference committee. That's when good policy starts changing into corrupt partisanship. That's when people start to get frustrated with the political system that we have and think that it's all rigged and it's all a game and they don't listen to people. We need to have substantive debates on this floor where we are taking in the input from members like we just showed 4 days ago, Mr. President, and then had proof of the good work that we did by a large, overwhelming majority vote on that bill. And unfortunately, since that time, this bill lost a lot of the bipartisan elements that was in this bill and added a lot more hyper-partisan and controversial pieces, including all the ones that my colleagues are talking about, the 67 other topics that haven't even been heard in any committee in the Senate. Members, I'm asking you that even though we're on our last day of session, we should treat this day more like it was last Wednesday than we should do what we've seen the last 24 hours. We need to come and work in a bipartisan manner like we just showed, and we need to be willing to stand up for and fight for the bipartisan provisions that we get in these bills. And if we do that, we have the opportunity to have an excellent end of our session that all of us can be proud of. We'd probably all go back to our districts and say, there's some things I didn't like that got passed, but here's a list of good things that we did get passed. And that's what we all want for the people of Minnesota. That's why I'm urging you to take this opportunity. We've got enough time here. We can get this corrected in a conference committee report, get some of these common sense bipartisan provisions back in this bill that Minnesotans want and that Minnesotans would support. Then we can have a good end to the session showing the excellent work we've been able to do on this last Sunday of our session. I urge members to vote yes on the motion to reject the conference committee report for those reasons. Thank you.
Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, I believe this report should be returned to the House. We should vote yes on rejecting this conference committee. Many of us were glad to support this bill as we debated this bill in this chamber, and I join my colleagues who are distressed, as should every taxpayer be distressed, that suddenly when the bill comes back to the Senate, it has over 60 finance provisions that maybe some on the Judiciary Committee have heard, but if you don't sit on that Judiciary Committee, we've not heard those provisions in this body. I think that's a problem. And I'm going to also mention just one piece that was stripped out that I think is very problematic, and it particularly goes to grantees. And so when the provisions left this body, there was an amendment added, I believe it was a Senator Kroon amendment, which required that a grantee, in order to be eligible to receive grant dollars, of course, members know, the public knows, those grant dollars are taxpayer dollars, the dollars that the government has taken and thinks it can spend better than the taxpayer. So those taxpayer dollars, when the bill left this body, that grantee had to have been in existence, folks, just needed to be a nonprofit in existence before January 1 of 2024. That's still pretty new, wouldn't even have 6 months under its belt. However, that very rational, realistic minimum requirement for being able to accept grant dollars was stripped out. I cannot understand it. And as I look at it, the amazing thing is, according to what's coming over to us, a nonprofit that's not even in existence yet, or actually it might not even be a nonprofit, according to what was stripped out, some person could receive grant dollars, but they haven't even formed They haven't even been organized yet. They haven't even been born yet. And so the new language says by July 1, 2024. So a new entity, a new person could qualify for grantee dollars, even though they're not even in existence. I think that's a problem. Overall, I'm disappointed to see all of these finance provisions come through without much Senate knowledge. I do encourage sending this back to the House.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I also would encourage members to vote and reject the conference committee report. I was just about a week ago here, and I told a very telling story of a man from Faribault, Minnesota, who was killed in a violent crime. He was an elderly man. He was ill. Road rage took over. A man hit him, went up to his car while he was still seat belted in, and beat him to beyond recognition to his family. Beat him to beyond recognition. An elderly man seatbelted into his car. Think of that, members. And I ask you to think about your fathers, what you would do, what you would want if your father was beaten at the side of a road while he seatbelted into his car. That family had to make very difficult decisions 8 days later to pull the plug. He died roughly 8 hours later. This is a violent crime. I offered the A62 amendment that day, and I was pretty excited because I got bipartisan support to support that, to eliminate those violent crimes from being reduced in the MRRA to 50%. I got 7 votes from across the aisle. Senator Frentz, Senator Gustafson, Senator Hultchild, Senator Kupek, Senator Mann, Senator Putnam, and Senator Seeberger all must have believed that's a heinous crime and that should not be allowed to be reduced to 50%. Now, I agree the MRA is a good thing. They educate and they do through certain things and will qualify you. But you can still do that and serve your time, the 2/3 time. Would Senator Kupek stand for a question?
Senator Kupek, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President, Senator Kupek. So you voted in favor of this, and we had bipartisan support. And so you must have supported the decision. So my question to you is, how do you go back to your district and tell your citizens that you agreed with that, and now today it's going to come back in a conference committee report, and we know it's going to be 34-33. There's no doubt. If there was sports betting, we could maybe do betting on that and bet. But it's going to be a 34-33. Senator Kupek, how do you go back to your residents and tell them you voted in favor of eliminating that?
Senator Kupek.
Sure. Thank you, President Champion. Thank you, Senator Jasinski. I would say, the conference committees, as Senator Marty was saying earlier, I also believe that it would be nice if we could move more bills standalone as they are, but conference committee reports, there are things, other things that we want in those conference committee reports, and sometimes when you are negotiating with the House, things get changed, and that is what happens in conference committees.
Senator Jasinski.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Kupek, for at least answering today. I also want to thank Senator Putnam and Senator Seeberger. I want to make sure they got thanked as well for doing that. But I find that disappointing. We all talk about single item bills and want to do that, and at the end we get pushed in. And I remember being here in 2017, my first year, and we were in the majority, and the minority was complaining and complaining and complaining. So this is what they do. And just going back to the crime issue of this and what's happening, we seem to be lowering the requirements of people who commit crimes. And I'll tell you, in 1986 to 1990, I served in the U.S. Navy. And I was in the Westpac, so I did many tours overseas. And before we'd pull into a port, our captain would get on the ship's 1MC, it's called, one microphone, and he'd tell us the requirements coming into this port be it Singapore, be it Hong Kong, be it Australia, and make sure that we knew certain local laws to make sure that we return safely to the ship. You know, sometimes we'd go off for 3 days. So I remember pulling into Singapore, and our captain said, Singapore is very hard on crime, so you be very careful of what you do. In Singapore, if you litter, this was in 1986, members, if you littered in the city of Singapore, you could be caned. And I won't go through the definition of a caning, but it's not something you would appreciate. Deterrence is good. And I will tell you, in Singapore, that was the cleanest city I have ever seen, because there was deterrence not to do bad things. In this bill, we had a deterrence to not commit heinous crimes by keeping those levels high for imprisonment. And now we're lowering the standards, and this has been going on for 2 years. We've lowered standards. We can have 15,000 unpaid parking tickets now, and they can't tow your car. There's so many other ones that have been reduced. This is not good for our state by reducing these. Please reject the Conference Committee report and protect your citizens in your districts.
Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, like's been discussed earlier, there's a lot of new items that were added to the bill after it left this body, and I have some questions on what is in the bill. If I could ask the author to yield.
Senator Latz, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Draheim.
Thank you. My first question, Senator Latz, has to do with the daycares and HOAs. Can you refresh the body what has changed with that language and what that applies to?
Senator Latz.
Yeah, Mr. President, members, the provision provides that a homeowners association cannot unduly restrict the ability of individual properties, either single-family homes or I believe it's just side-by-side townhomes, to be able to run an in-home daycare in their properties. There's a lot of more detail in there, around there, and it does not allow it in condos or apartment buildings, for example, or condos where they're all owner-occupied, and HOAs for those. So it doesn't open up the door to daycare facilities there. But if you're in single-family facilities, it makes it more available to have daycare there. And then there are some guidelines around what is allowed, what isn't allowed in terms of what restrictions the HOAs can put on it.
Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, Senator Latz. Would Senator Latz yield for a follow-up?
Senator Latz, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Senator Latz. I know we have a shortage of daycare, so I appreciate any work in that area, but I just want to make sure I'm clear on what is required or not. And the first thing that popped in my head when you were describing that provision was communities of 55 plus. Would that be, Senator Latz, would that be included in the provisions in this new bill?
Senator Latz.
Mr. President, Senator Draheim, I don't think that those communities would be in a position to be required to have daycares in their facilities. Although I will note, most communities of 55 plus, they're in the larger multifamily housing setups, even if they're owner occupied, larger condo buildings. So it's probably not an HOA of single family residences or even townhomes. It's really the larger apartments usually, but even if they're condos, they're the bigger multifamily facilities, and they are not covered by this bill.
Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President, and Senator Latz for your response. You know, in outstate, we do have communities that aren't in apartments or condos that are 55 plus. They're in communities with small homes normally. So I guess we'll have to wait and look. Do you know what page will Senator Latz yield for another question?
Senator Latz, will you yield? He will yield.
Thank you.
Senator Drahan.
And I don't want to dwell on this. This isn't my main question, but I care about housing, so I want to know. Do you know what section of the bill that is that talks about the daycare restrictions?
Senator Latz.
Yeah, Mr. President, Senator Draheim, it's on page 195 of the bill. It's Article 15, Section 7.
Perfect. I appreciate that, Senator Latz, and I will look at that and review it. And then my next question has to do with the safe at home provisions. So if we look at 166, I think it starts, let me pull it up.
Senator Latz.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I haven't asked him a question yet, so I think I still have the floor. But my question on this section has to do with the dates. Can you just describe the dates on that? I'm on 166.13, and I think this was in your original bill, or was this something new? Will Senator Latz yield for a question?
Senator Latz, will you yield? He will yield.
Actually, Mr. President, this is Senator Umu Verbaten's provision, so I will allow her to respond to any questions on that.
Senator Draheim.
Is the underlying author of this provision in the room?
Senator Umu Verbaten, will you yield? She will yield.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Can you just explain what part of your bill got added here and what it does?
Senator Umu Verbaten, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. The provision that Senator Draheim is asking about was actually not my provision. I believe it was Senator Lang's.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was on 166, and I think it goes all the way. I think there's another part in like 193. You know, and I think, Mr. President, members, this is part of the problem when we add almost 70 new provisions in 2 days. When we went all night last night, so you could take out 1 day. So we've had 1 day to look at more or less almost 70 bills. 70 bills stuffed into this bill. And what's more frustrating, Mr. President, is when we get cut off on the debate. And we don't have the chance to discuss almost 70 different bills shoved in to one bill, more or less in a day. And it reminds me of the bill we were debating when we did get shut off from the debate. And as you know, I was on the list. But there was one member that didn't vote on that bill, Mr. President, and that's because he had a conflict of interest. And when I look at this bill, with some very important stuff in it, and I'm not saying the 70 new provisions are bad. I don't know all of them. I've been looking through them. I've scanned about a third of them so far. But what if I had a conflict of interest? Mr. President, what if you had a conflict of interest and you didn't have the time to debate and to understand what was in this bill? We just heard, I asked 2 senators right now, and they couldn't answer about this section. They don't even know whose section it is. That's how much those sections were debated, Mr. President. And we've had multiple chief authors not present. And when we ask questions, Mr. President, no member of the majority would answer our questions. So obviously we're not ready. We need to send this back. Please reject the report. Thank you.
Senator Latz.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Draheim, I certainly respect your question. The confusion was because there are two provisions in this bill that make reference to safe at home. The provision that you identified on page 166 was a part of Senator Lang's bill. Senator Lang had a situation where there was a custodian, a grandparent custodian of a grandchild. And the grandchild was, when there was an order for protection was changed, the grandchild was returned to the custody of the daughter who had had a bad relationship with the grandchild and had placed that grandchild at risk. But the grandparent was not notified of that change in the order for protection. Grandchild was returned to the mother's home and suffered harm. I don't remember exactly what the harm was. So Senator Lang brought a provision to deal with this. The safe at home provision in the bill on page 166 addresses a situation where the custodian is actually a participant in the safe at home program. So there needed to be special language in there to make sure that the custodian could receive service of the change in the order for protection. So that's the provision there. There is a separate safe at home provision elsewhere in the bill that you were not referring to, but that particular one was from Senator Lang's bill, which we certainly support and is in its entirety in the bill.
Senator Coran.
Thank you, Mr. President. Rise in support of the motion to reject this conference committee report. Here again, we have another piece of early session failure in which the majority failed to convene and engage the state government, state, local, and veterans committee. We went through then and heard many, many bills once we finally convened. Heck, I think we heard some up into almost 2 weeks after the deadlines, the last deadlines, and just 2 weeks ago, we were still hearing new bills and ideas in the Committee of Jurisdiction in their first stop. What's troubling about it is the rules, as we've seen today, as we've seen from the beginning of the session, when we don't follow the rules for the great institution that we operate or we all were elected in, we're really destroying the process. And in this case, we're looking at I'm speaking on behalf of the state gov provisions for which we heard many, many, many bills in the state gov committee. We asked many times what the plan was in the committee. We're going to have a government policy, an omnibus bill, or an omnibus policy and finance bill. We never received a single answer. No clarity at all. Then we get into crunch time, and again, the majority, not super majority, you're voting as you have the super majority. You're really not granted that privilege based on the voters. But you control every aspect of the process, and yet we're here today. You have no vehicle that honors the process and the structure within this great body to put your state government policies in. So now we see them scattered all throughout all the different bills that we see before us and have heard. In this particular bill, or in the process, regardless of the content, is it really robs a committee of jurisdiction. And that committee of jurisdiction is the only spot where they get full thorough vetting and an opportunity to provide the transparency and participation for the citizens who expect and deserve it. We rob them of that opportunity. We also rob the opportunity from all the members who are the most likely to provide the best feedback and input to ensure that it works. That didn't happen again. And so in this case, I would have loved it. I think there's actually good provision. One of the good provisions is Office of Administrative Hearing Requests. They're doing great work to provide transparency and participation, some automation. Would love to see and make sure that it was holistic in nature and that we maybe could add some additional things to it if we had an opportunity to know it was even going to move forward. Other requests, minute requests, cybersecurity, the American Indian cemeteries all came through, as well as dozens of other bills. But now we see it here when you have very little opportunity. even when we could correct it and make sure, even if we disagree in many cases, we want to make sure that it is the best process or the best bill coming out of it. Heck, cannabis is a perfect example of that one. But we're really robbing everybody of the opportunity to participate in the great institution, and our citizens deserve more. Breaking the rules in this process is just another of many. For those reasons, I think we should all celebrate and support the motion to reject this conference committee report because it's the right thing to do. Let's try that today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Dames.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, members, and I too stand in support of sending this back to the conference committee. I think it's kind of interesting that we have a omnibus budget bill along with a policy bill, and this thing comes back with nearly 70 new policy provisions, and this was going to be a budget bill, and we have 70 new policy provisions. We have a bill that's 5 times larger than what's left here. It left here 50 or a little under pages and come back about 250 pages. So originally I was going to say I think this is a first, but I don't think it is. I think it's a second, because I said I think the same thing happened last year. We had a bill that came back loaded up with all kinds of policy. And what I find interesting is when we add 200 pages to a 50-page bill, you really start to wonder what happened. Did the Senate Judiciary Committee just get so overrun that they only ended up with a 50-page bill? The Senate Judiciary Committee, how did we end up getting that far apart between the House and the Senate and end up taking 5 times more policy provisions and putting them into this bill? Would Senator Latz yield?
Senator Latz will yield. He will yield. Senator Dames.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Latz, for yielding. My question would be, in your conference committee, how much of this bill was done with the entire committee, and how much of this bill was done between yourself and the chair of the other body in the back room and then just brought forward to the Judiciary Committee for approval?
Senator Latz.
Mr. President and Senator Dames, what we're dealing with was the House has a different practice than we have with regard to how they handle their bills. They tend to combine their policy into their finance bills as a matter of course they have for many, many years when the GOP was in the majority too, as well as when we are. So when we get into conference committee, that's the situation we're facing. So that in large part explains why we're dealing with a large combined bill. We did have some pre-conference conversations between the chairs and some of the other members of the people that we anticipated would be part of the conference committee. Unfortunately, because of the really lengthy floor sessions that we had here, we were not in a good place to be able to have a lengthy open conference committee like we would normally like to do and like I prefer to do. But we were tied up for so many hours on the Senate floor. I'm not going to repeat what Senator Marty said, but I agree wholeheartedly with what he did say in terms of what was going on here, that we were left with little choice but to do our work ahead of time and to bring it forward as chairperson's recommendations to the conference committee. And then the conference committee had an opportunity to have a conversation when we met as a whole group.
Senator Dames.
Well, thank you, Senator Latz. I appreciate your comments. I think what it really shows is that the problem is much deeper than what we're talking about. I think this year the Democrats forgot that they had deadlines, And so we kept hearing bills in committees, new bills in committees, long past the first and second deadline. In fact, I think we probably set the record for the most number of bills that went to the Rules Committee to be heard, new bills to be heard in committee. And I think that when we talk about the time we spent on the floor, when we keep adding bills long after the deadlines and just ignore them, I think that that's going to be a problem. And I think we're seeing that problem. And I think due to mismanagement of the DFL in this process, we're here today with a whole lot of bills to do and not much time to do them. So then we have a bill like this that comes back to the Senate, 250 pages versus 50, and we got probably a few hours to go in and take a look at that bill and find out what all has been added to the bill that's new to this, new to the Senate. And so I think that's very unfortunate. But I do think there's another first that was probably set this year too. I would question that in the history of the Senate, that there's ever been a conference committee to where the chairman of the committee was not on the conference committee. The Commerce bill, the Commerce budget bill was put together with the agriculture and with energy. That bill was pulled out and sent over to Cannabis. And yet, the chair of the committee was not on that bill. And I think that really says a lot about how we're doing businesses around here. And I know Senator Klein worked very hard as the chair of the Commerce Committee, and he worked hard on that bill, and yet he was not given the opportunity to be on that committee. And I think that's really shameful of what's going on in the Senate. And I sure hope that in the future, we take a look at the processes we're following, we take a look at the decorum of this organization and this body, and start respecting it for what it is. There's a reason we have all of those, we have the rules and regulations we have on the Senate floor and in the Senate. There's a reason for that. And let's look back and start following that, and let's start doing things so that when legislation goes off of this body, it's good legislation, and it's legislation that the communities and the public has had an opportunity to be part of, and it's legislation that all senators have had an opportunity to be part of, not just a couple of hours at looking at a bill that grew 5 times. I think that's really it just says so much about the control we have right now. Thank you, members, and support this bill.
Senator Uckey.
Mr. President.
Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Latz.
May I have an opportunity just to respond real briefly to Senator Dame's points? He was concerned about late bills, and I agree. That's a problem. Unfortunately, the Judiciary Committee got caught in a couple of difficult positions. One was our first one meeting that we had to cancel was the day after the shooting of the law enforcement officers and the EMT in South Metro. So out of respect to a lot of members and a lot of strain, and frankly, other people who would normally be paying attention to the Judiciary Committee, because that's within our jurisdiction, we canceled that hearing. Then it turned out the memorial service for those 3 slain individuals was on the same day as another Judiciary Committee meeting, so we couldn't meet that day either, out of respect to the desire of many members here, as well as the situation to participate or go to the memorial service. And then we meet at 12:30, which means, at least on Mondays, if the floor sessions run long, we run right through our committee time. And there were a number of occasions when there were long floor debates on what I would say were really unnecessary and drawn-out floor battles initiated and prolonged by the GOP, but then ran right through our committee time. So we honestly just didn't have an opportunity in those times, but we still had a lot of re-referrals from members' bills from both sides of the aisle that we wanted to give due diligence to and consider, and many of which are folded in to the bill that you have before you. So I'm not making excuses, but I thought it was appropriate for the members here to understand that we did everything we could with a very full caseload and with a very limited time to be able to get it done.
Senator Uckey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too stand in support of the motion to reject the conference committee report and send it back. And I'm just going to highlight a few things that are problematic within the bill, and then also some things that are just problematic in general. Number one, and this has been mentioned many, many times, but it has to do with the absolute horrendous growth of this bill from the time it left until it returned, with over 60 plus new provisions and a lot of new language that hadn't been heard in committee in either body. It's a trend we've seen a lot of this year, extremely concerning, and I hope that that practice never comes back again, because it would save a lot of the time that we were debating on the floor too, because when we haven't seen it, it hasn't been heard in committee, the debate has to take place right here, and that is a problem. But I'll get on to a few of the issues that I see in here, or that I see are missing, that I wished were included. There are a couple pieces in here that do a help or are follow along with the jurors. There's some different programs for them, some programming, and some different pieces for the court system. But the jurors have been an issue for years, and I've watched a lot of funding get sent through to the court systems over the time I'm here, but it's something that has come up frequently. I hear about it a lot when I get back in district and around people that work in the court system. Our jurors have been abused for years and years with the incredibly low pay and reimbursements for the time they give up to come serve the court system. So I would wish that this could go back and that could be adjusted, but more so, let's stop the practice of abusing our jurors and make sure that going forward we find out a way to direct some funding to them so that when they do show up and serve the citizens of Minnesota in our court system, that they are reimbursed in a more fair way. There's a couple pieces that are real concerning in here, and that is with our police officers, when they make it stop, they can't ask the question about, why do you think I stopped you? I mean, whether it's for a lot of different reasons. When I was in city council, we talked to our officers a number of different times, and this, of course, is a number of years ago. But I mean, whether they had taillights out or all those things, for our law enforcement, that's a great way for them to interact with that car and that driver. Because, yeah, they've got lights out, which are a problem, but when they get to walk up and look in that vehicle, they a lot of times find other very concerning things. And sometimes the questions that they ask are there for a reason, because the reply tells a lot. And the fact now that we're restricting what that officer can ask the driver when they walk up to that window, we're getting in between their ability to provide their public service and interact with those automobile drivers, and that is not good. And that same thing follows up with, if you smell cannabis, you can't inquire. I mean, if that's the only thing that's you smell, it, you can't go further just on that sole basis. If you walk up and smell alcohol, they're sure going to check further. Cannabis should be the same thing. They're both intoxicating products, mind-altering. They needed to be treated the same. We're going to see a lot of bad results. I mean, we've debated the bill last year. We debated it here overnight and again during the day today. The cannabis bill, we've got a lot of challenges coming at us with that. And then the fact that down to 18 years old and we can't even move it up to 21, things that are extremely concerning, and hopefully a lot of our predictions don't come true, because They aren't that, there's not a bright future with some of that. And the last thing, as I look through the bill, there's things in there for the Department of Corrections. And again, that's probably there's a lot of policy in there that has the Department of Corrections on it. So the part that I'm going to go on is the funding part. Our Department of Corrections has either shut down or is in the process of shutting down a lot of our county jails because they aren't up to standards. They aren't a big enough cell, or they've got one or two or three of these small things that they say, you know, you've got to have a new facility. First of all, if we're taking someone to jail to hold them overnight or for the weekend, we're not taking them to the Hilton, we're taking them to jail. But the other thing is, we're mandating these new jails on counties that have low population. They can't afford to do it. So if we're going to mandate those things from the Department of Corrections, we need to follow it up with some funding. So that's what I would be asking for in future bills like this is, if we're going to mandate something, we got to make sure that we follow it up with the checkbook, because they can't do it without some help from us. So, Mr. President, I thank you for the chance to point out a few things that are concerning, and I hope that we can do better. But for right now, members, let's send this back and reject this conference committee report.
Senator Coleman. Senator Coleman.
Sorry about that, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I would like to start with a compliment. I know I would typically save this for third reading, but on the last bill, I was on the list for third reading and did not actually get the opportunity to speak. I was silenced on that bill. So I would like to start by actually thanking Senator Latz for including a provision I've been working on for a number of years, the Level 3 predatory sex offender language that Representative Nash and I have been working on for quite a bit of time. If you recall, the city of Victoria was just devastated when a Level 3 predatory sex offender who had done heinous acts to young girls in my district was placed in a community with over 600 children, actually placed in a house, and his room could look into the backyard of a family with little children. And so Representative Nash and I have been working for a number of years since that incident to reform how we place Level 3 predatory sex offenders, and so I am grateful that this provision made it in. I do have a question, Mr. President, if Senator Latz would be willing to yield.
Senator Latz will yield. He will yield. Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Latz, if you recall, when this bill came to the Senate floor, we had worked together on some language regarding endangering the public while fleeing the police. I haven't been able to read this bill in its entirety. Could you tell me if that provision made it out of conference committee or not?
Senator Latz.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Coleman. First, thank you for your kind words regarding the Level 3 sex offender provisions, and to Representative Nash as well, who is gracing us with his presence at the moment also. It's an important provision. I'm glad we were able to include that on a bipartisan bill here. With regard to the amendment that you and I worked on together, Senator Coleman, I really felt strongly that it belonged in this bill. And I really tried to convince my House counterparts to accept it. They were not willing to accept it at this time in this bill. They want an opportunity to take a deeper look at the provisions and get some more stakeholder involvement or feedback from it. So it's not going to happen this year, unfortunately, but I'm pretty confident that it will happen next year because we'll have more of an opportunity to work on it together. I'd love to continue to work with you, Senator Coleman, on that provision. I think together we can get it across the finish line next year.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Latz, for updating me on where that provision was at. I thoroughly enjoyed working with you on getting that language into the bill. Members, I am completely disappointed to hear that that provision got removed, that the Senate position wasn't upheld with that. For some in the legislature, it might be just a small matter until you're driving down the highway with your children in the minivan and you're looking in the rearview mirror and thinking, are they about to get smashed into by a driver fleeing the police? It took me a couple of weeks to put my kids into the car after that again because it was a terrifying experience. And so for me, this isn't we'll come back next year, which it's been several years of that. For me, I don't want another family to go through that, and if there's something we can do by filling this gap in statute, then I would like to see that get done. So I hope that we can work together again, Senator Latz, on that provision next year. Members, I am going to ask that we support the motion to reject the conference committee report. One of the biggest hangups for me is the lack of ability to get input from my constituents. None of us have been able or allowed to go back to our districts to host a town hall or an open office hours event, to call the stakeholders in our district and to get their input on this. And I don't know how to go back to them and say that we are passing this massive legislation, but we'd never talked to you about it. I also would encourage us to not rush debate, to thoroughly consider matters like this, members. I remember I was at a conference where Ariana Huffington spoke, and she talked about how when she met with world leaders and executives and CEOs, that she would gift them a old school Ring alarm clock. No lights, no buzzers, nothing, and would instruct them to put their phones out of the room because of the importance of sleep. If you're making big decisions, if you're leading the state, if you're leading the country, if you're leading a company, you shouldn't be making decisions going from 9 a.m. the day before. And so, members, I would encourage a no vote on this, or a yes vote on rejecting the conference committee report, and let us talk to the people we represent.
Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I serve on the Senate Judiciary Public Safety Committee, and this will sound pretty pathetic, but over the last 2 years, when we're in session anyway, I'm not sure if there's anything that dominates my time and thoughts more than what's going on the Senate Judiciary Committee, and that probably says more about me than this bill. But even though I'm in the minority with limited influence, I'm still proud to be on this committee and the work we do on it. And there are many good things in this bill that I talked about when the Judiciary and Public Safety Budget Omnibus Bill was before us the last time, and I won't repeat all of those things for the sake of time. The Crime Victim Services, the needed funding for our courts, and many other things that I won't go into. But I did want to preface my comments that I still believe there are many good things in this bill. But I'm even more proud of the debate and the discussion that we had the first time that it was here, with all of the amendments, and many of them were being adopted. I had a couple of amendments adopted. I had a few other amendments that weren't adopted, but I thought even on my amendments that weren't adopted, I thought we had a really good debate and discussion, and that they were given a fair hearing. And sometimes you just don't get them adopted, and that's okay. So I felt really good about that debate and the discussion, and Mr. President, I was very excited to vote for an omnibus bill on a committee that I sit on for the very first time since I've been in the Senate. And I'm not just saying that, I was really excited to vote for it. But unfortunately, as other members have said, most of the GOP amendments were stripped out in conference committee. And I won't go over all of those amendments, as other members have already spoken about many of them. I'll just focus on a couple here. But the increased penalties for the highway protests, I thought that was something that I really, before I got in the Senate, I thought that was something that should be done, and I was really proud to be part of that. The scaling back of the MRRA, whatever disagreements we have on the MRRA, I thought that this scaling back of that provision for the violent felony crimes of, for example, second-degree murder and manslaughter, I thought that was a reasonable compromise while still leaving the MRRA and the 1/2 service of your sentence intact, but adding those to first-degree murder and the first-degree sexual assault provisions, so that somebody would have to serve 2/3 rather than 1/2 of their sentence. I thought that was a reasonable compromise. I was excited that got in there. I was very disappointed that it got stripped out in the conference committee. But I understand that, you know, those two, for example, and some others that other members have talked about could be considered, you know, I don't know why, but I guess can be considered controversial or partisan. I don't think they should be, but I can understand that maybe that is the reality and that they could get stripped out for those purposes. But even on I think an innocuous amendment that actually was one that I made that Senator Nelson referred to on the youth services grant and the subgrants by counties, I thought, well, that's a very innocuous, reasonable amendment. And all it did was it just said that a subgrantee would actually have to be a nonprofit and would have to exist before this legislation went into effect. And then it added 3, I think, pretty reasonable and common reporting requirements that would lead to transparency and accountability. So I was really, but even that one got stripped out. So I was very disappointed about that. But I won't belabor the amendments that were stripped out. Other members have done a good job on doing that. But I'm going to shift my focuses onto why I stand in support of the motion to reject here today on this. And that is that the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee is a really, really big and heavy committee. We had many committee hearings, many after the deadline, and sometimes our agenda had 20 to 30 bills on it in one single committee hearing, which, you know, it was a challenge for all of us, I think, to really do the best work that we could do on the volumes of bills that were coming through our committee. And I'm not complaining about that. That was the reality, and I personally did the best that I could with those very heavy committees. And, you know, deadline after deadline was missed, and I understand there was a couple very legitimate reasons to cancel a couple of those hearings. And yes, there were long debates on other bills, but there were so many deadlines missed with respect to the Judiciary Committee that I was asking around legitimately, like, what do these deadlines actually mean, and how is this happening? But you know, so I think that's ultimately what caused this bill to be in the position that it's in, where we're putting an entire judiciary and public safety policy omnibus bill into the judiciary and public safety budget bill in a conference committee. And that leads to 67 new provisions that was added in the conference committee. And these are big, heavy provisions, Mr. President. These aren't light things. These are things that we labored and labored and labored on in the Judiciary Committee. And you know, so I have a pretty decent, pretty strong knowledge base about what a lot of these 67 new provisions are, because I have the pleasure of serving on that committee. But I'm really concerned about the members that don't serve on the Judiciary and Public Safety, because I can't imagine, if I wasn't serving on the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee, how I could really make sense of these 67 new provisions that were added in this conference committee report, and really feel good going back into my district and telling my constituents that I represented them to the best of my ability when I had no real meaningful input or opportunity to make amendments on these 67 new provisions. And so that is my biggest concern, and my number one reason why I would support the motion to reject. And some of these are really good, Mr. President. Some of these new provisions, I'm not saying they're all bad. Some of them are really good. Senator Limmer's bill of protecting the personal information of justices, judges, and judicial staff and designating that as private data, that was a big, big assignment and heavy bill in and of itself, that even though I agree with it and I would support it as a standalone provision, I think members here should have had the opportunity to have their fingerprints on that big bill and to make some changes. Another really good provision that I liked that was added was the the railroad peace officers, allowing them. I think that was a common sense provision that was in the House portion that got in here. I think that was a good one. And of course, my bill, the conciliation court jurisdictional threshold increases, I thank Senator Latz for keeping that in the policy bill. I do really appreciate that, even though most people would say that's a relatively small matter. Senator Lang's custodian of petitioners' minor children required to receive notice for any order for protection hearing on an OFP or a cancellation or modification of that OFP. That was a really good addition. Senator Lang had some very powerful testimony in committee about that I wish everybody here in the body could hear. And then there were some good provisions that I think could have used an opportunity for some amendments on the Senate floor. And one example of that are the UPEPA provisions, which is the Uniform Public Expression Protection Act, which is a bill I supported and I'm actually a co-author on. But some stakeholders and some lawyers who practice in that area came to us kind of admittedly late in the process, but nevertheless with some legitimate and valid concerns, and it was too late to do anything about it in Judiciary Committee, which would be the ideal place to do some of those things. But it was surrounding the exceptions that the Minnesota version of UPEPA put in there that the model version of UPEPA don't have. And I thought, I've been trying to figure out the reasons for those exceptions, and I keep hearing about, they were from the state of Washington had those exceptions, or that they were needed because of the Minnesota Supreme Court ruling on why our previous version was unconstitutional. And I did some analysis on that and came to the conclusion that that was inaccurate. The Minnesota Supreme Court ruling that invalidated our old statute didn't need to have these three exceptions in there for this one to be constitutionally valid. So I thought that was worthy of some discussions and maybe some amendments on the Senate floor that we won't now get to have happen because we didn't have a Senate omnibus policy bill come to the floor. Some okay provisions that I think could have used some amendments from members that are not on the Judiciary Committee. The home daycare provisions for single-family homes in common interest communities. I think that was a very interesting bill that pitted property rights versus the daycare shortage that we have. A very interesting, I think, nonpartisan policy discussion that I think the body would have really benefited from if we had had that Judiciary Omnibus bill on the floor and other members having opportunities to bring amendments on that. And then there were some provisions that were added in the policy part here that I don't support and that I personally would consider bad provisions. Nevertheless, won't have an opportunity to bring amendments on that. And those would be the provisions for the changes of the age for delinquency from children who are 10 years old and older to 13 years and older. The provision about juvenile admissions while in custody, that was problematic. Law enforcement had some concerns with that. The retroactive relief for the felony murder for accomplices, I know that was a controversial piece that I think other members might have benefited from being in the discussion on that. The limitations on what law enforcement officers may say during a traffic stop. Senator Elke, I believe, mentioned that. I think that might have been fertile for some amendments because I think it'll result in more litigation and potentially disciplinary actions for our law enforcement. The guardian liability provisions, I know that we had a really robust discussion in Judiciary Committee on that, and I thank Senator Dibble for bringing that provision, and I was really kind of torn on that one, and I really liked the version about that would have created a task force instead rather than put this liability provision in there. Because there was many guardians who testified and were very concerned about this provision, and they testified against it because they believe that it will lead to a lot of layoffs of guardians, particularly in very difficult cases where there nobody in the protected person's life to fill that job. And I think we should have had a more broader discussion with amendment opportunities on that, even though Senator Dibble in good faith brought that, and and reasonable people can disagree on that provision, I think that would have been a very worthy provision to have here in a Senate Judiciary Policy Omnibus Bill. And then, Mr. President, the contract for deed provisions that I think Senator Draheim was alluding to, I believe, or he was going to, or anyway, I think those are that's a very problematic, as somebody who used to practice real estate law for over 15 years and used contract for deeds quite a bit. I really like the contract for deed vehicle. They've been around forever, as many things in real estate law have been. And I think that the provisions in this bill are going to severely limit the usefulness of that very well-established and often used real estate tool. And I know that there are good intentions behind this bill. There's concerns that people are losing their down payments on contract for deeds to predatory vendors, contract for deed vendors. And I'm also concerned about that, but I think that in this bill that we took a sledgehammer to the contract for deed when we should have used a scalpel. And maybe I'm sounding defensive of contract for deeds, but maybe that's the real estate lawyer nerd in me coming out. But I think that there were real estate lawyers that reached out to me on this, very well-respected real estate lawyers that are not partisan. I have no idea what their party affiliation is. And they told me that this bill very well could eliminate all contract for deeds for investors. And that, Mr. President, if that were to come to fruition, that would be very devastating, because a lot of people need contract for deeds to get into home ownership. They maybe don't qualify for a mortgage and they are unable to get the financing. And so the very people that were claiming to help on these contract for deed provisions may be the people that we actually hurt. And so, and really the rub on this came down to the provision on page 229 of this conference committee report, where if an investor seller terminates a contract for deed within 48 months of executing the contract, any portion of the down payment that exceeds 10% of the purchase price shall be refunded to the purchaser within 180 days of the termination of the contract. And to be fair, yes, the investor may offset against the refund for things like real estate taxes and some other things that are listed in there. But that 10% number is very low. And that is the appeal that that people like contract for deeds to get that. I think it would have been very important, and an amendment that could have been offered if we had this here on the floor with an opportunity amendments, to get that 10% number higher, because when a contract for deed vendor has to cancel a contract for deed, it's a very, very expensive endeavor. And if they have to refund everything over 10%, they very well might not do it, which is why there's concern among the real estate lawyers who regularly practice with contract for deeds. And Mr. President, I'm almost finished here, and I appreciate your indulgence. It's just that this is a big and heavy bill with a lot of provisions that I'm very passionate about. And I don't stand up and speak this long. This may be the longest I've ever spoken on a bill. And it's just because there's so many things in here that that are important to me, and that I feel like I have a good grasp on to speak on, to let the other members know what they were missing by not having a judiciary and public safety policy omnibus bill come to the floor. And for those reasons, Mr. President, I would support a yes vote on the motion to reject the conference committee report. Thank you.
Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will not be that long. I will say that when I first got this bill, when it first came out, I like to get them printed off and read through them. And I was pretty discouraged because I printed it off and I read through it, and I started comparing notes, and it turned out that I was reading through the House bill. And I thought, what a horrible waste of time. And so I read through the Senate bill, and we got that off the floor, and now I find out it probably wasn't that much of a waste of time, because here it is. But I do actually have a couple of questions for Senator Latz, and then just a couple of comments. And these are things that, as I was reading through the bill, the one question, if he would yield, Mr. President.
Senator Latz, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Latz, I'm going to ask this in a two-part question, so I don't have to waste time asking one question and then waiting and asking another. But the first question is, how many new task force are in this bill? And the second is the one task force for training for telecommunicator and standards board that has rulemaking authority. Why do we need another board actually that is going to be going to have the power, it looks like, of an up-and-coming agency?
Senator Latz, when you're ready.
Mr. President.
Mr. President and Senator Green, I believe there are 3 task forces in this bill, and the one you're referring to, I think, is the 911 telecommunication task force, which was a House provision that did not make it into the final bill, as I understand it.
Senator Green.
Oh, Mr. President, thank you, and Senator Latz, and I'll just tell you here, the one task force, among other things, deals with firearm surrender. So they're going to study how to take firearms from people. That's the one task force. The other one is the Telecommuter Training and Standards Board, which is actually going to be making rules and developing their own rules for the telecommunicator and this training that they're going to be putting on. And those are the 2 that I found in there, and that's why I was asked if there's another one in there. And you say that those are the only 2, but they are concerning, very concerning. Then the other thing that I won't ask a question on right now, but I'll save it for my last 2 questions for the end. But on page 94, line 20, is the use of force for transgender people, I guess, gender identity people, and it prohibits the use of force strictly on that basis, which was probably fine, except for that I don't know of too many police officers that are going to purposely go out and try to harm someone just because they're a transgender, but I do think it's going to open them up to lawsuits, and I'm a little worried about that one. I really would not like to see that go in there if we can get this back to conference. I do have a question on page 47, lines 19 through 20, Mr. President, if Senator Latz would yield.
Senator Latz? Senator Latz, will you yield? He will yield.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Latz. On that page, it talks about no training for excited delirium. I think that's how it's pronounced. I maybe wrote it down wrong. And I'm wondering, and it does go through it. I'm not going to read through the whole list of what that means. I think you can probably figure it out. It's stuff that happens to someone when they get into a situation where they become excited. Adrenaline starts flowing, as that's why I'm reading it. But why would there be no training for that for police officers, if I'm reading that right?
Mr. President,
Senator Latz
and Senator Green, the excited delirium is it's a concept that has been used by some law enforcement officers. It became more well known when the law enforcement defendants in the George Floyd murder said that that's what George Floyd was going through and justified their use of force. That resulted ultimately in his death. Unfortunately, that excited delirium concept or diagnosis is not actually recognized in science as a real thing. So the point here is to prohibit the post board from funding or reimbursing training that supposedly tells police officers about excited delirium and how to respond to it. It actually doesn't prohibit the training itself. Law enforcement officers can still go to providers if they wish to do so and receive that training. They just can't, and their departments can't seek reimbursement for that training from the post board.
Senator Green.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President, and for that answer, Senator Latz. But I will say that if you've ever been in a situation where you've had to deal with someone who was high or drunk, some training might do you some good, because folks get really strong. I've done it. I've been in that situation myself. And I did see here, it was pointed out to me, there must be one more task force in there that establishes motor vehicle registration. And I did think I read at least 3. So there's 3 new task forces in there, which seems to be common in the bills now. Task forces and more agency authority, and it's always a big problem. I've got 2 more questions, and I'll ask them one at a time. And I think that Senator Etke and I must think alike, because as he was reading them, he talked about the same 2 things, except for he didn't ask the question. And I'm wondering, the one is on the traffic stop, Mr. President, where you can't ask somebody why they were stopped. I'm not really sure. I'm not criticizing it. I just want to know what the thinking behind that was. If he would
Senator
yield.
Latz.
Yes, Mr. President, and Senator Green, actually Senator Duckworth just came over to ask me the same question. I was going to respond to it because Senator Utke had raised it. This is a good opportunity to do that. First of all, the application only applies when someone is stopped for a suspected violation of a Chapter 168 or Chapter 169 violation. So, for example, an air freshener hanging from the rearview mirror, or a cracked tail light, or even just speeding, Chapter 168, Chapter 169. And the reason for that is severalfold. One is those tend to be reasons why people of color are frequently pulled over. And Philando Castile, for example, was pulled over something like 40 times before he had his final fatal encounter. And the other piece of that is because the manner in which the law officers, some of them, ask these questions can be very provocative. It's not a, I pulled you over because your taillight is cracked. It's a more aggressive, do you know why I pulled you over? Not only can it be a gotcha kind of a question, but it can immediately escalate the tension between the driver and the law enforcement officer, which is exactly what happened in the Philando Castile situation. So the idea here was to at least reduce that tension-provoking interaction and try to create an environment for a more positive interaction when the reason for the stop is something comparatively minor, like an equipment violation or excessive speed. It does not apply if someone is pulled over, for example, on suspicion of driving while impaired, or for fleeing in a motor vehicle, or other more serious violations that might lead to a motor vehicle being pulled over.
Senator Green.
Mr. President, would he yield one more time?
He will yield one more time.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Latz. The last one is on the not being able to either stop or question somebody if you can smell cannabis in the car. When Senator Etke did bring up the issue of alcohol, and if you smell alcohol, that's a reason to actually search the car and find out if there's more in there. And so is there a reason behind not being able to search a car if you can smell cannabis?
Yeah, Mr. President and Senator Green, I'm glad for the opportunity to clarify this.
Senator Latz.
Thank you, Mr. President. And one of the reasons, because of what Senator Green stated, that if you smell alcohol, you can search a car. That's not actually true. And that's not what this particular language in the bill does either. What it says is you cannot use the odor of marijuana as the sole and only basis for conducting a search of the motor vehicle. It's codifying a Supreme Court of Minnesota decision based entirely on the fact that the consumption of marijuana is now a legal substance. Just like you cannot use the odor of alcohol as a sole basis for searching a motor vehicle, because alcohol consumption is lawful in Minnesota. You can drive with alcohol in your system as long as it doesn't reach the per se level of 0.08 or actually impair your ability to safely or operate that motor vehicle. So, but the officers can ask follow-up questions, especially if they are beginning to suspect something else. So they can look around to see whatever is in plain view. They can ask other questions about what's going on. And if they then develop probable cause that perhaps there is contraband in the vehicle, and again, it's not necessarily illegal to have certain substances in your vehicle, but if they develop probable cause or a reasonable basis for believing that a crime has occurred, then they can investigate further. And that may involve a search of a motor vehicle. It may, if it leads to an arrest without a search, result in a search following arrest. So I'm glad for the opportunity to clarify that. It's not that they can't pay attention to the fact that there's an odor coming from the vehicle, but it does not give them the sole opportunity to search the entire vehicle based upon that.
Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's all the questions I have, but I do have a comment or two. The one, I was just handed some information that the case that you were talking about with the Supreme Court was not based on legality, was not the reason for the decision that they put forward. So that doesn't really fit. But I will tell you that as a man I'm grown now, my kids are old, my youngest are 35, and so I'm past that where I have to worry about them. Well, I still worry about them. I can't say I'll ever get over that. But I'm past those teenage years where I used to stay up all night long, just like my parents did, I'm sure. And the fact that if my children had ever been stopped and they had smelled alcohol in the car or any other substance, it would have been my very welcome pleasure for them to search that car. Because even though no one wants their child to be arrested, I can tell you I would much rather have them in custody of the police than dead on a road. I live 5 miles from town, and in that 5 miles over the course of the years when my kids started to drive from the oldest to the youngest, which was about 10 years, 6 people died on that road, and the police officers were starting to call it Death Road. And they were, one of them was a young woman, but the other 5 were children, kids, just barely old enough to drive. Some were for alcohol, some were for speed. I can't think of anything worse. And so when we're going after the police officers for maybe doing their job, I don't think we should be assuming what we think happened with the Castile case. We don't know that. And police officers are human beings, and if the adrenaline starts flowing and they get into a situation, then they are going to act like human beings, and we need to take that into consideration. But that's beside the point. I won't belabor that. I will say that there's enough in this bill, and when we get to third reading, I will probably have more. But I'll end this here for this part of it. But I say there's more than enough reasons. Even the omnibus bill alone would be enough to send this back to conference, and so I would hope that people would vote for that.
Senator Howell.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I serve on the Judiciary Public Safety Committee, and I want to start out with, I come from the public safety side, Mr. President, because of my fire background. I served a number of years as a firefighter EMT on a career department. I served as a fire marshal, fire investigator for a number of years on a career department. I served as a firefighter EMT. I've served I got the opportunity to actually serve as a fire chief for a few years. So fire safety is very important to me. And I want to say that I do thank Senator Latz for including a couple of provisions of mine in here. The Veteran Restorative Justice Program, getting a report on that is very near and dear to my heart from the veteran side, because I've got soldiers that served with me in Iraq that are actually trying to use that program, and they have nothing good to say about it, tell you the truth. And that is what really prompted me to try and get that report in, because we need to find out what's wrong. And the only way we can fix it is if we know what's wrong and get the data. And so that provision is very important to me, and I want to thank Senator Latz for including that. And then the other piece, in my civilian role, I serve as a housing inspector, and I've seen some of my colleagues have issues when they unknowingly go into a sexual offender's place to do an inspection and getting insulted. So that public agent's notification of a level 2 sex offender is another important piece that I appreciate Senator Latz including in this piece. But I do have a few questions for Senator Latz if he'd yield.
Senator Latz, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Howell.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Latz, could you tell me how many conference committee hearings were posted on the Senate web? Oh, let me start over. How many conference committee hearings posted on the Senate's website were held on Senate File 5216?
Senator Latz.
Mr. President, Senator Howe, 1.
Senator Howell.
Would Senator Latz continue to yield?
He will yield. Senator Howell.
Senator Latz, how long did the conference committee publicly deliberate prior to adopting the conference committee report?
Senator Latz.
Mr. President, Senator Howe, about an hour and a half.
Senator Howell.
Thank you, Mr. President. And one last question. Did the conference committee provide an opportunity for the public to testify on Senate File 5216?
Senator Latz.
Mr. President, Senator Howe, the posting was available for, I think, 3 or 4 hours prior to the conference committee meeting, and we did take public written testimony.
Senator Howell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have one more question, if he'd continue to yield.
He will yield, but you said the last one was your last question. I know, I'm messing with you. Senator Howell.
You know, Mr. President, it's been a very long time here, and things. Sometimes we get a little confused. But how soon before the conference committee were the Senate conferees appointed?
Senator Latz.
Mr. President, Senator Howe, I thought we had a 3-strike rule here, but apparently he's turning into a lawyer serving on Judiciary Committee, so he gets a 4th question anyway. In terms of the formal appointment, I don't know the exact timing. I believe the formal appointment was the same day. However, I did notify Senator Limmer, I think the day before, maybe 2 days before. I'm not entirely sure now, my recollection. After he'd voted for the bill leaving the Senate floor, that I would really appreciate his service on the conference committee.
Senator Howell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for that answer, Senator Latz. Well, with that, I've got some more comments or questions about the specific provisions in the bill later on, but I will say that an hour and a half on 68 new provisions in this that they accepted and the ones they rejected, I don't think an hour and a half is enough. And for that reason, that's why I asked the members to reject the conference committee report. And as we head to 3rd reading, members, you know, I want to just make sure that we understand I'm concerned about the decorum of the Senate, and I don't want to see our institution go to a point where we can't recover the institution. And members, we have the right to try and persuade the majority to accept our views. This is right out of Mason's. And there's no legal wrong from such an attempt for us to convince you to vote with us. And it goes further to say it is the right of the minority, of which right they cannot be deprived by the will of the majority. So keep in mind, this is one of the few rights in the minority we have, and if we're not provided this right, the decorum of this institution will suffer further than just in this session. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Pratt.
Mr. President, I'll pass until third reading.
Senator Dornick. Senator Grudenhagen. We are on the Rasmussen motion. The secretary will take the roll on the Rasmussen motion to reject the conference committee report. Senator Bowden, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report that Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Dietzig votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
And Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Port votes no. Senator Miller, when you're ready, just let me know, okay? Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator
40.
Wiesenberg votes aye.
Say it one more time.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye.
Senator Wiesenberg votes aye. We're waiting for one more. Just be patient. Senator Miller.
Mr. President, Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the motion to reject the conference committee report fails. Members, we are now on the underlying amendment motion, which is the Senator Latz motion. Roll call requested, roll call granted. We can go forward and then we can do the third reading, you all, okay? On the last motion to adopt, the secretary will take the roll. Senator Bowden, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Herr votes aye.
Senator Herr votes aye.
And Senator Port votes aye.
And Senator Port votes aye. Senator Miller.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Johnson votes no.
Senator Johnson votes no.
Senator Wiesenberg votes no.
And Senator Wiesenberg votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. With there being 34 ayes and 33 noes, the motion to adopt the committee report is adopted. The secretary will give the bill its third reading.
House File Number 5216, a bill for an act relating to state government providing law for judiciary, public safety, and corrections.
Third reading. Those who wish to be on the list, Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, before I begin my comments, I just wanted to let the body know that our discussion, I had inadvertently questioned your integrity. That was not what I meant to do, and I apologized for unintentionally questioning your character. Mr. President, I'm disappointed that two provisions added to the bill were removed in conference committee. Both provisions had strong bipartisan support. They were things that I worked out with my local county attorney, and they were really part of a suite of bills designed to strengthen Minnesota's response to sexual exploitation. I'll remind members that this all began when our county attorney and our sheriff were talking about this issue to the local Rotary Club, and many members were shocked to find out that we had such weak penalties in this state that we often tried to charge them under federal law as often as possible. But we added two of those provisions, two of those that wouldn't cost any additional money. We added one that would have made attempted sexual exploitation a crime. And you may remember that I talked about the fact that we have attempted murder as a crime. We have attempted robbery as a crime. We have attempted drunk driving as a crime. We have all these laws where even if the criminal has a change of heart or is incompetent to carry out the crime for whatever reason, they can still be charged with attempting to do it because they took so many steps in setting up that crime. And these are not crimes that just happen on a whim. These sexual exploitation crimes happen over a period of time. They are set up. The conditions are made ripe for the offense to occur. Mr. President, we passed that on a roll call vote, a strong roll call vote, bipartisan across the board, because we believe that just because the conditions are ripe, someone should in fact still be charged with the attempted crime, just like they are in many other cases in our state law. In fact, we have a whole section of statute, or a whole statute dedicated to attempted crimes, and for some reason, sexual exploitation is specifically drawn out. I remember watching a TV show where it's one of those stings where they set it up and the offender thinks they're talking to an underage person and they're trying to set up these relationships, and they show up to the house and the cops arrest him. And I remember in one case, the guy drove up, he parked his car, and he sat there for a while, and he just had this idea that something wasn't right. He had done everything online to set this crime up. He had sent graphic pictures. He used graphic language. And his intuition was like something wasn't right, and he tried to get away, and he was arrested, and he was booked for attempted exploitation. And that's how it should have been. But had that same crime happened here in the state of Minnesota, he might have been charged with something, but it wouldn't have been for that. And Mr. President, I think it's a shame that we are not protecting our young people from this horrific crime. The other one, Mr. President, that got taken out that we did in fact take a roll call on, and it got, I don't remember the vote count, but it got broad bipartisan support, was excluding sexual criminal exploitation from early release under the MRRA. That would then allow some of those sentences to be reduced down to about half of what a judge gave them in punishment. Mr. President, I've talked to victims. I think I mentioned the other night that we have, through the link, which I know many of you are familiar with, they offer many services, we have a facility in Prior Lake called Passageways, where we offer housing and support to victims of sexual exploitation that range between 12 and 24 years old. Let me say that again. Victims of sexual exploitation between 12 and 24 years old. And their stories are horrible. They are absolutely heartbreaking. The amount of damage done to these young people that they need to cope with and recover from is just astounding. And Mr. President, I can't imagine why we would want that criminal out, even with rehabilitation, even with education, why we would want that criminal let out early. I submit to this body, Mr. President, that there are certain crimes that are committed, certain acts that are so heinous that we should not grant that type of leniency. I'm all for granting grace, but I'm sorry, Mr. President, for me, this crosses the line. There's no way someone, after doing that type of damage, after victimizing someone that badly, that they should get to walk out of prison with only half their sentence served. Those were two provisions that we added on a strong bipartisan basis. And Mr. President, I'm disappointed they're not there. I was a yes vote on this bill going out the door. Like many of my colleagues, I was pleased with the bipartisan work we're able to be doing. Mr. President, I submit it was probably one of the best bills and best working conditions that we've had in this body in the last 2 years. And I thank Senator Latz and congratulate him for passing a good bill that got 50 votes going out the door. Mr. President, I won't be voting for this bill at the end of the day today. We've taken a good bipartisan bill and we've made it more partisan. We brought in a bunch of provisions that should have been ruled by this body in violation of Joint Rules 2.06, but we put that to a political decision and decided that we were just going to move ahead. To hell with the rules, we're just going to plow through. And for those reasons, Mr. President, I will be voting no, and I encourage all of the members to vote no on this bill.
Members, we have a list. I have Senator Liskey, Lang, Weber, Gruenhagen, Matthews, Kroon, and Farnsworth, and Housley, and Lucero. Senator Liskey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'll try to be brief, as I normally am. Will Senator Latz yield for a question?
Senator Latz will yield. Senator Liskey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and Senator Latz, I was informed that a Senate file, one of these new provisions that we've been hearing about so far today, Senate file 3958 was included. Senator Latz, was the entirety of Senate file 3958 included, or was just a portion of it included?
Senator Latz.
Mr. President, members, this is the provision that we already addressed relating to the odor of cannabis as serving as a sole basis to search a motor vehicle. Mr. President, Senator Liskey, I don't have the entire Senate file in front of me. I can't tell you what else was in that Senate file. I can tell you what is in this bill is the provision that prohibits a search of a full vehicle based solely upon the presence of the odor of cannabis.
Senator Liskey.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Latz. I guess the only reason I was asking is because I believe in Senate File 3958 it talks about also consent searches, and I was reading through this bill here in front of us, and I could only find the section under Section 5 on page 44. It was lines 44.3 to 44.7, or 44.6, sorry. And so I'm not a fan of the language in general, but you know, I can appreciate that at least you didn't do the removal of consent searches. I think that was probably in the bill, but not in this bill. So I can appreciate that portion. The thing that I'm still concerned with is that when our peace officers are pulling someone over for erratic driving, and a lot of times the argument of erratic driving itself is not a very good argument. So they like to find as much as they can to support the reasoning. And in this specific case, the noxious smell of cannabis tends to be a pretty good argument as to an included reason as to why they were pulled over. And so my concern here is that we're suddenly now changing the ability for these officers to be able to find out if that person was driving while impaired. It's a pretty serious issue to have people driving under the impairment of any drug or alcohol or anything of that nature. And so I've reached out to a bunch of local law enforcement officers about that provision. I was more in line with the whole bill, I believe, 3958, and they were very much opposed to some of this language because, of course, if somebody gives you permission to search their vehicle, you can search their vehicle. It'd be no different than if I said, "Hey, can I check out your trunk?" And you were looking in and seeing what they had in their trunk because they said sure. This would be considered an issue for me, and I'm really concerned that law enforcement's going to have a harder time working towards finding cases when they are driving under impairment. And so with that, I urge a no vote here on the passage of this bill, and I will be voting no as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Liskey. I'm going to Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'd like to just offer my sincere thanks to Senator Latz for including a provision in the bill that both he and Senator Limmer co-authored with me. This particular portion of the bill centers around an incident that happened in my district 2 years ago, March. And the incident, Mr. President, actually in the bill in particular, relates to something rather simple. And what the bill does, or this portion of the bill, is it provides notification for an order for protection. So a restraining order that is placed upon an individual and or lifted from an individual, a family member or a concerned individual may have the opportunity to be notified. Now, Mr. President, that seems like a very simple notion. I think I can say as a body that it probably doesn't seem like that big a deal, but 2 years ago in March, Mr. President, a young man in my district, 13 years old, was stabbed to death. He was stabbed to death by a person that I won't repeat the name here on this Senate floor. And the young man that was stabbed to death, his name is Isaac Hoff. He was a friend of my two young sons. He played baseball with them. He was well known in the community. And Isaac didn't necessarily have an easy upbringing in his short time here on earth. And his mom had some issues where she was in and out of facilities. And Isaac was raised by his grandmother since he was 2 years old. She had custody of him and tried real hard, Mr. President. And I would have liked to have had the family here today so we could have talked in detail about what it is, but I know the time is growing short. So I'll just say that Isaac went over to visit his mother, and the order for protection against her abusive ex-boyfriend who had threatened to kill the mother and threatened physical harm had been lifted. And if the grandmother would have just known, that he would not have been allowed to go over and visit his mother, and he'd probably be with us here today, Mr. President. It's quite the tragic story, and it's very few times where I can stand here on the Senate floor and say, I wish I wasn't talking about this. I wish I wasn't having to write a bill, but, Mr. President, and Senator Latz and Senator Limmer and the Judiciary Committee as a whole, I think this is a time where I can stand here and say, we're doing the right thing. This is a small provision, and hopefully in the future it'll save lives. So thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, both Senator Limmer and Senator Latz.
Senator Weber.
Thank you, Mr. President. I feel compelled to stand and speak on this bill today, which is something I hardly ever do concerning the Judiciary and Public Safety Bill. But Senator Limmer in his comments made a statement that moved me to do so, which is also a statement I never thought I would say. But Mr. President, be serious, and this is a very serious bill as it deals with the safety of our citizens and our law enforcement. When we look at 67 new measures that were brought into this bill that did not go through the Judiciary Committee, Senator Limmer made a statement about them being something that not everyone is going to be able to comprehend the gravity of all of those statements and of all of those policies and all those bills. And so I proceeded to look up a few of them, and the first one or two I thought, okay, I understand that, I think it makes some sense, I don't have a problem with it. And then I saw a couple more that, quite frankly, Mr. President, I'm not quite sure what they have to do with anything, to be honest. And that points to the importance of the committee work that is done, excuse me, not only in the Senate, but in the other body, because we need to be able to go to the committee members that we have in that respective area and be able to get from them information that helps us understand the gravity and the importance of particular elements included. And when that ability and when that exposure to these bills and these issues is not allowed to happen, Mr. President, we as members have nowhere to go to seek information, to seek clarification, and quite frankly, we're voting on a large list of unknowns. And that is truly unfortunate. And for that reason, Mr. President, today I have to vote no on this bill, and I would encourage all to do the same. Thank you.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I just, a lot of what I was going to reference has already been said, both good and bad, or concerns. But I do have a couple questions if Senator Latz would yield.
Senator Latz will yield. Senator Gruenhagen.
Well, Senator Latz, when the bill left the Senate floor, it had several provisions regarding obstructing traffic. I believe one was Senator Lucero's, another was Senator Howe's. And again, I was looking through the bill. Were those provisions removed that, as far as obstructing freeway traffic?
Senator Latz.
Mr. President and Senator Gruenhagen, I don't know the provisions necessarily by their authors, but there was a provision that left this floor that did raise the level of crime for obstructing highway traffic and airport access traffic from a misdemeanor crime to a gross misdemeanor crime. That was an amendment that went on the Senate floor with my personal support. I believe it to be the right approach to public safety. Unfortunately, the House firmly rejected it, and I was not able to bring it back to the floor here today in the conference committee report.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you. Thanks for that response, Senator Latz. Yeah, that is really unfortunate. I mean, most of us are aware of the problems that happened during those blockage of the freeways and even the airports. And, you know, we're talking about ambulance traffic. We're talking about fire departments possibly being blocked, airport, missing your airplane, which, again, isn't a life or death situation. But, and then we talked about the semi that during the George Floyd riots that accidentally went onto the freeway and the person was beat pretty bad, and fortunately nobody was hurt. And it just, to me, it's one of the key things, not being a lawyer and not being involved with some of the other stuff, that I sure wish we would have addressed. And it's unfortunate the House took a strong position against it, because people's lives are affected. A person could die if the ambulance doesn't get there on time, or being transferred from one hospital to another, or a whole host of other situations. So, members, that's one of the reasons, along with other ones that have been mentioned, that I got a hard time, I just can't support this bill. The other question I've got, if Senator Latz would yield.
Senator Latz will yield.
On page 67, it has to do with juvenile admissibility when deception is used. It says it's 67.6 down to 67.22. And basically it says that a law enforcement officer's interrogation of a juvenile involuntarily, or is presumed to have been made involuntarily and inadmissible in any proceeding, and therefore it can't be used as evidence in the juvenile situation. I guess the question is, you know, I mean, law enforcement, I think, if I understand correctly, they're under penalty of perjury if they fill out a report incorrectly, and why would we put this provision in the bill where law enforcement's interrogation and evidence that comes out of there can't be used? If Senator Latz would yield.
Senator Latz.
Yes, Mr. President, Senator Gruenhagen, first I'm going to correct a misstatement which I've heard on this floor before, which is that a law enforcement officer is under penalty of perjury if they fill out a report inaccurately. That's not true.
Oh.
That's just flat out not true. A police report is not a sworn affidavit or statement by the police officer. It is there may be other concerns or incentives for them to be true and accurate. One would hope that they always are, but they are not sworn statements. There's no oath before completing that report. So I just want to set that baseline. But what you have in front of you in this bill today is a situation where the police officers would not be allowed to lie or mislead a juvenile that is in custody during an interrogation. Basically a post-Miranda. They're arrested, they're in custody, they're not free to leave. The police officers can't lie to them when asking them questions, like saying something that is not true about what they already know, someone else that they're also suspecting to have been involved in a crime, those kind of things. The original bill had that prohibition in there for all custodial interrogations. This is narrowed down only to juveniles, and with the juveniles limitation in there, the law enforcement stakeholders in this supported this provision in the bill. And what it does is it says if a statement is obtained as a result of the police officers lying during that interrogation, that information is not admissible in court in legal proceedings that might be used to try to convict that juvenile of a crime or find them delinquent in a juvenile court.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you. Thanks for that correction, too, as far as the officer's written statement. You know, I know quite a few of my local law enforcement, of course, most of them in the rural area, but I just don't see where putting this type of restriction on law enforcement and assuming that what they obtain is automatically false is going in the right direction. I mean, the presumption is that what they're doing is not correct, and I think most police officers would fall into the category of what they're doing. They try to make sure they are correct. So, members, the other areas of concern have basically been touched on. Those two areas in particular, especially the part about obstructing traffic, that those provisions were removed. With that and the addition of the 67 additional policies that were added to the to this bill when it left the floor, I'm going to have to recommend a red vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. Here on third reading, I do want to point out some of the pieces that I do support that are in this bill. And I wish that we had been able to do a slimmer, clean judiciary funding bill, because these are very needed projects, needed stipulations that we're funding in here that I wish that we could have done in here. But I do want to thank the author for his work on these issues that include over $5 million in funding for cybersecurity. I know that is an issue right now of making sure that court computer systems have the needed protection up to date. I know there have been some overhauls done on a couple of their databases and systems recently to ensure that that security is in place. That's definitely needed funding for the judicial branch. The $500,000 and I believe it was for grants for courthouse security, or the funding in here is one time for courthouse security. As each county is evaluating their own needs, they've got that available to them to do any needed upgrades that they identify for their unique position. I appreciate, I spoke about this quite in depth last time, the over $5 million to pay for court interpreters. They went on strike a few months ago. in order to get more compensate pay with what they could get in other areas. And this is very needed to make sure that we can adequately and correctly represent our clients, especially those in public defenders' offices, rely on them heavily to be able to work with the clients that they see on a daily basis. And so I'm grateful that we have that funding in there as well. Additionally, there's funding in here for mandatory psychological evaluations, for jury per diem and mileage, to make sure that we have the people that we need to be able to have trials in front of juries of peers and make sure that they are compensated for the time they spend with those. So a lot of the core judicial funding in here is very needed, very necessary, and going back to where we need to look at and try to do single subject bills in the future, this would be one area that would be an excellent example of where we could do this and do it right. Because this is something that's very needed, would be very good to put a strong bipartisan stamp on issues like these if this was set up in a standalone bill. So I want to urge the body to consider that. We'll be back next year again, and it'll be a budget year, and we'll have this whole process from the beginning once again, and it'll give us another opportunity to try to do this better than we did in this cycle, to be more open and transparent. As I talked about earlier, Mr. President, this bill was a good bipartisan bill when it left the floor 4 days ago on Wednesday. And at that point, as I weighed out the pros and cons, in my opinion, in the bill, where the bill ended up, the pros greatly outweighed anything negative that I saw that was within this bill. But unfortunately, conference committee, many of those things got lost. And now, in my opinion, unfortunately, the negatives do outweigh the positives. And that's always the tough thing with omnibus bills, especially omnibus bills that grow almost 3 times in size from the time we first pass them to when they come back from conference committee. And we need to have a process that's more open and transparent. This was one of these bills that basically had a lot of decisions decided ahead of time, just had one meeting to go in and approve the final package that had already been negotiated and agreed to. And here we are, over a 200-page bill, much of which most of us in this chamber haven't even read, don't know the details of what it's about, and we're going to vote to add an additional 150 pages into our statute from what even this bill looked like just a couple days ago. And that's not the way that Minnesotans want us to be down here working and doing our business. So I wish that I could be casting a vote in support for these key provisions that I do like in this bill. I was able to do that on Wednesday, but we saw the negative impact that these omnibus bills and the way they grow into multi-subjects, how they end up impacting the final result. Because in just a matter of days, the negatives greatly outweighed the positives that are in this bill. So while I'm in support of these funding pieces that I mentioned and some of the pieces that are in this bill that we've had discussion, a few things that have stayed in here, there's a lot more that makes me not able to vote for this bill today. And that's an unfortunate thing because Minnesotans had a chance to see us do good bipartisan work. And on Wednesday, I thought we had that chance to do some good bipartisan work. So I'm going to ask for a no vote today. We still have enough time left where we could make some remedies and changes to this bill and urge us to consider our actions to do this the right way in an open and transparent process moving forward. Thank you.
Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to focus on two things that I didn't get to focus on too much last time. I spoke on the motion to reject the conference committee report and then expand on one of them. The two provisions that, and again, I do want to reiterate, I really appreciate the funding for the courts that are in this bill, desperately needed, even though it's one-time funding, and there's going to be problems down the road still with our courts that we're still going to have to address. The funding to the courts, which is a constitutional branch of government, which is a vital piece of our constitutional system, and does need to be funded. So I want to reiterate my support for those provisions, and which is why it makes these omnibus bills really hard to figure out if there's more things that you support in a bill versus oppose, and that's the dance that we all have to play with these giant omnibus bills. And this one went from a big omnibus bill to a giant omnibus bill as it came back from conference committee. But I do want to state that. The other two things I wanted to touch on are what law enforcement's two biggest problems with this bill from a public safety perspective, the custodial admissions provisions, and kind of a prohibition on quote-unquote deceptive interrogations. I think that was limited to juveniles, I think, which would be a positive step, but I don't like the underlying premise here, which kind of, and I don't mean to impugn anyone's motives or anything, but it just, as I read this, it strikes me as it kind of starts from the premise of, cops are liars or something like that, and I get uncomfortable with that, with the legislature micromanaging how a police officer conducts an interrogation. And I know there are constitutional limits on some of these things, and that's appropriate, but I don't know if it's appropriate for this body necessarily to kind of get into that level of detail and limit, which my understanding and all the advocates of that would say that that law enforcement is moving away from that practice to begin with, and that may be, and there may be very good reasons for them to do that. But I would say that would even strengthen the argument for why we shouldn't be getting involved on a micromanagement level into those situations. So that's the first thing. And then the traffic stop language too, law enforcement does have a problem with that in terms of what the law enforcement officer can say to a person on a traffic stop. And a lot of these things are they don't implicate constitutional provisions, in my opinion, or constitutional problems with a police officer walking up to a car asking a person why they think they got pulled over. So those are all pretty customary, and I think that even though I'm very sensitive to constitutional issues, and I think the legislature does need to assert itself in that, I think these are areas where we don't need to micromanage in that, because we're not implicating a constitutional concern here, and so I think we shouldn't be doing those things, and we should be supporting our law enforcement on those two provisions. The last thing I wanted to talk about on third reading here, Mr. President, and as I wanted to expand on the UPEPA provisions here, and I think this would, like I said before, this would be a very, very good area to have some amendment opportunities, because this is a good bill, and I don't want to give the impression from last time that we shouldn't be passing this. We need to pass this because the purpose of UPEPA, the Uniform Public Expression Protection Act, is to address the increasing number of lawsuits that are aimed at chilling public participation on issues of public concern. And the proposed law generally allows a defendant to bring a motion to dismiss a lawsuit that is premised on the defendant exercising their First Amendment rights. So this is important. The anti-SLAPP statute that Minnesota had before was struck down by the Minnesota Supreme Court. So I think it is important to put into a law a replacement for that, and that's the purpose of this. So that's good. However, the exceptions that are in here, one would be an exception for the proposed law exempt actions based on common law fraud, and then another brought under consumer protection under 325F or 325G. It exempts those from the law's scope. And what the lawyers that are practicing in this area are telling me, and admittedly this isn't my practice area, but I've looked into it, I've listened to them, and I think it makes sense, is that these are the exact types of actions that plaintiffs often will assert in lawsuits designed to chill public participation in speech. And if that's the case, then the concern here is that with these exceptions, the exception could swallow the rule and really limit the purpose, the overall purpose of UPEPA in the first place. So the central purpose of the law could be lost. And that's presumably why these exceptions are not in the Uniform Act, and why most states that have adopted the Uniform Public Expression Protection Act have not incorporated these exceptions into their law. And so this, like I said before, could lead, I think it will lead to ambiguity and confusion, and potentially some litigation over this. My hope, because we don't have time here now to address this, my hope is that maybe next year we can take another look at this in terms of some revisions and see if we can get this cleaned up and get the stakeholders and the lawyers that practice in this area on board with whether we should or should not have the exceptions, and move forward from there. With that, this is a really tough decision. I still like parts of the bill, and I really liked it when it left the Senate and the bipartisan approach that we took there. Unfortunately, I don't think I can support the bill coming back from conference committee, but nevertheless, I do appreciate the work that's been done on this bill and the good things that it does accomplish, and I look forward to next year and seeing what we can do on the Judiciary and Public Safety Committee. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Housley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry, Senator Howe. I voted for this bill when it left the floor. We got a lot of really, really good amendments put into the bill. We've got the provision to make law enforcement body cameras footage publicly available if the subject is an elected official. We increased penalties on highway demonstration. We require State Patrol to conduct a comprehensive study for the swift and safe removal of highway protests. We closed a loophole and created a specific crime of fleeing police in a car. That was Senator Coleman's amendment. We created a crime of knowingly being in a stolen vehicle, and the removal of those convicted of human trafficking, criminal sexual conduct, manslaughter, or murder from early release through the Minnesota Rehab and Reinvestment Act. When it left the floor, I liked it. We made it a lot better. And what I found around here is sometimes I think some of our amendments that are passed are just passed in order to just get us to stop talking. So let's just vote for it, give it a bipartisan vote, it'll go off the floor, and we'll strip it in conference committee. And that's exactly what happened. All of those great provisions were stripped in conference committee. And then it comes back with 67 new policy provisions, many of them that we've never even seen before, and a lot of them that are not good. So though it left the floor and I liked it, I thought there were great things in there, it comes back something much different than what left, and this is in a matter of 48 hours. That now I can't vote for it. One of the things that really has me worried is this budget bill is nearly all one-time funding, which doesn't allow for the full judiciary request to be honored. I've got 2 prisons in my district. I talked about this 48 hours ago, Stillwater and Oak Park Heights. And the Department of Corrections continues to require huge amounts of money to pay for overtime for corrections officers because there is a lack of corrections officers in this state. And I don't know if that is a job any of us would want to sign up for, which is exactly what's happening in Senator Jasinski's district, too. There is a huge, huge deficit in corrections officers. And if any of you want to come and tour this Stillwater prison or Oak Park Heights or Faribault, just send me a text and we can go there and you will see why there is a lack of corrections officers. But in addition to that, they need more pay. They need increases in pay and benefits, and they need this on an annual basis. And I have a list of other questions, but I just have one to ask Senator Latz, if Senator Latz would yield.
Senator Latz will yield. He will yield, Senator Housley.
Thank you so much, Mr. President and Senator Latz. Can you just help me understand, or if there is going to be any progress in the future where we could have a long-term plan in place for addressing the pay and the benefits for our corrections officers?
Senator Latz.
Madam President, Senator Housley, thank you for that excellent question because this bill does fund the contract increases for our correctional officers, $5, $6, $7 million in each of the next 3 years, and that is not one-time money. That is in the base, it's long-term. And with the officers, 150 so that are in the current training pipeline, once those join the full force, the Department of Corrections will be at 97% of full complement, which in that world is pretty much full complement because there's always a little bit of a turnover as people are coming in and leaving their positions. So this bill actually, if you were to vote no, you'd be voting against the full funding of our law enforcement corrections officers in the Department of Corrections.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator Latz. That's not what I'm hearing from those in my district, but you and I can discuss that offline. I would be voting yes for the bill if all of those measures that were stripped in conference committee. I think what the conference committees that I've been on, when I go to the conference committee and I'm the chair, you sort of fight for the Senate position. So again, it felt a little disingenuous to have every single one of those bipartisan amendments that got on the bill to be stripped. So I was a yes. I'm not voting against my corrections officers because that's what I'm here every single year for, is to fight for our corrections officers. Again, every single amendment in this bill had bipartisan support, so it was incredibly disheartening to see that the conference committee felt it necessary to remove those common sense amendments. And Minnesotans deserve to feel safe in their homes and communities, and this new iteration of the bill puts partisan policies above reaching that goal. So with that, I will be voting no. Thank you.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I sincerely appreciate the conversation that's been taking place on many different aspects of this bill. I would like to touch on two aspects of the bill that are pertaining to the policy areas that were added in the conference committee. Some of the discussion has already occurred on the contract for deed portion, which begins on my questions begin on page 220 of the bill. And I have a series of questions for Senator Latz, assuming I'm hoping he's willing to answer. And again, as I had mentioned during the motion to refuse to concur, I am a strong believer in contracts for deed. It is a great instrument. It helps both buyers and sellers. I've appreciated the conversations I had with Senator Muhammad, who I believe was the chief author of this provision in the Senate. But then I hadn't had any subsequent conversations on this to express concerns that I have or to help influence the shaping or molding of this provision, because we didn't really do anything with it on the Senate side, and then it just came from the House. So therefore, I have no choice here but to get some clarifications or express my concerns. So I've spent this time going through the pages as fast as I can. But one of the things that I wasn't able to find here, and I heard Senator Kroon reference it, but I honestly have been trying to flip through, trying to find the section. I seem to recall in an earlier iteration, Mr. President, if Senator Latz is willing to yield for question.
Senator Latz, will you yield, Senator Latz? He will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Latz. My question is in regards to I seem to recall earlier versions, and Senator Kroon, I believe, alluded to it, that there was some kind of a threshold in regards to equity that had been achieved in the court. If the seller of the contract for deed has to exercise a foreclosure essentially and get the property back to the seller from the buyer, that there was an equity provision or something to that effect, that if it exceeded a certain provision, that 10% of it or so, a percentage of equity would go to the buyer. Can you explain that provision? I wasn't able to find it. Is there such a provision pertaining to that? And if so, could you just direct me to that?
Senator Latz. He just needs a minute.
Mr. President.
Senator Latz.
And Senator Lucero, this is Senator Mohammed's bill, and I don't see her right now in the chamber. So I'm going to work with counsel to find the specific answer to the question. But I will say that the language that is in the bill, it did not come from the House. We fully vetted this in the Senate Judiciary Committee. The language that's in here is the Senate language. I just don't know the specifics of that particular provision well enough to answer your question, but we'll find it out for you, Senator Lucero.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Latz. I do appreciate that, and I can appreciate how you weren't the chief author and may not know that. Again, my memory, and I'm just bringing it up, and I appreciate you having counsel look for it. My memory was that the original language, it would likely dissuade those who may be willing to be sellers in contracts for deed, dissuade them from doing that because of that equity recapture provision. That's what I just want to see if that's still in here. Mr. President, the next thing moving forward, on page 220, it has a definition of investor seller. And an investor seller means a person entering into a contract for deed to sell residential real property or in the event of transfer, assignment, etc. And it says the investor seller is not a person, or not, and then it has a series of criteria. And among those, number one says a natural person who has owned or occupied the residential real property as the natural person's primary residence for a continuous 12-month period. Mr. President and Senator Latz, if he'd be willing to yield for a question.
Senator Latz, will you yield? He will yield, Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Latz. When I see primary residence, I'm just very briefly, I know that it's not your area of specialty as an attorney, but do you know if there is a statutory definition of primary residence?
Senator Latz to the question.
Mr. President, Senator Lucero, no, I do not know the answer to that specifically, but I believe that this entire provision is designed to protect individual persons who reside in the property, who tend to be in the property, from being taken advantage of by outside investors who are buying the property just to flip it or to rent it out and don't care quite so much for the well-being of the individual who wants to live in a primary residential facility, their own home.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. And my thought process, and I can appreciate that, my thought process behind that question was, so we know what homestead is, or I hope most people know what homestead is. Homestead is a certain property tax designation, but the homesteaded property may or may not be, it's supposed to be the primary residence, but that's why I was asking if there's a statutory definition, because in addition to a primary residence or a homestead, a person can have a second home and they can have a vacation home. And in my mind here, one of the things when it comes to real estate investment, for income tax gain purposes, gains are tax-free if it has been your homestead or primary residence for 2 out of the last 5 years. And there are a number of people out there, home flippers, small operations, married couples, and I've known several of them. They will deliberately move every 2 years. what they do is, because of that tax provision in having tax-free proceeds for $250,000 for an individual or $500,000 for a married couple, they will move into a dilapidated property, they will fix it up, they will live in there for the 2 years, and then after the 2 years, or in the months leading up to the 2 years, so maybe at the 20-month mark, they will begin to list the property with a closing date at or after the 24-month mark for that exact purpose of having tax-free gains, and then they'll move into the next property, and they'll just keep doing that. I've known a number of couples that do that. So what's coming to my mind is, with that context, I'm then thinking here, if a person can live in the house for 12 months, it is very realistic that there will be somebody out there who doesn't have to cross the 24-month threshold, but it's simply a 12-month threshold, which I'm not opposed to. I just want to get clarification how this would work. And what I'm understanding is, as I read this provision on line 21.3, a natural person who's owned and occupied the residential property as a primary residence for a continuous 12-month period at any time prior to the execution. So the words "at any time," that could be 20 years into the past, right? So I could buy a property, I could live in it for 12 months, so it's my primary residence, and then I could move on to the next property, and then since I lived in that property for 12 months, I am free from it being categorized as an investor seller in my contracts for deeds. So, Mr. President, just so members can understand that scenario, I throw that out there. And then, again, since there are couples that'll move every 24 months, there certainly will be people that will move every 12 months for the purpose of getting around what an investor seller is. The next thing that I saw here as I was going down the page on line 221.23, a natural person
Mr.
who has
President.
owned...
Senator Latz, for what purpose do you rise?
I know we're reluctant to interrupt a statement on the floor, but I have the answer to Senator Lucero's earlier question, and since it's not my field, I'd like to get him that answer before I forget the details that he's looking for, if I may. Or I can wait until he's done, and I'll do my best at that point. But I wanted to let him know, before he goes on to another subject, I've got the answer to his previous
Mr. President,
subject.
that's cool. I will ask Senator Latz to yield if he's willing to give you that answer for the previous. I appreciate that.
Senator Latz, go ahead and provide the information.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Lucero. While I had it in my grasp, I want to make sure I conveyed the answer to you. So the harm that's trying to be solved here are non-occupant business people who invest in property and then sell it on contract for deed. And some of those individuals, within a certain period of time, after an occupant buying it on contract for deed has made payments and has built up some equity in the home, by the terms of the contract for deed, if they miss a payment, if they're late on a payment, if there's some technical violation, the investor seller can terminate the contract for deed, can keep the equity, and move on to engage in sell it again to someone else on a contract for deed. So the provision that was asked about, this 10% provision, provides that if an investor seller terminates that contract for deed within, I think it was 48 months of the beginning of that contract, that they have to give back to the buyer, the purchaser, all except for 10% of what they have received. So they get to hang on or keep the 10% basically as their compensation for the trouble that they've gone through and sort of unquantifiable or unitemized expenses relating to the process, the sale of that property. Also, the investor seller is then allowed to deduct from the remaining 90% other legitimate identified expenses that they have put into the home, like costs of repair or renovation and stuff like that, while the contract for deed purchaser was living in the property. So the idea here is to make sure that you're basically not equity stripping from the contract for deed purchaser. Otherwise, the investor sellers, some of them, this is what they do. They go in, they sell it, After a certain amount of equity has been acquired by the buyer, they find an excuse to terminate the contract. They strip the equity from the buyer who loses everything they put in, and the buyer doesn't have any recourse under those circumstances. So this is protecting those buyer consumers under those circumstances. I hope that's answered Senator Lucero's questions. If he wants any more detail, he should turn to the esteemed real estate lawyer sitting behind him, Senator Kroon.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. No, I sincerely appreciate that. And again, I cannot express enough. I wholeheartedly agree. There are predators out there that use this contract for deed instrument to, I'm not going to say steal because they're following the process, but it is an unethical means by which to try to exploit people. And I can't stand that, and I agree with that. My concern, and I appreciate Mr. President, Senator Latz explaining that. Here's my concern. Whereas you did say that let's go to the extreme. So within that first 48 months, if they default and they initiate the foreclosure within 48 months, let's go to the 47th month then, so just shy of the 4-year mark. Then they have to return, the seller would have to return all except for 10% minus reasonable expenses. So I presume that if the monthly payment included property tax, insurance, I'll just take those two expenses, property tax and insurance, that would be excluded from the amount that would have to be returned. So after you subtract out all of the legitimate expenses, you're left with a dollar amount that had been accumulated over 47 months in my hypothetical. 90% of that accumulated amount has to go back, retaining only 10%. Over the course of 47 months, I'd have to do the math here, and obviously there's different variables, but what would the equivalent of that ROI be over 10 months? And it wasn't somebody who was trying to exploit. It was a legitimate person, maybe it's their first time seller ever trying to do this contract for deed, and they just happen to have a buyer that defaulted it at the 47th month mark. They would have to return all of it, and over almost 4 years then, if they're only able to retain 10%, that's going to be a substantially small amount, and it may not be worth that seller, it may not be worth the risk of entering into it. That's my concern, and it may just dissuade people. I have a number of other issues or questions with the language, but I'm going to skip forward. I'll just briefly touch on them. On line 222.17, it says, or 0.18, I should say, page 222, this chapter applies only to residential real property where the purchaser is entering into the contract for deed as an investor seller. So from that point forward, I continued on, and it goes to the end of this. So page 222 through page 232. So the next 10 pages then are only talking about investor seller. So the question on my mind, and just for the sake of time, I won't ask him to yield, but here's the question on my mind. If this is only applying, so beginning on page 222 through the next 10 pages, only applying to investor sellers, then what if I'm not an investor seller? Do I still have to abide by all of these provisions? Because it's very prescriptive here as to the format of these different pages that would be in there for disclosures. So if I'm not an investor seller, what are my pages looking like? That is just in my mind. Then I'm going to skip forward, Mr. President, and just draw members' attention to something that hasn't been discussed yet, and that's on page 249. And I won't ask any questions. I actually do have a number of questions, but I won't ask the questions for sake of time. I am just going to draw members' attention to them. This is cybersecurity incidents. And as I went through here and I read this entire section in the bill regarding cybersecurity incidents, on the top of page 251, it talks about a report on cybersecurity incidents. And it talks about the head of the decision-making body for a public agency must report a cybersecurity incident that impacts the public agency to the commissioner. Mr. President, Senator Latz, thank you. Thank you for having this in here. This is a good provision. Real briefly, the reason it's a good provision is there are a number of threats out there, as we're aware, and cybersecurity is a high-profile concern for many people. One of the challenges is collaboration between businesses within an industry, let alone businesses that are in different industries trying to collaborate with what they're experiencing in terms of being the victim and or the targets of these cybersecurity threats. In this case, as I read this, what it sounds like to me is, in the subsequent pages in this provision, it speaks about how a system has to be set up, must be established by the superintendent of the BCA and the commissioner, I presume of the DPS, it just says the commissioner, so I'm not sure which agency it is, presumably Department of Public Safety. They have to establish a system whereby it's going to allow members on line 251.10, it's going to allow, or must allow, for cybersecurity incident notifications to be reported from public agencies, and then the next couple lines down on line 21, also from individuals and private entities. So in other words, the BCA and Department of Public Safety, presumably, are going to have this reporting system where state agencies can report incidents or information that they're experiencing, and individuals and private entities will be able to report their experiences. In this system, a single place to allow for that collaboration and tracking across entities, across agencies and government, again, to help better defend. So again, I'm just drawing this to members' attention. I wish there was more time to be able to ask some questions of clarity, but overall, this is good. It needs to happen. More collaboration helps every entity, especially government, create that unified defense against those persistent threats that seek to compromise our technology systems in government and the private sector. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Latz.
Senator Howe. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Latz, for the bill. You know, I've been around here for 8 years, and you learn who you can respect and who you can't around here. And I got to tell you, I have the utmost respect for Senator Rest, Senator Dibble, Senator Latz, Senator Morrison, and Senator Seeberger. I voted for this bill going out because we had good bipartisan support. We got some great amendments put on, and it was a bill that I voted for and I would have voted for again. But it's disappointing to see everything stripped out. So 7 members of the DFL got good votes one day, so they can do their postcards and later and made their votes that they supported law enforcement. But now today they're going to vote against everything that we worked together on. We collaborated together, that we worked together on, and that's all getting stripped out. So again, going back to the murder of a victim in my district, it's unfortunate that we're not going to keep our law enforcement supportive and to try and have consequences for actions like that, and it's unfortunate, but I will be voting no. But I do support my officers, my correctional officers in Faribault. Faribault has the largest prison in the state of Minnesota, just around 2,000 prisoners, and they need the wages. They work in a really difficult situation every single day. Many times they'll have to do overtime and stay longer because they need to keep the state safe from our people that are in prison. So again, it's unfortunate that I'm going to have to vote against this. I wish it would have been a bipartisan bill. I wish we would have kept those provisions. But folks, I would recommend a red vote.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm hoping I might be the last individual before we hear final conclusionary comments from Senator Latz. You know, every omnibus bill has a little bit of good and a little bit of not so good in it, and this certainly is no different than any other omnibus bill. We heard comments from a number of legislators, senators from the minority who were regretting how this bill evolved in the conference committee. Quite honestly, I at first thought this was a great bill as it left the Senate. During a very contentious 2 years, in the legislative process. I thought maybe we were clearing the air and moving together in a direction, especially around public safety. When we started to understand the bill a little bit more as it came out of conference committee, I was quite shocked that 67 or so provisions, policy provisions, were included in the bill. A few of them are Republican ideas, but most, close 75–80%, are from the other side. You know, Senator Latz and I had a brief conversation, I think it was yesterday morning, and I had a good conversation about the direction of the bill. At that time, I did not know details, and perhaps the bill wasn't in its final condition anyway. But nevertheless, we had a very respectful, cordial discussion. It was a good talk, and I believe we ended that conversation in a good manner. The only problem that I see first in process is that when as a conferee, you know that someone's pre-conferring the bill with the other chamber and you're not included, you kind of wonder how it's going to end up. And so when you finally have that golden moment, that public meeting to finally see the finished product, it's quite a bit different than you ever expected and very much different than how it left the Senate chamber. You know, 60-plus provisions shows that we have a very energetic other chamber. But the bad thing is that they may have talked about these issues, but those members in the Senate, especially you who are not members of the Judiciary Committee, have not. Some of them didn't even have a Senate companion bill. Up until that conference committee, I didn't even have an opportunity to understand those bills. And so, knowing that many of these issues are complex, and you only had an hour and some 30 minutes to review not only what you tried to create, understand what's no longer in the Senate provision, and then to try and swallow 60-plus new provisions were really, really difficult. And being a member of the Judiciary Committee, tag teaming once in a while with Senator Latz, who's the chair, and then when the time that Republicans had majority, we understand how complex many of these issues are. Individually, you could spend an hour and a half easily on one of these policy provisions, not to mention 60-plus provisions. And some of them are certainly in question, but nevertheless, I do want to mention we've begun to make the MRRA program. Doesn't seem to quite understand that there still are violent offenses. We in the Senate proposed it. It was included to recognize that 2 violent offenses should not be included in the MRRA considerations, but they were scrubbed out of the conference committee. Subgrants from nonprofits alone in the last few years raised serious questions, and now we're giving them the authority to subcontract or subgrant out from their funds without public scrutiny as they would have in the legislature. Highway protesters are always a concern, especially about how it affects the collateral safety issues of our citizens. That was scrubbed out. You can't have an increased penalty for fleeing a police officer, and believe me, that's on the rise. There are some good things to the bill as well. I want to be fair to the bill and to the authors. Number of provisions, I'm sure Senator Latz will mention those, And in the interest of time, I won't cover those right now. But nevertheless, we were so close. We're so close to have a participating bipartisan balance in a Senate Judiciary public safety bill. But as it came out of the conference committee, too much was given away and too much was accepted from the other side. And unfortunately, I'll have to recommend a negative vote on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. President.
Senator Latz, for final comments before we take the final roll.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this year the Senate Judiciary and Public Safety Committee conducted 64 hours of hearings, had 21 meetings, heard over 150 bills. Many of them are reflected here in this conference committee report. So for sure, Senator Limmer and other members of the Judiciary Committee should be very familiar with much of what's in this bill. The process was not ideal, I will grant that. I wish it could have been different, but we couldn't quite do that this year. In this conference committee report, my notes indicate 70 bills from the House and the Senate, 26 of them with bipartisan authorship. And I have just counted up 10 individual provisions, chief authored by members of our GOP caucus here in the Senate. I want to, just for the record, clarify a couple of points. One is this concern about the subgrants. Several members have mentioned this, and I understand why there may be not a full understanding of it, but the subgrants that are in the bill here are going to be administered by the Office of Justice Programs in the Department of Public Safety. Last year, we passed a very robust oversight and accountability provision relating to grantees through the Office of Justice Programs. So now these subgrant programs will be subject to last year's very robust accountability and oversight procedures. I do wish also to clarify one misstatement that I heard suggesting that MRRA participants, when they are released, will only be serving 50% of their pronounced sentence. That's partially true, but under long-standing current statute, they will be released, whether they do any programming or not, after 67% or two-thirds of their pronounced sentence. So the MRA creates an incentive for them to do what they are not required to do, which is to go through treatment for chemical dependency, mental health issues, sex offender treatment, getting their education, GEDs or higher education degrees, getting workforce skills, and if they use the opportunity to do those incentives to make them safer to release in the community, they have the potential for reducing their in-custody time from 67% down to 50%. We will all be safer. This is not simply grace. This is for the safety of the communities to which they are going to be released. And again, with regard to the custodial interrogation component, the prohibition, or I should say the suppression of evidence that is derived from custodial interrogations where a juvenile is lied to by a police officer is an important remedy because juveniles are particularly vulnerable to pressure from law enforcement officers who are misrepresenting things or lying to them while they are in custody without their parents, more likely to be their first time or very inexperienced involvement with law enforcement. It's exactly the most vulnerable situations, and the law enforcement officers that shared their position with us agreed with this provision that that is now in this bill in front of us. And there's one other policy provision I'm going to note, which is that the provision relating to the odor of cannabis, prohibiting the search of a vehicle, it does not change the ability to investigate a crime. It does not. If there is any other information that comes to law enforcement's attention when they are approaching a vehicle, in addition to the odor of cannabis, they can use the totality of the facts that they see to further investigate the crime. That may or may not lead to a search of the vehicle. It may lead to an impaired driving offense or investigation, but that alone does not impair the officer's ability to investigate a crime. So what you have before you, members, is a bill, two of the three largest financial components of which are almost $10 million for crime victims. It fully funds our Department of Corrections contract settlements for their salaries. That basically it protects all of us and them, because better staffing makes them safer in our correctional facilities. And the other major financial component, members, the largest two have to do with forensic examiners in the courts and our interpreters in the courts. So what you have before you is a bipartisan policy bill, a bipartisan financial bill that is a really good bill all around. I heard some concerns about some of the provisions, things that are not in there, but ultimately, when you vote, I encourage you to consider what is in the bill and cast your vote accordingly. Members, this is a bill worth voting green for. I encourage your support. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on final passage of the committee report for House File 5216. The bill, House File 5216, as amended by the Conference Committee. Senator Bowden, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Herr votes aye.
Senator Herr votes aye.
And Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye. Senator Miller, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Johnson votes no.
Senator Johnson votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 33 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members remaining under motions and resolutions, we will now turn to Senate file number 4942. Senator Frentz.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you, members. Very proud to present to you the Omnibus Energy and Agriculture Bill, Senate File 4942. Our goals are very simple, members. Clean, reliable, and affordable energy, meet our 100% clean energy goals by 2040. And in order to maximize our energy, we're going to start by thanking all the people that made the bill possible. First, thanks to our fellow members on the Energy, Utilities, Environment, and Climate Committee. Mr. President, I want to begin by saying I move that the foregoing recommendations and Conference Committee report on Senate File number 4942 be now adopted and the bill be repassed as amended by the Conference Committee.
Senator Frentz moved that the foregoing recommendations and Conference Committee reports on Senate File number 4942 be now adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Conference Committee.
Request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. But Senator Frentz, you need to explain to us the difference between when this bill left the Senate floor and how it's coming back. Those are the things we need to concentrate on at this point.
Thank you,
Senator
Mr.
Frentz.
President. I'm going to concentrate on the differences between how this left and how it came back, but say a quick thank you to members to staff Mr. Mueller, Ms. Severson, to outstanding researcher Cassie Tommerdahl, to the incomparable CLA, Travis Ernest, and members, to one of the great committee administrators of all time, Justin Emmerich. And if you think Justin had a good week with this bill, then you're probably also glad to know that his wife gave birth to their baby boy yesterday, Henry William Emmerich. Also, thanks to our friends at the Public Utilities Commission, the Department of Commerce, and all those that worked on the bill. Congratulations to Justin's wife, Katie. Here are the changes, members. For the permitting article, where we're going to permit energy transmission, energy generation, the Senate position held. Both Democrats and Republicans want permitting reform. The differences between the way the bill left this chamber and the permitting article and came back include the House Child Amendment. I know my Republican brothers and sisters are glad to see that in the environment article that you now have the DNR and the Pollution Control Agency. That's one of the biggest differences, Mr. President, between how it left here and how it came, and that's a plus, not only for Minnesota's, but for the Senate position. We've also added 2 features that will make energy transmission more efficient: grid-enhancing technologies and interconnection. Think of it this way. When you go to the wall socket, you don't want to see one plug and 19 different things plug into it. Interconnection now makes it easier to interconnect and shares the cost. Grid-enhancing technologies will allow those technologies to speed up and make more reliable our permitting, our energy generation, and mostly our transmission even better. Geothermal energy, planning, mapping, grants, those things that will allow that energy to be clean and affordable. There are renewable development account appropriations, Mr. President. Those are slightly different, but worth mentioning. Sabathani in Minneapolis, an outstanding $6 million award for geothermal. This is not just for the Sabathani Community Center, but also for housing that we hope to have next door. $5 million for the anaerobic digester. Mr. President, glad that that was a Senate position. It was improved in conference, and this will allow us to reduce our solid waste and compostables. The House got the biggest change on their side, which was money for the solar programs that help incentivize solar, and also for a study of carbon pipelines. Members, those are the basic differences between this bill and how it left this chamber and how it came back. Want to say again, thanks to everybody that worked on this, and I thought perhaps, Mr. President, that Senator Putnam would talk about the agriculture articles.
Senator Putnam, and if you would be so kind as to just concentrate on how the bill left and what changes were made in conference committee. Thank you, Senator Putnam.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, members. Mr. President, members, the agricultural provisions that you see before you in this bill are not substantially different from the same provisions that flew through this body very recently. The policy provisions that received 59 votes from this body are still in this bill for the most part. And the budget provisions that flew through this body without a single amendment, the only provisions that we've discussed this session in this context that were not changed at all, again, are in very great shape. So I do want to just, as Senator Champion mentioned, talk about some of the high-level changes that did occur in terms of stuff that we added, stuff that changed, and stuff we had to lose. First off, I respect the minority's concern about new provisions being in bills that they haven't had a chance to see. That completely makes perfectly good sense. There are only 2 kind of big issues that we've adopted from the House position, and they are well-known agricultural provisions that anyone who's been involved in agriculture at the policy level is already familiar with. The first of those is we accepted a budget of about $225,000, the Agriculture Utilization Research Institute, for further work on food entrepreneurship support. The second is about $300,000 in beginning farmer equipment and infrastructure grants. Those are the 2 main additional expenditures that are different in our bill than in the bill that we sent from here. Now, changes to our own stuff. We did have to decrease some of the funding for some of our projects that I was very excited about. Turkey lasers lost a little bit of money, but we still are funding that program vigorously. Senator Dornick's meat cutting program, which will teach young people in high schools a whole new potential career in meat cutting. That is funded at $225,000 instead of $300,000. And there were minor changes to the composition of the AFREC Council, but members, we got it. That was hard, but we did. We renewed the AFREC Council for 5 years with just a few modest functionally insignificant changes to that project. Two things that we had to lose that were probably of interest to this committee, to this group, is we did have to give up on some elk depredation payments that we wanted to add. That was something that disappointed me a fair amount, but I did fight for and maintain the study of elk depredation, which MDA will conduct so that we have a better understanding of how many new resources, how much more we need to fund elk depredation in the future. And last, one thing that I know causes great heartburn in this body right now that will cause tremendous disappointment for all of you is we had to give up on Tory's reindeer. Now, I have talked to Senator Westrom about this before, and I want to demonstrate my commitment to getting a deeper understanding of the issues at Hemaker Zoo and publicly invite all of you to brew at the zoo in June 13th, I think it is, at Hemaker Zoo. I think we all owe it to Senator Westrom and to the rough week that we've had to go there and have a beer and pet a camel. So those are some of the big changes we've got. Members, this is still a fantastic bill, as it was fantastic when it left us, and good work happens when you work with good people. So I want to take a moment to thank some of the wonderful people that we worked with in this process. First off, His Eminence, the incredible Commissioner of Agriculture, Tommy P., and the community of people that he works with. It's very easy to do great stuff with great people. And MDA are wonderful human beings who do their work with industry and kindness. And I also want to take a second to thank Team Ag here, which is, of course, the great Hunter Peterson, the incredible Nick Roth, the amazing Amanda Peterson, the indomitable Laura Painter, and the mighty Eric Olafson. Members, this is a good bill. If you don't believe me, ask a farmer. They'll tell you. This is a good bill, doing what farmers need. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you for taking the issues seriously that affect Greater Minnesota and Minnesota's farmers. And thank you in advance for your support.
Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I know we've had a very long day and night so far on the floor. So we've got just the thing that you need right now. We're going to give you some energy. And that's what we're bringing with Senate File 4942. However, Mr. President, I am going to move that the recommendations and the conference committee report on Senate File 4942 be rejected and that the bill be re-referred to the conference committee as formerly constituted for further consideration. And I would ask for a roll call.
Roll call. Requested roll call granted. Senator Matthews moved that the recommendations and conference committee report on Senate file number 4942 be rejected and that the bill be re-referred to the conference committee as formally constituted for further consideration. Senator Matthews, to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, when we had this bill before our body the first time, it was a three-way omnibus bill with Ag, Energy, and Commerce that was in this bill at the time. And we took some amendments that were when we were on the floor here last, and the discussion that we had by the end of the bill was that the agriculture piece of the bill was really good. And we didn't have a whole lot of changes or amendments that was made on that, and that was pretty bipartisan. The energy piece, I stated on this floor that based on the amendments that we got adopted onto the energy bill on the floor, had the energy portion been its standalone energy omnibus bill, I would be a yes vote on that energy portion of the bill. It was the commerce side that was troubling and was the overall reason why many of us on my side had to vote no. The commerce piece got removed out of this bill, and we just have these two provisions left, agriculture and energy. So I was looking forward to having a bipartisan bill that represented the good work of all the members of our Energy Committee and all the work that we put on the floor. The problem is, Mr. President, that basically every single GOP provision and every GOP amendment that we added in on this, onto this omnibus bill got stripped out in conference committee. I want to go through what some of those are. My bill for the nuclear study was gone for the second year in a row. The chair indicated he wanted to try to make that a priority this year. and we have the same song, second verse. Unfortunately, it once again does not survive the conference committee. We had the bill for the small nuclear moratorium, the partial nuclear moratorium, that we added into the omnibus bill, and I believe it was the first time that piece had ever been passed off the floor of this Senate, and that part as well got completely stripped out and removed in conference committee. So once again, we are falling back on what I told you earlier. Right now, with the law that the majority passed last year with the 100% mandates, you're limiting yourself to the tools that you can use in the toolbox when it comes to energy. And you're going to need a bigger tool. If you don't like coal and you don't like gas, you're going to need some other big base load tool in your toolbox. And what meets all the qualifications and criteria that both your side and my side would want is nuclear. And once again, when I thought we could hopefully make a little more progress this year, that piece again falls short, and it will be another year before we have an opportunity to try to bring this up again, change statute on this again. By the time we come back to session next year, Mr. President, we will only be 15 years away from the 2040 mandate coming into effect. And that is not a lot of time in the life of energy planning and generation for the long-term future projections that they have to plan and prepare for. So I was very disappointed that piece got dropped as well. Even the little feasibility study on how to generate hydrogen off of nuclear got dropped from this bill, and that's ironic because that's already happening at a facility, even in Minnesota. They are working on a pilot project at one of our current nuclear facilities that's going to examine and test the feasibility of generating an additional source of energy, an additional source of fuel that we could use in a variety of other places by making hydrogen off of the nuclear facility. And so it just made sense that we could try to expand that study, open it up to a broader plane, and get even more input and data off that study to see that if we get to a point where we have more nuclear in our portfolio, that we could compound the benefits we could get by generating two things at once off of it. And that's why I wanted to see this hydrogen feasibility study go on. Unfortunately, that got scrapped from this bill as well. Senator Housley had a wildlife rehabilitation center energy improvements piece in the bill. That got scrapped from here. Senator Lucero had a smart meter provision in the bill that got adopted onto this bill, and that piece got scrapped as well. Unfortunately, Senator Farnsworth, you pushed hard for your district. A wood generator, I believe, that's in your district really needs to have the definition changed to meet the reality of what they do and have the wood chips counted as carbon-free. And you got that passed off of this floor with your amendment the last time that this bill came before this body. That's just a good common sense piece that we need to have, especially for our rural communities that often have differing and multiple different small municipal generators that they are using in their region or in their location. And it's greatly disappointing to see that piece get dropped as well. Then we had a piece, we added an amendment because in the RDA portion of this bill, there is a grant to a company for building ultra-efficient vehicles. And to my knowledge, and when we had a committee discussion on this, there's only one company that's going to qualify to the terms and the definitions that is in this bill. And we had a pretty rigorous discussion in committee about whether they were going to put up any match on their own because so far their product has not been able to attract any private capital, so they turned to the government for a handout instead. Got a piece from the RDA portion, an appropriation from the RDA account, and we added an amendment on here that is a common sense amendment that we do for many different types of grants that we have in different funds that we use across the state, and that's to put up their own match portion in order to qualify for the state grant. That's a common sense provision. We got it added into this bill, and that part got stripped out in conference committee as well. So now it's essentially a blank appropriation for the full amount that's in the bill with no requirements upfront attached to it. And it's just disappointing to see with all the discussion that we've had, and I talked about this with our last bill, Mr. President, this is the theme that we have, that the majority has not even been able to keep bipartisan things bipartisan. They can't help themselves but revert back to stripping out all the bipartisan pieces and just leaving their own partisan pieces in the underlying bill. That's not how Minnesotans want us to work. That's not what they sent us here to do. And this becomes a pattern that we see over and over and over again that is just hugely disappointing when we have these common sense bipartisan positions get added into these bills, and then in conference committee they get stripped right out and revert back to just core partisan provisions in the bill. I'll only mention a couple other things that are in here. There's no chamber language to the permitting reform that allows for coordinated project plans. And though I am grateful that the environmental piece in the permitting part remained in this bill, I will reiterate again briefly what I said when we passed this bill off the floor, that it still does not go far enough. And the permitting piece is picking winners and losers. It is wanting only permitting reform for certain types of green energy projects that are favorable to the majority, while turning a blind eye to all the permitting needs in a much broader spectrum that definitely needs to happen, that many of our trades even want to have happen in order to continue to be a robust infrastructure and jobs state. So that's the highlights of the pieces that I believe I am going to hit in here, Mr. President. I'm going to urge members to take our last few hours, give this one more shot at trying to make this a bipartisan bill. And the last thing that I'll mention is that the street only seems to go one way on this. It seems that the bipartisan pieces fall off, but the Senate conferees of this conference committee could also vote off partisan House provisions that are in there. But it seems like the street was only a one-way street here, that bipartisan pieces fell off, and they still voted on a lot of other pieces from the other body in the conference committee without having a good, robust back and forth of, we'll adopt some of these things on your side for adopting some of these things on our side. So this bill had an opportunity to come back here and get bipartisan support. There's a swing and a miss again, and we have a chance to use our few hours to get that corrected. I'd urge members to vote yes on the motion to reject the conference committee report.
Senator Dames.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair and members, and I stand in support of Matthew's motion. Just a couple of things I want to talk about before I get into the bills, but I find it kind of interesting that we put together energy, commerce, and agriculture into one conference committee. Typically over the years, and I've been here for several years, and I can remember when we've had energy, commerce, and jobs together, but I don't ever remember of having energy, ag, and commerce together. But they were put together this year. And that's really unfortunate because the ag bill is probably the most bipartisan bill that you'll have come across as a conference report, and that really should have been standalone to give the people the opportunity to vote on that good bill, but that's not what happened. So we have a bill, so then as we go on through the process, we take commerce out and shift that over to cannabis. So that's a real match and mating too, but anyhow, that's the way this went. But in the energy bill, Senator Matthews outlined a lot of the things that were pieces that went in, were in the bill as it went over to the conference committee that were taken out. I think that's very unfortunate. There are some things in the bill that also I think probably could have been taken out of the bill, and one of those is a carbon dioxide pipeline study. Another one is the extending of the solar program from 5 years to and added 10 more years to it to 2035 at a cost for the rewards of that at about $5 million each year. We also have the grid enhancement technology provision in this bill, and in my opinion, that's basically a mechanism to raise rates on utility payers. We go over to the agricultural side, and there's a lot better news over there. Some of the good appropriations, we have $495,000 for soil health assistant grants, and they're in the southeastern counties in southeastern Minnesota. We have $2.8 million in nitrate home water treatment programs, and again in the southeastern part of Minnesota. There's a $225,000 grant to secondary career and technical education programs, and that deals with offering instruction in the meat cutting industry. I think that certainly is a strong program. Some good policy was the soil and health financial assistance grants, and also the extending AFRAC by 5 years. I was a little disappointed that we had to end up changing the makeup of that board. We had to take off one of the crop production retail manager persons and add 4 more units. We actually added 3 more, plus that one vacancy that we vacated, and so that will increase the size of that board. But the good part of it is there was a move to get rid of AFRAC, and we're able to keep that and keep that in place, even though we had to extend the size of that. So I think it's unfortunate when we start putting all this stuff together, and I really think that in this case, I can understand that we put commerce and I can understand that we put energy together, because both of those answer to the Commerce Commissioner and the Department of Commerce, so that makes sense. But to put ag in there just didn't make any sense, and I think what it shows again, as I talked about earlier today, it talks about the lack of leadership and the lack of organization. If we would have had some time, we could have had the agricultural stand on its own like it does many times, and the ag and the energy and commerce could have been put together. But again, as we run out of time, we just put a big pot in and throw stuff in it, and away we go. And that's really unfortunate. And I hope that in the future we don't do it that way. But unfortunately, and I thank both Senator Frentz for his hard work on the energy part of it, and I know it was a tough slug with the House. I understand that, and I thank Senator Putman for the ag bill that got put together. There's a few things in there that I'm not excited about, but you know, when you look at the total bill, it's a pretty good bill. But unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to vote on that because I'm going to be voting with Senator Matthews. Thank you, members.
Senator Eric.
Thank you, Mr. President, and would Senator Frentz yield to a question?
Senator Frentz, will you yield to a question? Senator Frentz? He will yield. Senator Eric.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Frentz, these questions might sound a little familiar, but how many conference committee hearings that were posted on the Senate's website were held on Senate File 4942?
Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Eric. 2.
Senator Eric.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will Senator Frentz yield for another question?
He will yield for another question. Senator Eric.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Frentz, about what amount of time then was spent in conference committee publicly deliberating prior to adopting the conference committee report?
Senator Frentz to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Eric. I would say the first one where we took testimony was an hour and a half, and I would say the second one was just under an hour.
Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Frentz yield for another question?
He will yield. Senator Rarick.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I believe, Senator Frentz, you alluded to the answer to this question, but did the conference committee provide an opportunity for the public to testify on Senate File 4942?
Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Rarick. Yes, at the first hearing, I think we had 14 witnesses who testified publicly, primarily to the energy provisions.
Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will Senator Frentz continue to yield?
He will yield. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Frentz, a couple things have been alluded to, and you mentioned one of the new provisions in the bill is the 10-year extension of the solar production incentive, the solar rewards from the RDA account. And you said that was a provision from the House. Was that, in fact, in the other body's omnibus bill as it left their chamber?
Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Rarick. No, they made that as part of offer number 3. If I recall, there were 5 offers total from the House. I think that provision was first seen in number 3, although the program itself was in their omnibus bill and not at that dollar level.
Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. And will Senator Frentz yield for one more question?
He will yield for one more question. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. And so 2 other provisions that I see in this, Senator Frentz. There is the $1 million from the RDA for a suitability review of carbon pipelines, as well as a $1.2 million general fund appropriation to the Department of Commerce to facilitate timely actions in non-environmental review, routing, and site proceedings. Were either of those provisions that came as a part of a House package in their bill as it left their chamber in their omnibus bill?
Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Rarick. The study was not, I guess I don't know exactly whether they had the citing part in the original omnibus bill. It was also included in offers by about the 3rd offer.
Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I apologize. I actually have one more question if Senator Frentz would yield one more time.
Senator Frentz will yield. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. According to my information, those 3 provisions were not in the other body's bill as they left the floor. So the question is, were these 3 provisions made public for the public to give public testimony on, or were these provisions adopted without being able to get any public testimony on those 3?
Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Rarick. Actually, the 1.2 is part of the EERA staff transfer from the Department of Commerce to PUC. That was part of the public testimony. The other part was not.
Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, I think the 2 provisions that were not discussed then around extending the solar rewards program for another 10 years. I believe that is something that we should absolutely be getting public input on before we would move forward. I do believe, a big question around using funding and extending that out of the RDA would be, why would we be doing that? Mr. President and members, the RDA account is meant to be helping new technologies emerge into the market. Solar is not a new technology. In fact, we are told repeatedly, solar energy is one of the cheaper ways to produce electricity. So why would we continue to subsidize solar when it has been in the market a long time? People are well aware of it. It is a popular technology. We should be looking at other forms of emerging technology to be funding through this account if we're going to be continuing down that road, as well as some time for people to have the input on the carbon pipelines. I know there have been hearings on that in the past, but Mr. President, I think especially if for no other reason, the 10-year extension on the solar rewards program would be more than enough reason to accept this motion, send this back to the conference committee so that we can get public input to determine if this is really what people would want. Vote yes on the Matthews motion.
Senator Howell.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I rise to support the motion to send this back to the conference committee. And I'm going to tell you why. And it has something to do, again, with the 10-year extension of the solar rewards program. I'm going to talk about the reality of solar in my district. I have a constituent in the town of St. Joe, and of course we had some storms come through that really ravaged the roofs of a lot of the constituents in my area, and so she had to replace her roof because of the hail. So she decided she wanted to put in, as long as she's got to replace her roof, to replace it with Tesla solar shingles. And as she went through this process, she found out she couldn't get the interconnectivity agreement. Now I see there's something for the PUC to talk about interconnection, having an interconnection ombudsperson, which I think is, well, actually it says ombudsman, which should be corrected because it should be an ombudsperson if we want to be grammatically correct in today's world. And I think that'll be helpful, but we've extended the program. The reason she can't get the interconnection agreement is because there's already too much solar in that area. There's all these large solar fields out there in my area that have taken up the agricultural fields, putting solar on them, many that aren't even owned by Minnesotans, and have taken up all the capability on the system for the solar. So constituents that want to play in this market, that want to put solar on their roofs, cannot because they can't get the interconnection agreement. But she's the lucky one because she found out she couldn't get the agreement ahead of time. I have a nonprofit in Holdingford that put the system on their building because it was coming out of COVID. They were coming out of the supply deal where they couldn't, the supply shortages were hitting them, and they actually had an opportunity to get the equipment. They grabbed the opportunity to get the equipment because they had talked to the utility, and they said, well, it shouldn't be a big deal to hook you up. So they believed what they were told. They put the system on their roof. And that was 2 years ago they put that system on, and he cannot get an interconnection an agreement to hook that up so they can start reaping the rewards of putting that solar system. That is the reality of solar in my district. And until you fix that stuff, what are we doing extending it? If you think solar's the answer, fix the program before we go there. And that's why I believe we need to send this back and have the conference committee relook at it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, members, I also rise to support this motion to send it back to conference committee. And let's make this bill better. We've heard the discussion about how we've commingled subjects together here. It was wrong when it left the floor. It's wrong when we bring it back for conference committee. And Senator Putnam, as I told you out in the hall, you kind of have a bad judgment of picking partners, as it looks. This energy bill is not ready for prime time, and that was in jest, Mr. President. But I wish Senator Putnam could have picked a better partner, or we could have kept agriculture alone like we've had a history of doing, and not trying to marry it up with something much more controversial. Because farmers and agriculture in rural Minnesota is very interested in good energy policy, but not interested in being the scapegoat to get controversial energy policies through with sometimes what is less controversial in agriculture.
because we try to work towards things that are practical and common sense. But members, we missed the mark a little bit on that too with the ag, so we could fix both parts, both subjects in this bill. And that's why I rise to support the motion to return this, reject this conference committee, send it back to conference, and I want to focus on two parts of it. The reindeer games that were played by the House, we should say no. We had things worked out much better in the Senate bill that went out of here bipartisanly with a strong vote. The House is trying to raid and take over the AFRAC account in their continual quest to harm farmers, go after farmer and agriculture, and outright ruin it if they had their way. What they were trying to do with AFRAC was raid the fund completely. This is an account paid on fertilizer and chemicals that farmers and producers have agreed and serve on a board to direct that money towards research to help agriculture in Minnesota and overall for the growth and the improvements in technology and seeds and practices. What a novel concept that we let the people that are expert in this field being forced to collect this tax, but at least they have a direct hand in how to spend it and where the need is the most urgent at the time. And leave it to the House Democrats to try to steal this money now, get rid of AFRAC, get rid of the farmers and everybody else that serves on the board, and say, oh, no, thank you, we just want you for the money. Sorry, bait and switch, we suckered you into it, and now we're going to do what we really want to do, which is steal your money, put it towards our pet projects or our special interest. Now, thankfully, this language has pushed back some, but that was one of the big holdups. And with the gun to the head, Senator Putnam, I know you had to come up with some sort of rational compromise without taking a bullet. And so we've got 4 new special interests being forced onto this board, many of them not going to be friendly to agriculture. And so nearly a third of the board will be able to frustrate and start perverting this board and the agriculture and the research they have been well known for. And this is the slippery slope. And normally we've extended this sunset for 10 years at a time. This is one of the most controversial sunsets I remember in this legislature. Ironically, the joke around here is nothing ever can sunset. But now, as part of this bill, the House demanded a sunset of only 5 years because they only got part of their hijacking done. And so in 5 years, they know they can come back and try to take over the rest of this board with their special interest. And that's why we should send it back. And oh, by the way, I talked about the reindeer games. We in the Senate had a very good compromise signed off by the DNR, by the Board of Animal Health, for the only private zoo in Minnesota, so they could bring in additional reindeer and help the genetic diversity, help their displays at a zoo in central Minnesota, Stearns County, Senator Putnam's county, Senator Howe's county, and my county. Thought we had it all worked out. But the same hijackers in this House refused the compromise, even though the agencies have signed off on it. And we've worked it out. Reindeer are not white-tailed deer. CWD is a concern, not coming from a state that even has CWD. Tough criteria we had put in place. Very common sense, Board of Animal Health oversight, having to sign off. But that's not in this bill either. So the small business, the family business that puts their heart and soul is going to be subject to regulations that will stop and not allow them to have their business and the genetic diversity that they want and need in their private-run zoo, the only one in Minnesota. And you say, oh, well, that would be risky. No, members, you gave every other zoo in the state a complete exemption last year with no verification of CWD if they so choose to try to transfer a white-tailed deer in. We're bringing in reindeer. And I am mad about this. How unfair we treat people that are trying to do a good thing, the communities, the school kids, the work they do on preserving animals and the habitat that they are so devoted to. And we're going to slap them in the face today while we give the big zoos, public-owned zoos, a complete exemption. And we can't even get a small process that Board of Animal Health and the DNR signed off on. We're okay within our bill that passed out of here. And Senator Putnam ran into a brick wall because he was dealing apparently with hijackers over in the House. And so, members, Rudolph had a bright red nose. Let's light this board up with bright red, send it back to conference committee, and tell the House enough with their reindeer games.
Senator Grutenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I rise in support of the motion to reject this conference committee report. You know, members, the little bit of good stuff that was in there, the nuclear study and some of the other things, it's all been stripped out. And I wish you would please, members, just do a research study on the internet of the risk of rolling blackouts to the MISO area. I mean, it's numerous articles, the Star Tribune, Center for the American Experiment, and I could go on, even some co-op ones. We are at high risk if we have a severe winter or very hot summer of rolling blackouts, because that's the path we're going down. We don't have the technology to provide base load electricity with solar and wind. It is simply that easy to understand. And yet we blindly go down it for tax subsidies, other money coming from the federal government, who knows what else, driving this in a blinded towards a way to non-base load electricity. You know, I shared this before, but I was also on the Energy Committee in the other body. And the last year I was there, the lead lobbyist, which also lobbies over here, he shared the ownership of solar gardens here in the state of Minnesota. And members, he shared that 13%, and again, this is, you know, it's a couple years old and it's a moving target. But he said a couple years ago, we had 13% of our solar gardens in Minnesota owned by Minnesota corporations and individuals. Then he said we had 67% of our solar gardens here in Minnesota owned by individuals and corporations outside the state of Minnesota. He specifically named one in the meeting we had, and that was Warren Buffett owns a lot of our solar gardens here in the state of Minnesota. So 67%. Then 20% of our solar gardens in Minnesota a couple years ago were owned by foreign corporations and individuals. So members, we are artificially inflating the cost of electricity, fleecing our own citizens, seniors and businesses and farms, and we're sending the majority of the money, about 87% of it a couple years ago, outside the state of Minnesota. That's what we're doing. And, just like so many other government initiatives, the sky is falling. The one thing I wish the people that run around with this anti-science scam of global warming, climate change, or whatever, I just wish they have freedom of speech, but I just wish they had a law that they have to wear Chicken Little outfits whenever they talk about it. The sky is falling and I need your money. That's what's going on. When government gets involved, unfortunately, they pick winners and losers, and the losers are the majority of people get to pay for the scam, the tax subsidized scam. And now we have the highest risk in the MISO area and Minnesota for rolling blackouts for our farms, businesses, and citizens. That's where we're going. It's a religion, a blinded anti-science religion. Give you one book to read, and there's dozens of them out there, if not hundreds, by two eminently qualified scientists. It's called Unstoppable Global Warming. Every 1,500 years, the Earth cools and warms. It's unstoppable. And it happened way before there were vehicles or things like that. The other thing is, inside this bill, and the reason we should vote to reject it, is this carbon pipeline study. God help us. Now, I have a medical device engineer who's from North Dakota. He owns a farm up there. He has done extensive study on putting these carbon pipelines in. This is funny farm stuff, expensive tax-subsidized funny farm stuff. And they're fighting it up there. He's done extensive research on it. It's another scam. We could have penny-cheap electricity if we went down the road of large hydro, nuclear, clean coal, and other base-load electricities. But we blindly go down this new religion of global warming. So members, please come to your senses. It's easier to believe a lie you've been told 1,000 times than the truth the first time you hear it. It's time to deal with the truth. This is an anti-science, anti-baseload, expensive, and it's going to be, when we have to clean these windmills and these solar gardens up, it's going to be the biggest environmental disaster in the history of the state of Minnesota. And I'll tell you what's going to happen, one more thing. These corporations and LLCs, they're going to soak the money and profit out of these areas, windmills and solar, and then when it comes to clean this mess up, they're going to declare bankruptcy, and they're going to run off with the money from overseas and other parts of our country. And guess who's going to get stuck cleaning this environmental disaster up? The ratepayers of the state of Minnesota. Please come to your senses. Quit believing in lies that are repeated 1,000 times, that exhaling now causes global warming. Ignorance can be fixed, stupid's forever. Please vote red. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think a lot of the stuff that I was going to say for this portion of the bill is said. I will save my comments for third reading, and I would remind everybody that we will be voting yes to send this back to conference committee.
Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I stand in favor of rejecting this conference committee report. As you have heard, there are some really good things in this report, like the ag provision. these are good things, particularly, and I'll talk about it later, but particularly the soil health grants and, of course, the remediation for nitrates, particularly in the area that I represent down in Dodge and Olmsted counties and the rest of southeast Minnesota. And I'm concerned, though, that these good provisions, which are bipartisan, strongly supported, I could go into the other things, but I'll save those till we get to the final piece. But what I would say is here they are, crammed together with highly controversial things like the energy bill, which when it left this body had a number of good provisions in it, which were all stripped out. So it's very unfortunate to see that we have taken two omnibus bills and now combined them into one. I suggest that we reject this conference committee report and seek to support these bills as they were originally intended.
Senator Matthews, this is your motion. You'll be the last one to hear before we vote on the motion to reject the conference committee. Senator Matthews.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the robust discussion. Would urge members to support my motion.
The Secretary will take the roll on the Matthews amendment. The motion to reject the conference committee report. Senator Frentz, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Dietzick votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Herr votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
And Senator Bolden votes no.
And Senator Bolden votes no. Senator Miller, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye. Members, we're waiting for a couple others to come up from a meeting. All members having voted who desires a vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the motion to reject the conference committee report fails. Members, we're on the underlying Frentz motion, and I know that there'll be those who want to speak on third reading. So we will, so all in favor of the, were we supposed to have a roll call on this? Roll call, a roll call requested, roll call granted. The Secretary will take the roll on the Senator Frentz motion to adopt the committee reports and repass. Senator Frentz, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. I report Senator Fateh votes yes.
Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Dietzick votes aye.
Senator Herr votes aye.
Senator Herr votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
And Senator Bolden votes aye.
And Senator Bolden votes aye.
Mr. President.
Senator Miller, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Johnson votes no.
Senator Johnson votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 33 nays, the Friends motion to adopt the committee report prevails. The secretary will give the bill its third reading.
Senate File 4942, a bill for an act relating to state government, amending agriculture policy provisions, etc.
Third reading. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. And would Senator Frentz yield for one question?
Senator Frentz, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Senator Frentz, I had asked you about the provision with the Department of Commerce and facilitating timely actions in non-environmental review, routing, and citing. And when I look on page 177, this is in section 21 of Article 9, I find the language in the bill. But can you help me find it on the spreadsheet? I am unable to find this allocation in the spreadsheet.
Senator Frentz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Rarick. I have the spreadsheet. Which provision are you referring to again?
Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Section 21 in Article 9, it is the $1.2 million this year and then every year in the tails for the Department of Commerce to facilitate timely actions in non-environmental review, routing, and citing proceedings.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Rarick. Yes, it's line 56. permitting reform, routing, siting, intervening.
Senator Rarick.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. Wonderful. Thank you very much, Senator Frentz. That was eluding me. Mr. President and members, you know, the ag portion of this bill, I'm 100% behind. No issues there. But I have a couple of issues when we look at the energy portion of this bill. The RDA spend is not what I would have probably appropriated if I were to be able to make all the decisions. I believe if we're going to do this, we should be using that money to encourage new technologies to be emerging into the market, not necessarily just picking particular projects to invest in, a couple of which I find a little bit troubling in this bill. But I think as we talk about the RDA, it begs the question, and unfortunately this conference committee report does nothing to address our future around nuclear. We passed a bill last year that's asking Minnesota to get its electric generation 100% carbon-free by 2040. And I think most people who pay attention to energy realize that's not attainable unless nuclear is a major piece of your portfolio. Leaving this body, we had the first step to have a study done to see what role nuclear could play in Minnesota's energy portfolio. But what we see in front of us here today, Mr. President, does not include that. We know that Prairie Island has issues with the storage of the spent fuel down in their community. This bill, this report in front of us, hasn't started a process that nuclear study could very well start the process of looking at what we're going to do, the potential that we would reuse that fuel with these new technologies, potentially move that up to Monticello. These are discussions that we have to be having if we are truly going to get to that carbon-free electric production by 2040. But unfortunately, what we have in front of us that we're voting on fails to do any of it. What it is doing, Mr. President, is it is picking two sectors within the energy and in all of the sectors actually in our economy in Minnesota, and it is treating them more favorably than any other type of sector in Minnesota's economy. We have provisions in here for grid enhancing provisions, for interconnection provisions, to make it easier for wind and solar to come onto the system. We have permitting reform for the transmission lines for wind and solar. But there are no other sectors in all of Minnesota's economy that are going to get any permitting reform out of this bill or getting any other type of help to be coming onto our system. And I think we should be asking why. We had a very long discussion when we had the standalone bill for permitting reform. And I still hold to my belief that there's only one reason why these two sectors are seeing movement when no one else is. It's because they are seen favorably by far-left environmental groups. That's the only reason these sectors are moving forward and nothing else ever seems to get any traction and can never move forward, and why we're seeing so many sectors from our economy moving to other states I just believe, Mr. President, as we move forward, we can absolutely get to that cleaner, reliable, and affordable energy future in Minnesota. But as I look at what we did last year and what this report in front of us is doing, we are really putting the affordability piece and the reliability piece at risk. I wish this could have done more to help us move in that towards that goal of carbon-free, while also maintaining that affordability that Minnesotans absolutely need for their pocketbooks in today's reality, and how we see prices going up all around, and the reliability piece, which Minnesotans not only expect, but they demand. Members, Mr. President, I would encourage a no vote today. Let's get our hands around how we're going to use the RDA funds in the future to make sure we're promoting those technologies. Let's realize we need to start looking at nuclear energy as an option. And let's bring all sectors in our, not only our energy, but in our construction and other areas, to that help for that reform that they need in Minnesota to be able to move forward in a timely manner, so that all of our sectors can see certainty and come to market and maintain that affordability piece for Minnesotans, no matter what sector they are in. So unfortunately, Mr. President, I need to encourage a no vote on the bill in front of us today.
Senator Green, we're on third reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a few things to say, but I'm not going to belabor them, as you may be happy, because I think my colleagues are going to talk about a lot of them too. But there's some things that I want to touch on, and then I'll reserve the right, if I can, if they don't hit all the areas, to come back and touch on the ones they don't, so that we don't have a lot of the same thing being said. But I'd like to ask Senator Putman to yield, if he would.
Senator Putnam will yield. Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Putman, I've been looking through the bill, and you said something when you were talking about what was in the bill, and you mentioned the elk farms, and that we couldn't get any money in there for depredation for the elk farms. And I don't see anything crossed out. Was there money in the bill, in this bill, for depredation for elk?
Senator Putnam.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Green. There was initially a budget line in our bill for $75,000 for additional funds. Currently, MDA has about $500,000 in what it calls its Protect grant, and there are currently some resources coming from that toward elk deprivation. Our hope was to add additional $75,000 specifically articulated to that problem, but we were unable to get that through the House. But we were able to get the actual study to get a better idea of how to treat the issue in the future.
Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. And that's what I thought. It was the $75,000. I did not see the study in here, although I will be honest with you, I would have rather had the money that you're going to use on the study for the depredation. But can you explain what the study is going to be and where I can find it in the bill?
Senator Putnam, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Putnam, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Green. We'll look up and find the page for you, and I can hand that to you later in the interest of efficiency. The study is to actually deal with developing a deeper understanding. It is line 7.15. Thank you, Mr. Peterson. 7.15 in the bill is the description of the elk depredation study.
Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate that, Senator Putman. I will look that up, and I won't do it right now in the interest of time. But I will make some other comments on the bill. I know some of my colleagues had said that they think that the ag bill is good. Others said that they don't. I do have some real problems with it, Mr. President. And one is that this bill, just like all the other ones, it is going to expand rulemaking authority. It's going to give, in this case, Minnesota Department of Ag some more statutory enforcement authority. And I also thought I saw in the bill that the PUC is going to have increased authority in this bill as well. I also noticed that this, just in the one portion of it, haven't gone through the rest, but it's also going to hire 11 new FTEs, more expansion of government, which we absolutely do not need, especially in these areas. And I do have more in here, but I think my colleagues are going to mention those. I'm going to wait right now, but I do want to address some things that were said just shortly. I know that Senator Frentz has made this comment before on how affordable this is going to be, and it's going to drive down costs, but exactly the opposite is true, and we know that. And anybody who's paying their electric bill already with the policies that have already passed can tell you that your electricity bills are not going down, and not only are they going to rise, they're going to rise with the cold, hard facts, if you will, that our energy grid is going to be even more unreliable. And as these new lines go in, we're also going to see issues with some of our local electric companies not having the right to put these lines in themselves. So we're going to have businesses that maybe don't even service the area now having to come in and fix electric lines when they go down. If we get snow, ice, now we're going to have to wait until somebody from somewhere else comes in to fix these lines. But with that, Mr. President, I think I'm going to sit down and see what everybody else has to say. Thank you.
Senator Gruenhagen, this is third reading.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, you know, I just want to concentrate on that nuclear study being stripped out again, too. And, you know, a few years ago, we were invited out to Virginia on the launching of a new nuclear submarine. It was called the USS Minnesota. I wasn't able to go, but a number of legislators were able to go, and they did bring me a book back. Maybe some of you remember that. Anyway, it was one of the most technologically advanced submarines in the world at the time. It probably still is. I asked, what was it being, what was the energy that was driving that submarine? And the answer was, it was a nuclear material. And that nuclear material was about the size of a human fist, okay? According to the information that I got. Do you know how long that would last on that nuclear submarine? According to the published information, over 33 years of base load electricity. Nuclear material the size of a human fist would power that nuclear submarine for over 33 years. Probably that nuclear submarine, the size, had as many people on it, or military people, as a small city. And now they've even advanced spent nuclear technology even further, where you can recycle up to 96% of it. And remember the cries, oh, this is going to last 1,000 years, we don't know what to do with it, the nuclear spent material? Well, the technology has always solved our problems. And instead, we ignore that and go down the primrose path of non-baseload electricity. The other thing that troubles me about this bill in the energy side of it is, you know, I've been on the Energy Committee now here in the Senate and also in the other body for a number of years. And I think something needs to be addressed in terms of the testifiers at these committees. We got to put them under oath, or they got to admit that they're going to get lots of money if this bill passes on green energy or whatever you want to call it. I mean, money, government money especially, has a corrupting effect on human nature. And by the time you're done listening to them, you think this is the greatest thing that could possibly ever pass. And they're laughing all the way to the bank. And unfortunately, this bill, and the bill passed last year, has provisions to enrich these companies at taxpayer expense. So when you make these changeovers, rather than just updating things based on technology, a few people get rich and the rest of us pay for the show. The second thing is we should be spending our money in the state of Minnesota, instead of on the green energy, we should be spending it on hardening and upgrading our grid. Our electrical grids across this country are at risk of an EMP. And if you don't know what an EMP is, if there would have been a nuclear device on that balloon China flew over the United States and it would have went off in our atmosphere, it could have knocked out a huge part of our electric grid instantly. That is simply a fact. And for some reason, the Biden administration let it float over our whole country before they shot it down. That's what should be addressed, not more this solar or windmill nonsense. But anyway, the other thing I'd just like to address is when we pass these types of bills on energy, last year and this year, it filters into our educational system. And we now have an educational system that practices censorship, lies, and deceit when it comes to the teaching of energy to our children. And we create a fearful generation of young people who think the world's going to end if we don't switch over for trillions of dollars.
Madam President.
For what purpose does the gentleman rise? Senator Frentz.
I rise to a point of order, Madam President. I do respect working with Senator Gruenhagen, but I believe the subject of the motion is the conference committee report and the contents therein, and I believe we received specific instructions to stick to the differences. And with all due respect, I believe what's going on now is not along that route. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Retz. Senator Frentz, the point of order is well taken. Senator Gruenhagen, please stick to the topic.
Okay.
Well,
Madam President, parliamentary inquiry.
Senator Westland, I'm allowing Senator Gruenhagen to continue. Let's just continue
Madam President,
with the debate.
parliamentary inquiry, I believe, is a higher motion.
Senator Westland.
Madam President, parliamentary inquiry. What rule was Senator Frentz citing in his point of order, which is required as a member cites a point of order? I didn't hear it.
Senator Frentz, would you remind me what the rule was?
Madam President, I believe what I was asking the President to do is to remind the members the parameters of the speech, and I did not cite a specific rule.
Senator Westland, you're correct. I should have had him cite a specific rule. I apologize. Senator Gruenhagen, please continue.
So, Madam President, parliamentary inquiry.
I'm just rusty.
So Madam President, parliamentary inquiry.
State your parliamentary inquiry.
So, Madam President, what I'm concluding from that is that you found his point of order well taken, should probably not have been
That's
the outcome.
correct, because he didn't state a point.
That's not the precedent. Very good. Thank you, Madam
You're right.
President.
Thank you. Senator Gruenhagen, please continue. But I think the point that is to try to stick to the topic before us, which you mostly have been doing.
Okay.
So that's good.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I've talked about nuclear, the green energy agenda, and I just couldn't help the empathy I have for our children being indoctrinated with these lies about the world coming to an end, exhaling causes global warming, and a host of other censorship lies and deceit. Now, I know we need baseload growing electricity needs for our economy. And I don't know, I'm old enough to remember, some of you aren't, that before XL was XL, it was called NSP. And they used to have a jingle when they advertised on TV. It was a little electric man, and I won't sing it for you, I'll just say it for you. When I sing at home, my wife walks out of the room, okay? So, you know, the little jingle was electricity penny cheap from NSP to you. We could have penny cheap electricity if we went down nuclear, large hydro, clean coal, and the technology that we have to do it environmentally safe. And instead, we're going 180 degrees. We're demonizing those types of technology and leaving them off and going down a road of higher cost, less reliability, and more environmental problems. Hey, you got to vote with me. No.
Thank you, Senator Grunhagen. Are you about ready to wrap up?
Yeah. So the point is, please vote red on this. And the other thing is, the one amendment I got on here, where a person is developing 250,000 or a ultra efficient vehicle, he hasn't raised any money, he doesn't have a building, and we're going to give him a check for $250,000 to research this ultra efficient vehicle. Now, how would you like the idea, members, that one day you look at your checkbook balance and it says $100 in the hole, the next day it has $250,000 tax-free dollars from the state of Minnesota, taken from other people? What a deal. And that's in this bill. That's very sad. Again, the basis of this Green New Deal is censorship, lies, anti-science, and deceit. Please vote red.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I think there's a lot of reasons to vote no for this bill. We've touched on some around the nuclear moratorium. And I think it's interesting that that nuclear study and the nuclear didn't make it. Because we're not talking about building a nuclear plant. We're talking about allowing the conversation for baseload carbon-free energy to come back. Our nuclear plants were built back in the 70s and 80s, and today these plants are much more efficient. And I just can't figure out why, when Tim Walz was a congressman, he was in favor of lifting the moratorium, and today he's not. Now we can't even get a study. A study, Madam President, to say whether or not this will help us achieve the goals that were set out before. Madam President, I also have concerns with the commercial PACE portion of this project, or of this bill. For members that don't know, commercial PACE stands for Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy. Effectively, what happens is someone will make a loan to a building owner, and the loan is paid off through assessments on their tax bill. And it's intended to help us get to clean energy and energy conservation. But, Madam President, this bill goes much further than that. This bill goes to resiliency, things that weren't considered when we first started the PACE program. And my fear, members, is that lenders will get themselves into these resiliencies around things we already have codes on clean air, on stormwater runoff, on all these other things that aren't energy related. And I've always worried about how these property assessed loans are made. But we always said, well, these are professional property owners. They have the wherewithal to do that calculation. Senator Marty and I worked on that for the consumers and consumer protection to make sure that if they were going to do PACE loans, they had at least what we called in the banking industry truth in lending agreement that showed here's how much the project cost, here's how much you're going to pay over the life of the loan, here's your interest rate. Oh, and here's your payment. And I'm concerned that we've taken out language around these projects being cost effective and having a payback period.
That's been in law for a while because we want to make sure that if we're going to allow these projects to be built, there has to be a worksheet to show that there's some way that they pay back on a positive side. And we're stripping out that language. And my fear isn't for the big developers, the big property management owners. My fear is for the small property management owners. The guy who maybe owns one or two strip malls. That's going to make the blooper reel. You know, Madam President, after that, I should just sit down, shouldn't I?
Next on the list is Senator Housley.
Madam President, I just want to wrap up real quick. I think we've extended this beyond where it's supposed to be, and my fear is that the financing is going to almost create a bubble. One that we saw that was maybe likely in the 2008-2009 timeframe, but instead of hitting residential property, it'll be hitting commercial property. I think this is a bad idea to strip out the payback and cost effectiveness, and I think it's a mistake to expand it into what we've classified as resiliency. I think that definition is too broad, and so members, I would vote no.
Thank you, Senator Housley.
Thank you, Madam President. And again, it's another one of those cases that any of the good Republican provisions that were in the bill have been stripped out. This legislation has stripped out nearly every proposal put into the bill that had bipartisan support that would provide for more reliable and affordable energy, including nuclear energy studies, consumer protections on smart metering, and allowing for other forms of carbon-free energy in manufacturing to meet the state's new energy goals. Some of the provisions that were pulled out, there was Mine Wildlife Rehab Center energy improvements, Senator Matthews' nuclear energy study and hydrogen feasibility study, Senator Lucero's smart meter consent, Senator Farnsworth wood chips counted as carbon-free source amendment, and Senator Gruenhagen's ultra-efficient vehicle state match amendment. The language that is included for permitting reforms falls very much short of what is needed in Minnesota. This permitting reform in front of us today is simply replacing bureaucrats with different bureaucrats. We've lost too many projects to other states because our regulatory and permitting process is too cumbersome and ineffective. Members, this legislation is going to make energy more expensive and less reliable for Minnesotans. It makes it easier for rates to go up for energy rate payers and leading to higher costs for Minnesotans. So, members, I encourage a no vote.
Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll make it quick. I think we need to end on a positive note, and I just want to stand in support of the provision that actually creates jobs or a new career, and that is the money geared towards a second career or technical education for meat cutting or butchery. Members, this will actually help. I don't know if you remember during COVID, we had a real problem processing meat because the butcher shops couldn't handle the volume because we don't have enough butchers. Great career, great opportunity. I appreciate that part being in the bill, and it's very ironic that we have a jobs provision in the egg portion of this bill, and then in the jobs bill, we had a provision for butchery, but it didn't create any new jobs. So overall, members, I still don't support the bill. Too many of the good provisions have been removed. Please vote red.
Senator Lucero, also ending on a positive note.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, most people, when they think of Lucero, the mental image that comes up is certainly a positive note. So, Madam President, I'm wondering if Senator Frentz would yield for a question.
Senator Frentz will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Madam President. And my comments will be very brief, but one of the things that I'm frustrated over is I see the number of Republican amendments or provisions, let's say, that were included. Senator Housley just touched on it, that were taken out. The question, Madam President, and for Senator Frentz, can you give just some background? What was the opposition? I presume, Madam President, Senator Frentz, that you fought for these provisions that were in there, the Senate position. What were the reasons for the contention that the smart meter bill that I had, the House wasn't willing to accept, the matching funds that Senator Gruenhagen had that they weren't willing to accept? Of all the provisions I see that were stripped out, the Gruenhagen matching funds, that just seems the most common sense. So I'm curious why mine, that one, and then why Senator Matthews. Just the small nuclear study was not accepted, or there was opposition. If you could
Senator
provide some
Frentz.
background.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Senator Lucero. First of all, the nuclear study, I support as much as Senator Matthews. It was in every offer that we extended to the House. It is fair to say House conferees are not supportive of nuclear energy, and they bring the true spirit of the House to the negotiations, which is they don't have the support for it and they oppose it. Senator Gruenhagen's proposal was not included in any of the House or Senate offers after I think maybe the first round. And to the smart meter, we had some advocacy from the utilities suggesting that it would actually be counterproductive, increasing costs in some ways. That is my best answer, Madam President, to the three questions as I understood them. Thank you.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Senator Frentz. And I understand that there's a lot of things happening, and you can't remember all the details and all the specifics with all the different back and forth and negotiation. But I'll just express briefly with this and then close. There's a lot of ideas out there. There's a lot of entrepreneurs, risk takers, and the one gentleman who did come forward the one day we were in committee in the bill hearing, I think it was Senator Rest's constituent, if I remember correctly. The gentleman came forward. I have nothing against this gentleman. I have nothing against his idea. But I think what was very clear in that committee is he didn't follow what the normal venture capitalist or entrepreneur path is for somebody that has an idea, that needs to develop that idea, market that idea, hopefully attracting some investors that will work to provide him some guidance, capital, and experience to foster and grow that product. But instead, what I perceived was rather than go down the path that every entrepreneur generally goes down to attract some investors, he instead is coming to the legislature, and it's $250,000. But he clearly was in the extreme infancy of the development of this product. I think there was just a prototype or a part of a prototype. He was still operating out of his house or garage. No problem with that. I mean, there's great companies that start in the garage, great companies. But I didn't detect efforts to go out and attract others rather than come to the legislature. That's just not what we should be doing. And I have a high concern that this $250,000 that we're going to be giving this gentleman is just gone. The vast majority of products that come to, or ideas I should say, they don't go anywhere. And here we are going to give $250,000 that 99.999% chance is just going to be gone. The product isn't going to go anywhere. I don't think that's a good use. Next, regarding the smart meters, it would simply empower consumers. That's all it is seeking to do, empower consumers. And yes, would there have been an increasing cost on those who chose not to elect to have the smart meter? Potentially. But at least they had that decision as an affirmative opt-in rather than it being assumed they opt in and they have to do an affirmative opt-out. And then lastly, in the area of technology and innovation, it is leaps and bounds happening all the time. And whether it be the small nuclear study, whether it be the hydrogen feasibility study, both Senator Matthews' provisions, why would we not try to study that? Having the state's interest in funding a feasibility study for certainty, reliability, on different forms, diversity of energy, is something that is so much more, in my opinion, germane to our role as a legislature than giving $250,000 to some concept or pilot ultra efficient vehicle. And by the way, for those who haven't seen and don't know what it is, if I remember correctly, it was effectively a bicycle, a three-wheeled bicycle. Well, that wouldn't be a bicycle, that would be a tricycle. 3 wheels, and it was an enclosed, almost think like a bubble. Again, I have nothing against the idea. If somebody wants to bring that to market, fine. But it was 3 wheels, and I think there was a gasoline-powered engine, but there was a pedal assist. So the person would pedal, and you're almost like laying down, pedaling. And it's just not practical for what's going to happen in Minnesota. Given our winters, given, on the roads and the safety of collisions, it's just not something that's practical. And so the fact that the House was not willing to accept the feasibility study for hydrogen or a small nuclear, but instead we are going to give $250,000 to this, it's just a misplaced priority. There's finite resources out there, finite dollars. It's misplaced. So, Madam President, these and many other reasons, I encourage members to vote no to the bill. Thank you.
Final comments, Senator Matthew.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm just quickly going to point out 2 other pieces that are in this bill that as I read through it again, it appears that we're moving 11 FTEs from the Department of Commerce to the PUC for the permitting issue, but then it still looks like there's a line item that's hiring new FTEs back at the Department of Commerce, and it reads like, is this double duty or duplicative? Just want to highlight that here in closing. And then there was 2 sections that are in the bill of 2 new dockets that the Public Utilities Commission is supposed to create on grid enhancing technologies that have cost recovery and sharing of utility costs in the language. And these are 2 mechanisms that are going to raise rates on our utility ratepayers. So it's going to be another increase in the cost of energy that our folks are paying. We went over before all of the bipartisan amendments that are out. It's disappointing that they're out. I hope that we have an opportunity to do this bill better in the future. Madam President and Senator Frentz, I'm sure you know I'll be back with some of these bills when we come to session next year, but today I'm going to urge members to vote no on the bill. Thank you.
Final comments, Senator Frentz.
Well, thank you, members, and thank you in particular to the members of the Minority Caucus. You bring a great voice to the Energy Committee, and we need all hands on deck. We need all ideas on deck, and I look forward to the work next year. To my fellow majority party energy members, I want to say thank you for all your work. I do want to say a specific thanks also, Senator Matthews as the ranking member. I think we're going to work best together when we don't always agree. I think that's where a lot of the good ideas come from. So with that, members, I would ask you to vote yes on the bill. It has permitting reform, which is landmark, and that is included in the bill, which will have a positive effect on permitting, not only in clean energy, but for some of the other areas that we want to do. And with that, Madam President, I ask for a yes vote.
Is Senator Putnam on the floor? Senator Putnam, final comments.
Thank you, Madam President. It's a good bill. Vote for farmers. Vote for the bill.
Senator Frentz moved that the foregoing recommendations in Conference Committee report on Senate File 4942 be now adopted. Secretary will take the roll. Okay. Senator Frentz, voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Senator Bolden votes yes.
Senator Bolden votes yes.
Senator Fateh votes yes.
Senator Fateh is in the room.
Well, I just wanted you to know he votes yes. Senator Dietzick votes yes.
Senator Dietzick votes yes.
Senator Herr votes yes.
Senator Herr votes yes.
And Senator Port votes yes.
Senator Port votes yes. Voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Jasinski? No? Nope. There being 30, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 36 ayes and 31 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Remaining under motions and resolutions, Senator Hoffman.
Madam President, I move that the foregoing recommendations and conference committee report on Senate file number 5335 be now adopted and that the bill be repassed as amended by the conference committee.
And Senator Hoffman. Senator Hoffman, go ahead and make your comments.
Madam Chair, I made the motion. I'm sorry. Thank you. Do you want me to make the motion again? I made the motion to move the foregoing recommendations to conference committee report.
Yeah.
Senate file. I go into my comments. The difference. I got you. New provisions.
That's right, Senator Hoffman. Just tell us the differences between when it left the Senate floor and now returned from conference committee. That's all
Madam President, I'll tell you, when it left the Senate floor, we had 45 provisions that are in this bill, and 26 of the provisions are Senate provisions, 9 are House provisions, and 10 were both provisions. What has changed is some additional pieces that we worked together on is the elimination of the disproportionate share program by 1 year. We have the DCT Advisory Council, that's Article 5, DCT Executive Board Structure, Article 5. There's an opioid manufacturer fee sunset, that's Article 3. There's a homelessness priority report, that's Article 6. The Human Services Contingency Account, Article 7. We added a mobile crisis grant expansion for children's mental health, that's Article 8. And we had the 2023 nursing home loan program expansion and modification. We have 1115 waiver for health coverage for incarcerated individuals. Planning the application for an 1115 waiver for the health-related social needs. There's some peer recovery changes that we did collaboratively. Qualifications for people providing services to children with autism spectrum disorder and related conditions, requiring board certification for analysis. And we permitted the small assisted living facility relocation. That was a 2-year work. That was collaborative. And then there was the priority admissions conversation, Madam President, which is the Medication in Jails pilot program. We are moving 10 patients from the hospitals to the waiting list for admission to a DCT program. Priority, Madam President, is still for people in jails and not based on medical needs. We are getting there. That's the difference.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Is there any discussion on Senate File 5335? Senator Abler. Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair and members. The bill, when it left, I think had 50-something votes. It had, there's nothing really bad about what's left, but I have 2 major concerns I'll express. But everything in the bill is something nice. There's some help for people with SUD problems. There's the parents who are trying to help their own child as a PCA. That's restored, at least I think come October or something like that. And, but there's There's two things about this bill that concern me, and I'm not even going to talk very long about it, but I'm going to mention them as things that I'm deeply concerned about. When the bill left, actually, I'll just step back a bit. The governor and the department decided to abolish the program that was disproportionate share for assisted livings. I believe it was 2019 that on a bipartisan, bicameral basis, we set up a way to give extra money to people in assisted livings for the clients that had a high proportion, maybe 80% or 83%, the numbers have fluctuated over the years. But the thinking is Medicaid rates are generally lower than commercial rates, like if you're just going to pay cash and go live in an assisted living. And so the people that have graciously, through strong mission and the goodness of their hearts and commitment to the elderly population that so desperately needs these services, were having a hard time staying open. And so back with then Representative Schultz and others, we found a way to craft this program, and it's had several iterations over the years, and it was working famously. With the increase in the elderly waiver rates last year, the department thought that there's plenty of money going to these places, and let's just abolish the program. And unfortunately, as departments go, they have a hard time collecting all the right data they might need. And it was my view and the view of the operators that this was a really bad idea, and in fact, it might result in the closure of some of these sites because they're so marginal with the other rates. And I don't fault their intent and their good wishes, but I do totally doubt their math, especially when talking to the operators who have been doing this work. So, indeed, the highest rates were too high, maybe $189 a day, $191 a day as a base. And so Senator Hoffman pretty much led the way to come up with a compromise. Instead of abolishing the program, to come up with one that cut the program by 2/3, creating a rate of $141, which actually would be adequate in the view of many operators to help take care of the needs that they have. The department did not like this, and the whole program got abolished. So it wound up saving $1.8 million more than the proposal that was there. Senator Hoffman was able to negotiate keeping it open for 1 year, but freezing the program at the 141, and then it would drop back to whatever rates there are. And in the eyes of many of the operators, they will perhaps be closing. And so one benefit that we've had by having this rate was to draw more operators here and have people invest money in significantly expensive operations to serve this population. And I believe there's some 5,000 individuals connected in this disproportionate share population, the ones that are a high percentage. And it has worked famously. And I'm really disappointed with the department and with the House for coercing this change to only have it last 1 year. I believe great harm will happen. And I'm really, really worried about it. And Senator Hoffman and I have gone round and round about it, but I do not agree that it's acceptable or a good idea to remove this funding from these seniors who are really low income and oftentimes have very complex cases that they need services for. And so, Madam President and others, this was one of the areas that actually worked in DHS. If you've been looking at the nursing homes where they've been closing, you look at various services across the state, you look at transportation for people who are very low income or people with disability to go to the doctor. We're turning away tens of thousands of rides, which is all part of our responsibility area as well. And so it just makes little sense to take this little island of success and bring it to harm. And there's one other element I want to suggest, Madam Chair, and that's the cannabis education funding that was reduced in this bill in the second biennium by $7.3 million. And Madam Chair, Madam President, it's no surprise to you that I'm not a fan of cannabis, but at least one of the things we have to do is warn people about the harm. There is some money in here to help people in jail after they've already succumbed to substance use, and that's a good program, 1115 waiver and all that. And there's nothing bad in this bill that I could say, oh, this is something we shouldn't do. But there's some choices that were made about what we're going to buy that leave these critical elements untaken care of. Madam President, is that a word, untaken care of? And so what's going to happen now, this money was going to go to the counties, and the counties have already begun to hire up for this county share that they're getting. I don't have a run about how much it is per county, but it's in the 3.7 million or something per year to counties perpetually. And so over a decade, it's $37 million. So it's real money and a big difference. And curiously enough, in the commerce bill that I asked about earlier, we're reducing a little more than $1 million. And so we're reducing about $10 million a biennium, we being the system here, in the face of what's going to become a real mess when cannabis becomes legal, and as the young people are like, oh, it's no big deal. And so if we can help those young people and those adults realize it's not nothing, that would be a really good idea. But so with the choices that were made kind of in private about reducing this really critical assisted living program and the cannabis program, I'm really worried. And so, Madam President, I don't have a motion to send it back to conference. And actually, if there was will in the body to go back and fix these things, I would, but I kind of see how those motions work. But also in conference, I did bring amendments to try to rectify these. And in one case, I was short one vote, thanks to Senator Fateh, who understands the assisted living part. And I appreciated that, but you need 2 votes on each side, and so they just didn't go anywhere. And so also in the bill, there's one third thing I'm going to mention, and then I'm actually going to be done. There was some critical access nursing home money, $3 million or so in the first biennium, and then nothing in the tails. And to Senator Hoffman's credit, he was able to find a way to do $1.3 million a year in ongoing, and so I commend him strongly for that. But Madam Chair, because I'm so concerned about this cannabis thing, just deeply, and so worried what's going to happen with these assisted living sites, because they don't know what they're going to do, Madam President. They do not know. And so for the first time in a good long time, I'll not be supporting the bill. But members, I'm not telling you not to vote for this bill. I'm telling you my 2 concerns that I see as marquee issues. But there's a lot of good stuff in here. And so I suggest you look at the bill and decide what makes the most sense to you. If you like it, vote for it. And I'm not going to tell anybody what to do at all. But I just wanted to make it clear that I have concerns about these 2 matters in particular. Thank you, Madam President.
Is there any more discussion? Senator Rasmussen. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Rasmussen. Senator Utke's on the list. Oh, okay, Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Madam President. First off, I just want to say that it's an honor to get a chance to serve on the Senate Human Services Committee. And there's a couple features of the committee that I've really come to appreciate. One is the leadership that we have from Senator Abler and Senator Hoffman, who really run what I call a nonpartisan committee, where every member of the committee is able to bring their ideas, have them evaluated, and have a chance for a hearing. You might not be successful, might not end up in a final bill, but we're able to have important policy discussions at the committee table. Another thing, Madam President, that I appreciate about the Human Services Committee are the Minnesotans that come to the table and share their stories. Whether it's parents who have children with disabilities, whether it's advocates for our senior citizens, whether it's individuals who are in recovery and sharing what's helped them be successful in that recovery. We get to hear some very human stories every day that give us a glimpse to both the suffering and the hope that is out there in Minnesota. And I think the work that we try to do on that committee is to address those needs as best we can. And so I very much appreciate, as Senator Abler said, a lot of really good items in this bill that were the product of bipartisan collaboration. And I think that's why when this bill left the Senate floor, we saw a lot of green votes on the board. There was a lot of collaboration, a lot of amendments that were taken, and I think we had a good product. Madam President, I do have some concerns with this bill before the body that I want to highlight, because I think they're
important not just in the short term, but actually in the long term as well. My biggest concern with this bill is the governance structure or lack of governance structure for the new direct care and treatment agency. This has been a topic for a long time, whether or not we should take direct care and treatment out of the Department of Human Services as a standalone agency. And Madam President, that idea has had bipartisan proponents over the years. And I'm not against having direct care and treatment be a standalone agency. They do important work. They have thousands of FTEs who work for direct care and treatment every day. They have more than $1 billion budget. And they're charged with caring for those who are civilly committed to the state, and for a whole host of reasons. Sometimes when a court has determined that an individual is mentally ill and dangerous and poses risk to themselves and perhaps the broader community. They're also charged with doing the highly sensitive work of the Minnesota Sex Offender Program. And Madam President, the concern that I have here is that we'll be setting up an agency without a proper accountability structure. Today, if someone is the ward of direct care and treatment, they are the ward of the commissioner of the Department of Human Services. In this new structure, there will be a very part-time board that will be running this important agency. This board will be charged with hiring a CEO to manage the day-to-day operations, but that CEO serves at the pleasure of this board. And I'm very concerned that there will not be accountability to the governor. And actually, the language that's before the body, if the governor had a concern with the individual who's running this over $1 billion agency on behalf of the state, and the governor wanted to remove that person from their position, the governor has no power to do so, no authority to do so. And Madam President, one of my biggest concerns is that on the floor of the Senate, we gave the governor more power. We gave the governor more accountability to potentially remove and even appoint this individual to run this important agency, and the governor was opposed to that. And Madam President, the only time I've ever seen a politician not want more power is when they don't want accountability. And that's what I'm worried about is happening here with direct care and treatment. Given the sensitive work and the sensitive nature of the Minnesota Sex Offender Program, of individuals who are civilly committed to the state, the governor would love to be arm's length away and be able to point to a part-time board that has to make the difficult decisions of this very important agency. There's a lot of legislators in the other body and in this chamber who wanted to give the governor and the governor's office more direct control over this agency, but they resisted those attempts throughout the process. And Madam President, one of the concerns that I have, and when I talk to county attorneys across the state, when I talk to victims of sexual violence who perhaps have their perpetrator in the Minnesota Sex Offender Program, this lack of accountability terrifies them. They don't know what this means for the future of this program. They don't know what it means for the future of their safety. And I think that is a key flaw in this bill. And I predict, Madam President, that this will be something that, if it's not fixed, we'll be revisiting and we'll be asking ourselves, why did we do this? Why did we set up such an important agency with such a big budget, doing such sensitive work on behalf of Minnesotans, and we left it up to a part-time board? Right now, if this language goes forward, individuals who are in direct care and treatment will be the ward of this board. When people bring a suit to perhaps change their civil commitment process, every single member of that board is going to get served. And so, Madam President, I do appreciate commitments that have been made from both the Department of Human Services and from legislators to revisit this next year. I look forward to working with Senator Fateh and others to try to improve this governance structure, but it concerns me that we're not fixing that here today in the bill. And so, Madam President, would Senator Hoffman yield for a question?
Senator Hoffman will yield. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Senator Hoffman. Senator Hoffman, on this provision, have you had a chance to talk with county attorneys or victim groups about what they think this governance model could mean for them?
Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam President and Senator Rasmussen. Throughout the process, we've had this ongoing conversation with the county attorneys, especially when we're talking about when it comes to priority exchanges, when it comes to this overwhelming need for us to open up bed space, right? And we wouldn't be in this predicament, two things, if it wouldn't been for all of a sudden Charlton being shut down. And we discussed this in our committee, and Senator Rasmussen, Madam President, actually 3 weeks ago was the one who said, we really need to take a deeper dive on this. The first time we did it was at the beginning of our journey this year, right? And it was like, okay, let's see what's happening because of this evolving piece of DCT and all those players that are in there. And here's what I promised to Senator Rasmussen and Senator Fateh, who both have said they want to look in this governance structure on it, right? And there was a difference between the House and the Senate. And as we're doing that forward, that's something that we have an opportunity when we come back in January, fresh, to make this a #1 priority as it was this year. And I have that assurance as long as I'm the chair of this committee, Senator Rasmussen is going to take the lead on that with Senator Fateh to make sure that those voices that we have engaged in the past are continually be engaged and to expand it. And if Senator Rasmussen would like to yield, Madam President, think about what that structure should look like, including, the folks like the Anoka County Sheriff, who is part of our whole thing about prioritization, or the Anoka County attorney, or the Washington County attorney, folks like that were part of that discussion. That has been part of this and will be ongoing. And if with that, I would like to see if Senator Rasmussen, that's, I think, something that we should do is expand that conversation. It's yours and Senator Fateh's committee to really do something. That's how we work. That's how this committee works. So with that, thank you, Madam President.
Senator Rasmussen has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Senator Hoffman. And I sincerely appreciate your commitment to working on this before the new standalone direct care and treatment agency is set up. And I will commit to doing that work with you and other interested legislators and folks concerned with public safety. My prime concern, Madam President, when I look at this language, and I know the victims and the community that I represent, I can't tell them that this bill makes them safer. I can't tell them that this structure will help prevent sexual violence in the state of Minnesota. I can't say that about the current language in this bill. I wish we could have fixed it. I look forward and am committed to fixing it going forward. But that's something that's deeply concerning to me and county attorneys in the area I represent, law enforcement, and victims. Madam President, one of the other concerning items in this bill is that over the course of the next biennium, there's a $7.3 million cut to grants that go to counties to help with cannabis education. And I actually got an email from a county public health official. And this public health official actually did a town hall with me after cannabis was passed, just to help answer questions in the community that people had about cannabis. And she sent this email really concerned that there's this $7.3 million ongoing cut where we're cutting money that was appropriated in last year's cannabis bill to help our county public health offices and departments have educational training and awareness for young people on the impact that cannabis can have on them. And Madam President, I've heard that funding is something that our local public health offices are really looking forward to utilizing, just because of the demand and the questions that they're getting across the community, and especially as we start to see the legal cannabis market get stood up in Minnesota, having that educational component is so critical. And from the proponents of legalizing recreational cannabis, one of the things that we were told was that we were going to prioritize tax revenue from cannabis towards education and helping individuals understand the health impacts that it could have on them and their families. Yet this is the second bill we're seeing today that cuts educational funding for cannabis. And this one, Madam President, is ongoing. And so that's a concern of mine as someone who has been engaged in that topic both this year and last year. Madam President, one of the other concerns that I see in this bill, and I'm not going to do a joint rule 2.06, so I'll save us that. I've seen how those have gone over the last few days. Though, Madam President, I've never tried one of those with you presiding, so maybe I'd have more luck. But in this bill, we saw, and I didn't see this in our Senate Human Services bill, I don't think it was in the House Human Services bill, but $5 million in funding for a deed grant to a recreational center in Cedar Riverside in Minneapolis. And I'm not saying that's a bad project. I think, Madam Chair, we maybe even visited that on a bonding tour. I just don't know why it's in the Human Services bill. And so, Madam Chair, would Senator Hoffman yield for a question?
Will Senator Hoffman yield? He will yield. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator Hoffman. Senator Hoffman, could you help me understand where this project came from, why it's kind of landing in a Human Services bill, and is this something going forward that we're going to be funding rec centers with the Human Services target?
Madam President and Senator Rasmussen, I want to go back on a couple things. We are investing $21 million in substance use, substance abuse, substance treatment, substance help, recovery help funds in this bill. And a lot of that is going to go back through the counties. And so when we leveraged that 7.3, we also increased the fact that our 1115 waiver and our SUD opportunities from the feds to get that 90-10 or 60-40 match, it depends on where it lies in there. That was an important leverage point for us on that. Second thing, now when we look at Cedar Riverside, Madam President, that place is not accessible. If you look at the programming that needs to be done there, it fit within Senator Kerry Dietzig really wanted for the last 10 years to make that place accessible, barrier-free, to be all-inclusive to elderly. And if you look at the mission statement, since that came up earlier, mission statement of the Human Services Committee, which we have, Senator, Madam President, any bills relating to the health or human services that substantially affect the lives of older adults and people with disabilities. This fit within that, and we were able to then also leverage that for some of those food insecurity programs that were there, that were sitting in another place that really made it home to us. And so I said, yes, we will absolutely take that home and try to make that happen for people. So that's where that came from, Senator Rasmussen. It's going to be a good project because it's going to be that accessible, barrier-free situation that people need, especially the people that we care about in our committee. Thank you.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Senator Hoffman. And it sounds like it's a good project and there's real need there. I just get worried when we have committee jurisdictions not kind of stay within their lane. How do we say no next year when someone else wants to have major funding for a recreational center in the Human Services bill? But I appreciate the explanation on that. One of the other concerns, Madam President, that I have in this bill is some additional de-escalation training that we'll be putting on assisted living providers. And this is something that I believe was an agency bill from the office, the Ombudsman for long-term care. And I think they make some good points that we're seeing in assisted living facilities, the need for training to help address de-escalation, mental illness within those facilities. However, Madam President, one of my concerns, and I think one of the concerns that the long-term care imperative has, is that this training requirement is just being added on to all the other requirements and regulations and training that they have to go through. And this bill, Madam President, I don't believe was introduced in the House. The long-term care imperative still has some concerns with it. And when we debated this both in committee, on the Senate floor, and as the bill is moving forward, one of the things that Senator Hoffman had committed to was making sure that concerns were addressed And so, Madam Chair, would Senator Hoffman yield for a question?
Senator Hoffman will yield. Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator Hoffman. Senator Hoffman, could you tell me about the latest status of this language? I don't know if it was changed in conference committee. Is the long-term care imperative and others, are they now comfortable with this and agree that this language should move forward this year?
Senator Hoffman.
Madam President, yes. And to note, I'm an hour on sleep. I have, and I will share this with you, a series of emails that show the people that were involved in this conversation, and it really upsets me to see this disingenuous letter from the long-term care imperative that says we weren't doing what we should be doing. And here's what I'm going to share with you, Senator Rasmussen, Madam President, if you could. Sorry, I'm a little miffed by the fact that it's saying that, no, we're not good, but yet here we are. We're largely good with the MI training language. I misread the underlining initial that said there was one change we believe was unintentional, flagged it for you, right? This was from Aaron Huppert to Elise Bailey from the Department of Human Services, Rodina Paracha from the OOLTC, Mary George. There was a whole group of people, Senator, that were working on this because that's what we do in our committee. We say, look, get the group of people together. And when I give you this packet, you'll see the series of emails that do that. But I want to just share with you that here it is. When it finally was done on May 13th, it went to the LTCI, reviewed all of the language provided last night, and it is consistent with our position. Thank you, Best, and the two people that did it. So there's a series of email chains. I'll give those to you just so you can be clarified that it was a whole group of people, and you'll see who all those people were that were working in there, Senator Rasmussen. So thank you for that, and I absolutely. This is how we do our business, and there's nothing inconsistent about it. There's some great stuff in here, Madam President, all the way from the things that we say we're going to do. I know there's work that we've done. And I'm just tired. It's customized living rate floor. When we talk about that, we look at the acute care transitions of people with disabilities. We are going to help people who are stuck in hospitals. Transitional services, Madam President, Senator Rasmussen will like this one. People with disabilities, remember it cost $3,000 for them to move from one house to another house. It's like, no, they can't do that. We were able to leverage, Madam President, up to $5,000 to finally do that per move, and that's their guaranteed right when they're on a waiver program. That was a huge investment. We would have liked to get to $7,000, but $5,000 is absolutely where it needs to be. We increased that amount of services. We're addressing the opioid epidemic in here once again, and again, I had mentioned the $21 million investment in that stuff. The priority admissions, that really was the task force, Madam President, and Senator Rasmussen, you were part of that too. That stuff all laid out. And the things that we are doing in this bill, it's exactly what the task force, Madam President, signed off on and said, this is what we need to do. And so with that, members, there's some notes, there's some letters from the organizations that absolutely are going to be affected positively by this bill. Office Ombudsman Long-Term Care, the Minnesota Office Ombudsman for Mental Health, AARP Minnesota, the Minnesota Elder Justice Center, Alzheimer's Association, Legal Aid, and believe it or not, NAMI gave our committee a letter of support. Can you believe that? I mean, that's the first I've ever gotten from NAMI on that one. So with that, it's in your packets on your desk, members. So thank you, Senator Rasmussen, for all your work. I'm absolutely grateful you're part of this group. And with that, Madam President, I'd love us to just get this thing going and we can make some lives better. So thank you.
Senator Rasmussen, anything else?
Yes, thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Senator Hoffman. And I do sincerely appreciate your work collaborating with different groups and to try to strike the right balance. And so I'm glad to hear that you engaged with these groups and to try to figure out how to make this new regulation work for them, or at least address some of their concerns. And Madam Chair, my goal with this bill is not to be overly critical. I do have some sincere concerns, but I also want to highlight some really good products that are in this bill. One I want to talk about, and Madam President, Senator Hoffman already talked about NAMI and trying to meet the unfortunately growing mental health needs of Minnesotans. And when I first campaigned for the legislature and would go knock on doors and ask people what was the biggest challenge facing their family, facing their community, I was very surprised that the number one answer was mental health and behavioral health. And that's been something that I've been very committed to. Senator Hoffman, Senator Abler have been very committed to making sure that we're building up the resources and infrastructure to help Minnesotans, to help our neighbors who are struggling with mental health. And one of the really unique programs that's in this bill is we took a structure that NAMI had proposed around having a mental health engagement services pilot project. And I had a constituent, Madam President, who unfortunately lost her husband to suicide. And she reached out earlier this year asking what she could do. She felt helpless. And one of the challenges that she had was helping to get her husband into voluntary mental health treatment. And so we talked with NAMI, I talked with members of the Human Services Committee to see what would be a new model that we could have to help address this. And we actually, as a part of that, I found out that suicide rates are higher in greater Minnesota than across the state. They're higher in rural areas. And so this is a problem in the area that I represent. And so working with NAMI, working with Otter Tail County Human Services and our committee, we are putting together a mental health engagement services pilot project that will take referrals for our neighbors who are dealing with mental illness, mental health crisis, and for at least 90 days, they must have proactive engagement services designed to help them get into voluntary mental health care. And the goals of this project are to help decrease the need for civil commitments, which we already know strain our system, help decrease negative interactions with law enforcement and having people with mental illness end up in the jail, and to help people get the care they need. And so I'm really grateful that that test pilot is included in this bill, and I hope the results of it can be scaled to the rest of the state, and I'm excited to see the results of it. Another important provision that had bipartisan support in this bill was addressing priority admissions and civil commitment. And Madam President, earlier this year, I had a constituent who actually made a Star Tribune article because he had been in the Otter Tail County Jail for 100 days, waiting to get into one of our state hospital facilities to get the mental health services he needed. But because of the waiting lists at direct care and treatment, he had to be in solitary confinement in a jail for 100 days waiting. And I heard from his mother on a regular basis who was concerned about her son not getting the care he needed and actually deteriorating because the jails aren't set up to provide the services that he needed. And so this is something that is really important. Our state has been doing this work for over 100 years, making sure that people who are civilly committed to the state have the care and resources they need. And in this bill, we fund and also have some important policy around priority admissions and civil commitment. How can we make sure that instead of it taking 100 days for someone with a mental illness to get into our state facilities, maybe it can be the same day or the next day. It can be much quicker to get them the care they need. And that's something that our counties support, law enforcement supports, mental health community supports, and I'm glad to see we're making some progress on that in this bill. More work will need to be done. This is not a problem that will be solved overnight, but I'm excited by the bipartisan coalition that is really committed to continuing on with this issue. And so with that, Madam President, I'll let others speak, but I just wanted to give my thoughts on this bill. I think it's the product of a lot of good conversations, a lot of good bipartisan work. I do have some serious concerns, especially in regards to the new governance model for direct care and treatment, but I'm committed to continue to work on that issue and others going forward. Thank you, Madam President.
Members, I'd like to take the procedural motion, and then we can continue our discussion. Senator Hoffman moved that the foregoing recommendations and conference committee report on Senate File 5335 be now adopted, and that the bill be repassed as amended by the conference committee. The Secretary will take the roll.
Madam President, I was hoping to talk on this reason before we take that vote. We're not doing a not concur vote, so it would be nice if we could chat on.
Senator Abler, we're going to take the vote, and then you can continue to talk. There's a long list. The Secretary will take the roll. Senator Frentz, those voting under Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Madam President. I report Senator Fateh already voted. Senator Dietzick votes yes.
Senator Dietzick votes yes.
Senator Herr votes yes.
Senator Herr votes yes.
Senator Port votes yes.
Senator Port votes yes.
And Senator Rest votes yes.
Who is the last one?
Senator Rest.
Senator Rest votes yes. Are there any other remote voters under Rule 40.7? Senator Miller.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Johnson votes no.
Senator Johnson votes no. Members, please vote. All members having voted that desire to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 35. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done. I apologize. You didn't tell me you had another person coming. Oh, you were waving. I was looking. There he is. All members having voted, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 35 ayes and 32 nays, the motion prevails.
Madam
Secretary
President?
will give the bill its third reading.
Senate File 5335, a bill for an act relating to human services.
Okay, on the list is Senator Utke, Senator Howe, Senator Kroon, Senator Gruenhagen, and Senator Weber.
Madam President?
Senator Howe.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Senator Howe, I'm sorry.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Oh, state your point.
Madam President, normally when someone requests a motion, we hear that someone stand up, you recognize them, and we hear it.
Could you state your point of parliamentary inquiry? Oh, go ahead. Continue. Continue. I was thinking point of order.
Normally, when someone makes a motion, we hear them stand up, you recognize them, and we hear that motion. We did not hear that motion from Senator Hoffman, so I was wondering when that motion was made between the time that Senator Rasmussen sat down and you made that motion, because I did not hear that come from Senator Hoffman.
I believe Senator Hoffman read the motion before he made his comments.
But we were still under discussion. And
yes.
I go back, Madam President, to the point in Mason's where it says to cut off debate from the minority. It's the only right we have, Madam President. And to cut our debate off when we were definitely still in the midst, I think, ruins the decorum of our institution. As I said before, I think it's one of the most important things we have. And once we lose that decorum, I think it's going to be very difficult to get it back. So, Madam President, I urge you to withhold that decorum of this institution so we don't lose it. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Howe, there was no intention to cut off debate. I had a conversation with Senator Utke, who suggested that I go to third reading and we continue with debate. Who would like to go next now? Senator Howe, would you like to make your comments? Senator Utke? Senator Utke.
Thank you, Madam President. And
Madam Chair, I also have a point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of inquiry.
I would like to know how remote voting works. That's the second time that they voted for Senator Fateh when he was sitting in his chair.
I don't know. A list is given to the leaders in both bodies of people who expect to be gone. I believe that Senator Fateh was gone in the beginning of the session, and then he came back, and Senator Frentz forgot.
Are we supposed to call in, Madam President? Are we supposed to call in?
Whatever your leader has you do.
Okay, but he was sitting there, and they voted remotely for him. I don't understand how that
I answered your
works.
question. Senator Utke.
Thank you, Madam President. And I had passed on the first round there a little earlier because the one question I had for Senator Hoffman was going to be about the Cedar Riverside Rec Center, in which that got answered. So now we'll just move into a few things. We've heard that, you know, there are some challenges and concerns within the bill, and I guess we all realize that. Whenever you're dealing with people, there's a lot of needs and a lot of requests, and hopefully those things we'll continue to work on them. But at this point, Senator Hoffman was able to keep a couple pieces in there that affect the counties up in my part of the state, and I was happy to see that included. And that was for the counties of Todd and Beltrami. We do realize that need is, they're not the only two counties in need across the state. It was all that fit into the budget this year, and hopefully we can do more for more of the counties. And this is where they have residents who, in this case, were housed in Anoka, and they need to move on to another state facility. And because there was a delay in being able to get them into another facility, they're back into the county, and the expenses continue to rise. And so it was nice to be able to start that process of, I don't know, taking care of our counties isn't the right word, but being able to help them out and basically do the right thing. We know we've got a big problem out there, and this is hopefully the first step of many where we're able to do good things. And beyond that, members, as you go through the bill, again, there's a lot of different pieces in there that help a lot of different people, and we hope this is a step in the right direction. So we thank everybody for their support. Thank you, Senator Hoffman, and I look forward to I will be voting green on this bill, so thank you.
Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise just to point out the capital improvement for accessibility payment to Anoka County for $400,000 contained in this bill. And that goes to Anoka County to make capital improvements to existing space in the Anoka County Human Services building in the city of Blaine, which is in my district, including making bathrooms fully compliant with the Americans with Disabilities Act, with adult changing tables, and ensuring barrier-free access for the purposes of improving and expanding the services an existing building tenant can provide to adults with developmental disabilities. And Madam President, the reason why that capital improvement payment is so important is because the tenant of that building, that Anoka County building, is Achieve Services, which I've gotten to know over the last couple years. And I'd just like to thank Senator Hoffman for putting this provision in his bill. I know that Senator Hoffman and Senator Abler have been big champions for Achieve Services, and I'm happy to be coming into that as well these last couple years. And for those of you that don't know, Achieve Services really provides opportunity and dignity for adults with disabilities. And I've had the pleasure of touring the facility and talking to participants and parents of participants, and it's really a really good organization. This money is very desperately needed. It's a very old building. This money is going to really bring that facility in line with some much needed changes that will create opportunities to inspire people with disabilities and allow people, all of the participants in that program, to lead a meaningful and self-determined life. So, Madam President, on everybody's desk is a letter from the CEO of Achieve Services, Tom Weaver, attesting to how these funds will be used. And I just thought I would stand up since this is in my district and thank Senator Hoffman for including it in his bill. Thank you.
Senator Grunhagen. Senator Grunhagen, I'd just like to respectfully ask you to kindly please stick to the topic of the bill.
Oh, sure.
Because
You didn't want me to get off to
I'd say
global-
respectfully and affectionately.
Yeah, okay. You didn't want me to get off on the Green New Deal, in other words.
Senator
Okay.
Grunhagen.
Well, I just wanted to clarify. So, yeah, okay. Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, if Senator Hoffman would yield, I just got a couple questions.
Senator Hoffman will yield. Senator Grunhagen.
Oh, I think I asked you this when the bill originally went off the Senate floor on direct care. Can you just explain that, how that works inside the bill?
Senator Hoffman.
Madam President, and to the good senator from Glencoe, direct care, that's absolutely the services that are provided by somebody, whether it be a CPRS or whether it be somebody who's a PCA or somebody that's doing the work. That is something that they're doing to help, let's say, you, Senator from Glencoe, needed help at the grocery store for daily living things because of the fact that you had some mobility needs or something, right? And so that would be something that is a direct care to you that's a billable service. It's a wide wath of direct care stuff. And I know the other thing that you really wanted to talk about was about the peer services, right? I mean, that's one thing I think Senator, and I'll maybe let him ask that question too, Madam President.
Senator Grunhagen.
Well, thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Senator Hoffman. Yeah, thanks for clarifying that. No, the next question I have really is in the bill, we're transferring authority of the state sex offender program, which I think there's between 700 and 750 individuals in that. And I think most of them, if not all of them, are level 3, and it's civil commitment. But it sounds like we're transferring that responsibility to an agency CEO, that a treatment agency CEO that isn't accountable to the governor or the legislature. So is that true? And then they will decide who's released and who isn't and where they're released? If you'd like to explain that a little bit more, if Senator Hoffman would yield.
Senator Hoffman, will you yield?
Madam President, yes.
Senator Hoffman.
And to the good senator from Glencoe, the good question that he raises, there's a couple of things. First of all, I accept your volunteering to be on the committee that Senator Rasmussen and Senator Fateh will be doing regarding the structure of direct care and treatment. Direct care and treatment, right? That was really what you're looking at. Under DCT, that's that piece of the Department of Human Services that we carved out to create its own agency because those are the most vulnerable people in the state of Minnesota. Those folks are ones that are living in substance use, some mental health. You might have folks in, state services that are there. And in the case what the senator from Glencoe is talking about, Madam President, here's the thing with those that are in the MSOP program that he's talking about, it's court in, court out. Court in, court out. I'm going to say it one more time just so we can get a 3 thing going. It's court in, court out. Right now, the structure, Madam President, is it's a CEO that's under the Department of Human Services Commissioner. This is the structural conversation that Senator Rasmussen was talking about, where right now this bill language has it for the next year and a half, that transition as we look at it. Because remember, Senator Grunhagen, we passed that transition bill last year, so we're working on this phasing in to get DCT as its own agency. We broke up DHS. Isn't that what you have told me for many, many years you wanted? But in this case, what we're going to structurally look at is going to be that CEO that's still there as it is now. But in your instances, who controls who goes in and goes out is the court system. It's court in, court out. I hope that helps understand that system, good Senator.
Senator Grunhagen.
Oh, thanks for that explanation, Senator Hoffman. So basically, if I'm understanding you correctly, it isn't an agency or a board within the agency. They'd have to go to a court to get release, and therefore that agency would no longer be directly responsible to the governor or the legislature. Is that correct? If Senator Hoffman would yield.
Senator Hoffman will yield. Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam President. And to Senator Gruenhagen's question, if you look at the language, what we agreed upon with the House is the CEO and the Advisory Council, they have to be, guess what? Confirmed by the Minnesota Senate. So that was new language that we added in there right now. And so we're building that new DCT structure outside of itself. But still, nothing changes right now, good Senator, that it's court in, court out piece on it. So I hear you that, and I once again accept your volunteering to be on Senator Fateh and Senator Rasmussen's work group. So thank you, Madam President.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Well, evidently I haven't been volunteered, so sounds like the Marine Corps. You get volunteered whether you volunteer or not. But anyway, thank you for that response, Senator Hoffman. The next question I have, which is the last question, if I understand correctly, this bill cuts cannabis education funds and reallocates the money to other projects. It represents a broken promise to Minnesotans that legalized cannabis would be done responsibly. Well, the reason, I'm not sure where the education funds would go, but that are being cut or changed, if that's true. But, you know, you look at the consequences to our young people of, I think I have it here yet, of cannabis, which, again, today's cannabis is much more addictive and stronger than 10, 15 years ago. It just is. And you know, the other thing to understand, members, and I have a good friend out in Colorado that moved out there about 15, 20 years ago. The black market doesn't go away. The reason it doesn't, according to my friend out there, is because the black market marijuana is cheaper than the legal marijuana to be sold. So, and again, you don't know what the ingredients are as well when you buy it off the black market, but it's more popular because it's cheaper, because it undersells and doesn't pay tax to the state. So, if you look at the consequences to our young people, reduced IQ, breathing, for ladies, it's pregnancy problems. It's a host of other negative consequences. And of course, the stronger the marijuana in terms of addiction and consequences, the greater the risk to our young people. So my question is, are we cutting cannabis education funds? And if so, why? And then where are we reallocating them to, if Senator Hoffman would yield?
Senator Hoffman.
That is the biggest softball, Madam President, I've ever been thrown. No, next to when Senator Limmer asked me about Part C and Part H of Public Law 99-457 13 years ago, and I gave the explanation. Senator Gruenhagen, this is what's cool about our bill this year. We are using those funds, right, that you're talking about, that to reinvest $21 million for the system of substance use. Much of that is in the new 1115 waiver, providing substance use SUD in jails. And you, of all people, a jail minister, I remember your stories about that, right? Something that counties are very excited about. And the counties will receive, this is the sweet thing about now we've taken this 7.3 leveraged to $21 million, is the counties will receive funding from medical assistance to provide substance use treatment, ready, in their jails. Isn't that amazing stuff? And the other thing, Madam President, that we end up doing with that is this peer recovery piece of it too, right? We are able then to get down into the peers. And so let me give you that example, because that's going to be his next question, is that there's a funding for a work group and continue to look at the reforms that are needed specifically about payment integrity, right? And there's a place in Rhode Island that's really doing it, but the funding for the peer recovery pieces is utilization management. That allows DHS to review a percentage of all the claims and make sure that the birthing was done right and medically necessary is verified. I love how we put those systems together, and thank you, Senator Gruenhagen, for asking that question, because I would have never got the chance to really talk about what's really happening with that. So with that, Madam President, that's
Senator
my
Gruenhagen.
answer.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Senator Hoffman, for clarifying those things. And yes, I do care about prisoners. I spent 13 years trying to reach them 2 Sundays a month. And but I also am very concerned about our young people with the type of marijuana that's out there, the addictive nature of it, and the legalization of it to our young people. You know, when I grew up, we just didn't have, you know, you had alcohol, had firecrackers, and a few other things. But today, young people just face a gamut of addiction, whether it's on the internet, gambling, marijuana, illegal drugs, alcohol, and everything. You know, and part of it I blame the internet games and the video games, and also Hollywood. This promotion of just trying to...
Senator Gruenhagen, could you please stick to the topic of the bill?
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do, that we really need to make sure that we get the educational dollars and information to our young people, okay? Because there's economic sharks in our society, and now marijuana is another one, that go after the young people to addict them. And once you get addicted, you lose your ability to decide whether to use something or not, and you will do almost anything, including illegal behavior, to feed that addiction. So with that, members, I will listen to the rest of the discussion. Thank you, Madam.
Senator Weber.
Thank you, Madam President. First, Madam President, I would like to say thank you to Senator Hoffman for including and in keeping in this conference report the amount of money for rural EIDBI providers. For many people who don't know, and for example, when I was approached about this issue, I didn't know either that the alphabet soup actually stands for Early Intensive Development and Behavioral Intervention. This is a program, Madam President, that assists greatly in treating young people with autism. And it has been proven that those who are treated as young as possible have much greater success in treating the symptoms that they experience and the difficulties that they face. In my Senate district, we have a service co-op that provides services to school districts in 18 different counties. And the reality of it, Madam President, is that they also provide the EIDBI services for those students who are in need of that type of assistance. One of the problems is that many of these students are covered only by medical assistance, and the reality of it is we all know that the medical assistance program does not go anywhere near far enough in terms of covering the costs of providing service. And as a result, they have 4 different locations within 18 counties that they provide the treatment for the young people. And they are actually very much in danger of having to discontinue those services if they did not receive some assistance. And so for that, I am certainly grateful to Senator Hoffman for ensuring that this payment was included in the bill. There is, however, also an item that is of concern to me, Madam President, and that is the reduction of the cannabis education monies that would go to the local health departments throughout Minnesota. You know, I think last year, as it was being discussed concerning the cannabis bill and recreational marijuana, one of the things that helped, as I understand, convince a person or two to vote for that was the fact that there was going to be substantial money available for education of our young people. And yet, throughout this whole session, we have seen that education money disappear. Earlier today, there was almost $850,000 that disappeared out of the cannabis and copper bill for education purposes. There's $7.3 million that disappears for education purposes within this bill. And that is disturbing, Madam President, because I think that it seems to appear that it was the old bait and switch of last year. We're going to put all this money in to educate our young people about how bad it is, and then the next year that money for education is removed. And yet, at the same time, we're putting in $5 million for a recreation center in another district. And, you know, I think at some time we always have to question what are our priorities at the end of the day. And then, Madam President, there is one issue about which I have a question, if Senator Hoffman would yield.
Senator Hoffman. Senator Hoffman will yield. Senator Weber.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Senator Hoffman. If you go to Section 36 there's a element there that I don't quite understand, and if it's been discussed, I had to be out of the chamber earlier on another matter. But it requires DHS to seek approval for reimbursements for stays in acute care hospitals under unit-based services. If you would, please, Senator Hoffman, could you explain to me what that actually means?
Senator Hoffman.
Senator Weber, Madam President, Senator Weber, did you say 36, line 36,
Yeah,
section 29 or section 36? I mean, there's two places we're doing the acuity conversation, so I want to make sure
Senator
I got
Weber?
you on that.
Madam President, thank you. Yes, and it was in reference, I believe, to Senate File 5335 originally.
Article 1, Madam President.
Senator Hoffman.
Thank you. Got it. Thank you. To that point, the federal law, there's changes in acknowledgement that acute hospital stays do not meet all the needs of people with disabilities, good Senator, especially patients that have complex behavioral needs. And so people who engage in the disruptive behavior and experience psychotic episodes, impulse control, or neurological disorders are more likely to revisit the hospital emergency departments. So this new law that you're looking at, Senator, it allows the person's waiver direct care worker to help them when they are in the hospital, provides a higher budget and rates for older adults who have needs. And then this is what it does, and Senator Abler had this, it simplifies Minnesota choices, min choices, by allowing an assessment to be valid for longer. And any of that stuff we have to, because it's a Medicaid service, we have to then take our changes and send it to the feds, and they have to say, nice job. So thank you, Madam President.
Senator Weber.
Thank you, Madam President. And again, thank you, Senator Hoffman, for the items that I mentioned. And I look forward to this bill.
Okay, next we have Senator Howe.
Well, thank you, Madam President. And would the good Senator Hoffman that represents the little area that represents part of the federal ammunition plant yield for a question?
Senator Hoffman, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Howe.
Thank you, Madam President and Senator Hoffman. I know you were thinking you were going to get off without answering these questions, but these questions have been asked of everyone, and I'm happy to ask these questions to you. Senator Hoffman, how many conference committee hearings that were posted on the Senate's website were held on Senate File 5335?
Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me tell the good senator from the St. Cloud area, we had two in the short period of time. The first one, which we did an overview of what the potential could be between the House, and it was a side-by-side little talk through, and then we took public testimony within that same one, good senator, and the public testimony, then all that information was brought back in. Then we had a second one that was done last week, which in both of those, you're looking at 2.5 hours. Actually, the one last week was longer than that. But I want to add a but clause, Madam President. There was all the small work groups that, you heard early on, like Senator Rasmussen talked about, and the list of people that were working on those things that were in it. That's how our committee has always done its work. So those were all public for the good senator from St. Cloud to look at. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Howe.
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you, Senator Hoffman. You answered all three questions with one answer. I appreciate that. So I won't ask the other two. And most of the questions that I have have already been gone through, so I'm not going to go through those. I do want to emphasize that I am, disappointed that we've cut some of the funds that are supposed to go to educating our youth on the prevention And I do have a follow-up question. Madam President, would the Senator Hoffman yield again for a question?
Senator Hoffman, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Howe.
Thank you, Madam President. And am I correct that that 7.3 million got shifted to provide treatment for folks that have addictions and that type of thing, Senator Hoffman?
Senator Hoffman.
Madam President, absolutely. The good senator from Glencoe asked the same question. What we were able to do was leverage $7.3 million to equal $21 million, and that is in a system for substance use. Much of that work, if you look at that, good senator from St. Cloud, is the new 1115 waiver that provides that substance use treatment. When you look at substance use, it's not just about one thing, but it's about, it's about the prevention, the addiction services, and then the recovery. So yes.
Senator Howe.
Thank you, Madam President. And Senator Hoffman, another question, if you'd please yield.
Senator Hoffman will yield. Senator Howe.
Thank you, Madam President. So I see that original 10 million was basically appropriated for both the tribal and local governments. Was that that cut across the board equally between those two appropriations? Or was it just on one side or the other? Was it taken out of the tribal, or was it taken out of the local, or was it even across the board?
Senator Hoffman.
Thank you. No, thank you, Madam President. That was a county position. Originally it was at 20 million. That was brought down to 10 million, and then that's where that 7.3 comes out of. So I don't understand accounting, mathematic, equational things to help leverage and to do that. But the answer is nothing is being lost. It was just what I just explained on that. So.
Senator Howe.
Thank you, Madam President. From my understanding, the way I read it, it looks like it only comes from the local governments, and the tribal governments were held harmless. So it only came from the local government end. And the other concern I have is you're using it for treatment, where this, I believe, should have been used for the prevention and the education to prevent people from using it, which I think is much, much better used to make sure that they never start to go down that road. The other concern I have is Senator Hoffman, on line 57.16, it has all that required training, the 8 hours of additional dementia training, the 2 hours of additional training on de-escalation and mental illness, the additional 1 hour of annual training on mental illness and de-escalation. Senator Hoffman, if you would please yield, could you tell me whether that is funded, or is that an unfunded mandate, Senator Hoffman?
Senator Hoffman.
Madam President, that's exactly the stuff that we had that work group work on that I gave Senator Rasmussen that we talked about earlier, and that should be part of that funding mechanism that's in there. I'll share with you those work group pieces as well, Senator Howe. So with that, thank you.
Senator
Thank you. I got one final question, and then I'll finish up. But on line 172.14, there's $650,000 to Isaroon for linguistically and culturally specific training pilot project. Exactly who is that money going to, Senator Hoffman?
Senator Hoffman, briefly.
Thank you, Madam President. 10, 11 years ago, Representative Glenn Gruenhagen and Senator John Hoffman helped this brand new maternal child health program that was dealing with the most vulnerable people. And now this is in addition, which I want to take you through and show you what they're doing, Senator Howe. This absolutely, one of the things they're doing with their service providers is there's not a good understanding about how those services are being provided when they're dealing with the most vulnerable individuals that happen to also speak a second language. And so this is actually an extension of what Glenn Gruenhagen and John Hoffman started 11. Actually, Senator Abler, who was a representative too, did that. So it's a great organization. They do some wonderful stuff, and I'll tell you more about them later. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam
Senator
President.
Howe.
Thank you, Madam President. And Senator Hoffman, I just got to follow up on that. It looks like when you check the records that was only started, it was only registered as a nonprofit on January 1, 2023, and you say they've been around and doing great work. Is this just been in operation for a year and they're getting $650,000, or am I missing something when I look at that?
Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam President. You're missing something, and Glenn Gruenhagen and I will explain to you the whole history of that organization. So it's a great organization. Thank you.
Senator Howe.
Thank you, Madam President. With that, I'll close. Thank you.
Senator Lucero, please briefly, and then we're going to go to final comments.
Thank you, Madam President. With Senator Hoffman, yield for a question.
Senator Hoffman does not yield.
Okay.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, that's unfortunate. I just wanted to get some clarity on a few things. I don't serve on Senator Hoffman's committee. I'm not a member on any of the Human Services or Health Services related committees whatsoever. Much of this material I do not have exposure or background to. And so when I get a bill that's this thick, I just have a handful of questions. It actually takes longer, Madam President, when the chief author, just like last night, when chief authors fail to yield, it actually takes longer to get answers than to just ask a simple question. And generally, as was just happened with Senator Howe, it went through in probably 2 minutes or less. Madam President,
Senator Lucero.
You said that there were some final comments, so I was hoping that Senator Hoffman would just answer my questions, but he won't, so I'll have to reformulate them here. And I'm not prepared at this time because I was expecting him to just yield. So can I ask you how many are on this list to allow me the opportunity before final passage?
Just Senator Westrom.
Just Senator Westrom?
Yeah, would you like me to go to Senator Westrom and then come back to you?
Sure, thank you.
All right. Senator Westrom, do you have questions, comments?
Madam President, I do have a question and then a brief comment. Senator Hoffman, I just want to touch on this new requirement of new hours of training for workers at assisted living. Senator Hoffman, can you explain to us your understanding of the new hours of requirement and how much time assisted livings have? The part that I'm still having trouble with, Senator Hoffman, is we're adding new hours of training required to hirees in a difficult labor market, but we didn't take anything away. And as I've been reviewing it, you and I have been talking about it, that's my conclusive understanding. But Senator Hoffman, can you talk to us as a body about this new mandate?
Senator Hoffman will not yield. Senator Westrom, did you have anything else?
Well, Madam President, then I will just talk more about this, hopefully persuade a few more members to not support more regulations and requirements on our assisted livings, trying to take care of our seniors, sometimes the most vulnerable, and they are having a crisis to find staff still. And at some point you have to ask the question, would you rather have no staff, or would you rather have some capable, able staff that you don't drive away because you got more and more training? The logical answer for every one of us ought to be the latter. And Madam President, members, we talked about this in the bill passing. We thought it was going to get better. The solution, Senator Gruenhagen and others, we strongly suggested, if this is good training, that's okay, but then take something else away or replace it. Don't just add to the pile, if you remember that discussion. If you add to the top, take something from the bottom. And unfortunately, this bill did not take from the bottom. As it appears, it stretched out the timeline a little bit more. But members, the net result is still the same. It's going to make it harder, a little more costly, and more difficult for our nursing homes and assisted livings to find good, capable staff to take the job, show up for the job, and not walk off the job in 30 or 60 days when they just realize, I've got this much more training to do. And let's say they get trained and leave in 6 months. Now they've got to go through that same process on the next hire. If it's that valuable a training, then replace something else that might not be as important anymore, or you can train with less time or more experience or on the job. But members, when are we going to get serious about actually trying to help our nursing homes and assisted livings? And finally tell some of the special interest groups, enough. The house is burning. We're going to stop the fire. We're not going to just spray a little water on it, but let it keep burning. Because that's what's going on with our nursing homes and assisted livings, and their struggle to find staff. And the result's going to be, the Democrats' solution's going to be, we'd rather have nobody watching over grandma and grandpa than somebody who didn't get 2 more hours of training. And that is just wrong-headed, illogical, and downright dangerous. And we leave our small businesses, our healthcare facilities in this impossible situation, like so many other businesses. But it's one thing if you can't find a welder to show up to weld together the next trailer that somebody's going to buy. But it's a whole lot more serious when somebody doesn't show up to help change the bedding, give the meds, help someone to the bathroom, help them get showered, help them get their food. And that's who we keep going after. We are not serious at all about solving these problems when we keep adding to the problem rather than replacing it and taking some of these mandates away. Vote no. Let's get this back to conference committee. Let's get our heads about us and not keep adding burden to our small businesses that are already under immense pressure.
Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, I have supported this bill when it came out of the Senate here, but there's some things that have come back that were not addressed that are very important that I think should have been addressed. I think it's a lost opportunity. First, I'm very disappointed that this conference committee report does not enable licensed practical nurses to work up at the top of their licensure. You know, if we're really serious about the workforce shortage, particularly in our healthcare industries, one of the things we must do is allow people to work up to the top of their licensure. It's shocking that long-term care, where we have such a shortage, we're not doing that. I can't understand what happened in that conference committee, why we are not allowing, and let me just say, I heard a lot from my district, from both the long-term care facilities and from those who were hoping they could work up to the top of their licensure. The second piece that I'm quite worried about is that it does not establish the dates for implementation of the program for all inclusive care for the elderly, or PACE. That would allow beneficiary enrollment by January 1 of 2027. Again, that's not helpful for our long-term care residents and loved ones. And then probably the biggest sad face that I have on my list here is the fact that it puts Minnesota on the sunset of the elderly waiver disproportionate share program. I'm disappointed to hear that. I think that's difficult for our constituents, and I don't understand why we are putting that elderly waiver disproportionate share program aside. And then lastly, we knew last year when we fought to get significant, I should say, a life-saving amount of money to our long-term care facilities, that there would be a cliff. And that cliff has not been addressed here. At the end of session last year, as Republicans, we fought to get additional money to our long-term care facilities, and we did, but it was one-time money. And I'm very disappointed to see that this year the majority parties have not addressed that, and that's going to be a problem for our long-term care facilities. So I'm very disappointed to see those 4 big misses in the conference committee report that came back to us. Thank you.
Senator Lucero, we've had a very robust discussion here, and I want to move to final comments, so please make your comments brief.
Thank you, Madam President. A few weeks, or it might have been a month or 2 prior to the beginning of this session, Senator Hoffman and I attended a joint community event in my community.
Senator Lucero, is this on the topic of the bill before us?
Yes.
Okay. Proceed then.
We attended a joint meeting in my community, Otsego, and there was a number of local parents in the area, and Senator Hoffman and I had a very, very productive listening session. And it was on the topic of waiver reimagined. And I've been receiving a number of emails throughout this session on this topic, just wanting to keep up to date. And so the question I was going to ask Senator Hoffman that he refused to answer is there any update? Is that even part of this bill? It's over 200 pages. I'm not involved in these committees, or this committee, so I don't know if that's in here. And it was going to be a simple question. Madam President, I would...
Senator Hoffman will yield.
Well, you know what? It's too late. He already chose not to yield. And just out of the respect for us both going to this community event, productive listening session, and wanting to benefit families that are in both of our districts. And I just wanted to get an update on this provision, because I'm not familiar with what's happening or movement. And so I just put that out there for you, for the body, and for Senator Hoffman. It's deeply unfortunate that he chose not to yield, and it makes it very challenging. So, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lucero. Perhaps he'll address that in his final comments. Final comments from Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Madam President and members. And Senator Lucero, the thing you're talking about is a mess. And I'm just going to take 30 seconds or a minute just talking to Senator Hoffman about it. I don't know what in the bill might address it, but we have addressed it time after time. I'm supposed to look at the president, sorry. And we are so frustrated with how the department has done this waiver reimagined to, when I negotiated this, I was insistent that there be a collaborative relationship, not like a consult with relationship. And the department has gone with consult with and not collaborative, and it's made it a mess, and some of the parents and families that are in this program are really challenged, and it's a real problem. Senator Hoffman and I agree entirely on this matter, and it just drives us so frustrated. And Senator Lucero, your point is very well taken. So, you know, it's getting late. So Madam President, we have made no effort to delay any of this stuff. The questions you've heard have been organic. And so is this bill perfect? None of my bills are perfect. I'm just troubled about those 2 things. If you vote yes on this, you'll be doing a good thing to promote a lot of good things. I personally can't support it, so if you find some things you like, consider voting yes. And the 100,000 people that we're in charge of in this niche rely on these services. So a lot of good stuff, a few gaps. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam President. This is a great bill. I would like everybody to vote green for it. I just want to really quickly say, Senator Abler, to your point on the waiver reimagined that Senator Lucero brought up, that actually was addressed in the policy bill. I'd be more than happy to spend time with him on that. Senator Omar Fateh, Senator Abler, Senator Rasmussen, Mahmoud Noor, Christy Bonner, Mary Franzen, Sean Herring, Fardusa Ahmed, David Zak, Cassie Soar, Kyle Raymond, Doug Berg, Leah Monahan, Danielle Pinelli, Emily Spateri, Molly Peterson, Bryce Hinks, thanks for your help. Jonathan Cotter, thanks for your help. Mahala Norton, Spencer Olson, Christy Grom, Elise Bailey, Matt Burdick, Jody Harbstead, and my daughter Hope and wife Yvette. Thank you very much for believing in us to do this work collaboratively. Vote yes, folks.
Secretary will take the roll on Senate File 5335. Members, please vote. Voting under Rule 40.7. Senator Morrison.
Thank you, Madam President. Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Herr votes aye.
Senator Herr votes aye.
And Senator Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye. Any other voting under 40.7? Members, please vote. All members having voted who did.
Madam President?
Senator Miller.
Madam President, Senator Johnson votes no.
Senator Johnson votes no. All members having voted that desire to vote, Secretary will close the roll. There being 38 ayes and 27 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Remaining under motions and resolutions will revert to the third order of business, messages from the House. The Secretary will read the message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce that the House has adopted the recommendation and report of the Conference Committee on House File number 4024 and repassed said bill in accordance with the report of the committee, so adopted. House File number 4024, Bill for an Act relating to higher education. House File number 4024 is herewith transmitted to the Senate.
Senator Fateh.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the foregoing recommendations and Conference Committee report on HF 4024 be now adopted, and that the bill be repassed as amended by the Conference Committee.
Would you like a roll call?
Yes, ma'am. I'd like a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Is there any discussion on that motion? Senator Fateh, would you please explain the differences between when you left the Senate and when you've come back from Conference Committee?
Yes, Madam President. Thank you so much. The Higher Education Conference Committee report includes a few changes from the Senate positions. It passed off of the floor.
Madam President, point of order.
Senator Westland, state your point.
Madam President, point of order, parliamentary inquiry. Could the author just speak up closer to the microphone? It's hard to hear him in this part of the chamber.
Right. Senator Fateh, please hold the mic closer to your mouth.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll use my Swazinski indoor voice.
All right.
The Higher Education Conference Committee report includes a few changes from the Senate position as it passed off of the floor. The sexual misconduct policy in the report largely adopts the Senate position, but takes the House definition of stalking and removes the Senate language requiring the preponderance of evidence standard of proof. It requires institutions that are contracting with OPMs, online program management companies, to report to the legislature annually, and includes an exemption for amendments to contracts entered in before July 1st, 2023. This will allow Southwest Minnesota State University to continue to work with their current contracts. The report includes a change to the definition of gift aid. The new language provides flexibility to private donors, to institutions to designate funds to students who are recipients of the North Star Promise grants. It makes changes to the landscape arboretum provision based on the expected cost to the arboretum, removing access to the arboretum for a guest of a disabled veteran. The report does not include a section related to gainful employment and the Minnesota Private and Out-of-State Public Post-Secondary Act. The Conference Committee report also contains certain provisions from SF 5326 that were combined pursuant to Joint Rule 2.06. These provisions are transferring $5.4 million from the North Star Promise program to the Fostering Independence program in fiscal year 25 to close the funding shortfall in the FIG program, limiting consideration of criminal history in the college admissions process, extending the available date of the David Tomasoni ALS research grants from 2026 to 2029, making a technical correction to the $10 million appropriated to the U of M last year for the establishment of a Centra Care Medical School in St. Cloud, a $500,000 grant to Mid-State to help support partnerships for local Head Start programs and campus child care centers, and allowing the Office of Higher Education to collect registration fees for new schools with applications that require extensive revision. Members, that is a summary of changes in the Conference Committee.
Is there any discussion on House File 4024? Oh. Senator Fateh moved to adopt the recommendations of the Conference Committee report to House File 4024. Any discussion? Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Madam President, and I'll save most of my comments for final passage. If Senator Fateh would yield to a question.
Senator Fateh, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Senator Fateh. For the most part, there isn't too much that concerns me about this bill. The one thing that does is the portion that restricts public and non-public post-secondary institutions from making enrollment decisions based on criminal record. And I'm just wondering if Senator Fateh could possibly describe how that maybe was changed in Conference Committee, if it was changed.
Senator Fateh.
Thank you, Madam President, and I'll pass it off to the Chief Author, Senator Umu Verbaeten.
Senator Umu Verbaeten. Is that acceptable, Senator Farnsworth, to have her yield?
Yes, if Senator Umu Verbaeten would yield to that question.
Senator Umu Verbaeten.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Senator Farnsworth, for the question. We know that just asking for criminal history on a college application is a significant barrier to admission for formerly incarcerated students. So what we did is ban the box. It's something that the Common App did in 2020. We worked with a number of stakeholders to do that, including Violence Free Minnesota, MNCASA, the Minnesota Justice Research Center, the Sexual Violence Services of St. Paul, Ramsey County Colleges and Universities Committee, Minnesota State, and the Minnesota Justice for All Coalition.
Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Madam President. Would Senator Umu Verbaeten continue to yield?
She will yield.
Thank you,
Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Madam President. So would that prevent an institution from inquiring about any criminal activity, including a sexual crime or a violent crime?
Senator Umu Verbaeten.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Senator Farnsworth. No, institutions cannot ask about this on the application. Once an offer is made, they are able to ask about violent felonies and sexual assault crimes as defined in the bill.
Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Madam President. I do have some heartburn over this section. I have a 15-year-old daughter, Madam President. She actually just told me that she got her first job yesterday, so kind of a proud dad moment. But she'll be going to college here in a few years, and I want to know that when my daughter goes to college that she's going to be safe. And so this provision, while schools can ask about any criminal history after they have accepted a student, it would make it much more difficult and open these institutions up to lawsuits. And so I'm a bit concerned. That's the only provision I think that I'm really concerned about. And I wish that it had been addressed to allow, at least in the case of violent crimes, that they could ask on the application about violent types of crimes. But with that, I'll save the rest of my comments for final passage. Thank you. Oh, Mr. President now, thank you.
Any other discussion? Members, any other discussion before we go to, before we adopt the conference committee report and then go to third reading? And if folks want to talk more on third reading, we can certainly do that. Is that okay? All right, sounds like that's okay. So all those in favor, the secretary will take the roll. Senator Morrison, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Dietzig votes aye.
Senator Herr votes aye.
Senator Herr votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
And Mr. President, Senator Rest votes aye.
And Senator Rest votes aye. Members, please vote. Senator Miller, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Johnson votes no.
Senator Johnson votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There have been 40 ayes and 26 noes. The conference committee report is adopted. The secretary will give the bill its third reading.
House File Number 4024, a bill for an act relating to higher education, making policy and technical changes to certain higher education provisions.
Third reading. Members, Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. And will Senator Fateh yield to a question?
He will yield. Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Fateh, I've been asking these three questions. I think you know what they are, so I'll ask in one. How many conference committee hearings that were posted were held on House File 4024? How long did you spend in public deliberation? And did the conference committee provide opportunity for the public to testify on House File 4024?
Senator Fateh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Rarick. The conference committee met one time. I believe we posted the notice within 24 hours. We did open it up for public testimony. Unfortunately, nobody signed up. Maybe we weren't popular enough, but we opened it up the floor also for folks to come that was in the room to come and talk. And we had a couple folks testify from Central Care and the University of Minnesota, as well as Commissioner Olson.
Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I appreciate that. Again, I wish we'd had a little more time and had a little more notice for all of these conference committees to have more engagement with the public and just other folks to be able to get their feedback. Mr. President, members, this bill that's in front of us, couple of things that I do have a little heartburn. Senator Farnsworth already spoke on one, so I'm not going to re-go through that. I am a little, you know, the one appropriation that's in the bill, the $500,000, what I find curious is it's going to something for Min State that Min State didn't even request. They would have much rather seen this going towards asset preservation or something like that. But I do get that daycare is a big concern, but I think many of our institutions in Min State are already working towards that. So I'd have really liked to have seen the money go for a different use. But there are two provisions, Mr. President, that I just believe are incredibly important that are included in this. One, the provision for the ALS research that we have done for Senator Tomassoni, and then following through on our promise to all of our foster kids, reappropriating money from the North Star Promise so that we can follow through with the promise that we made to our fosters, so that they see a path towards post-secondary education, giving them that opportunity that so many in the past have missed out on just because they don't have the support, they don't have the family structure behind them that helps them. We saw such an incredible use of this. It's growing, and they are so thankful. We heard from so many in committee. This was important that we followed through, and so I want to thank Senator Fateh and Sam Parmakar for all the work that they did joining in to make sure that this was addressed and taken care of in the bill. And even if there weren't anything else for these kids, I would be voting yes. But so on this, Mr. President, I would encourage folks to vote green on this bill.
Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. My comments will be fairly brief, but I want to cover just a few things. The first one is process related, and I don't mean this to be overly critical about how we got to the bill that's ultimately in front of us, but I do think it's worth mentioning. Earlier this session, we did hear the higher education policy bill, had a great discussion. We, I think, we even put some amendments on the bill. It passed. We were waiting to have the conference committee. That's fine. Also on the higher ed committee, we did hear a finance bill as well. Folks didn't actually get a chance to debate that finance bill here on the floor of the Senate. We didn't have an opportunity to offer amendments or have those discussions. Instead, that just kind of found its way into the conference committee. So just wanted to make note of that. We did skip what I consider to be a fairly important part of the process. Ultimately, we did discuss it in the conference committee. It's back before us begin, but I just don't want us to get in the habit of doing that, Mr. President. Maybe there were some extenuating circumstances that were used to justify or rationalize that, but I think it's important in the future, especially when we have the ability to manage the time and the calendar and how we're taking these bills from committee to the Senate floor, that we do give all members a process to truly vet them and have the amendment discussion. That being said, some of the amendments that we had planned to talk about or discuss just for the sake of conversation had to do with things like the state grant and equalization. Many of you may remember that last year a piece of legislation was passed to try to make college free for a certain number of students and families if they met a certain threshold. But we did not apply that to students or families who attend private colleges or universities here in the state of Minnesota. Come to find out, there's still money left over on the bottom line as it pertains to that program, and we continue to have the conversation about if there's money left over, why aren't we also offering that same opportunity to students and families who are eligible and qualify for that same program? Why wouldn't we help as many students and families as possible afford college, regardless of wherever they choose to pursue that higher education, whether it be a public college, university, or private? A student is a student. A university or a college, whether it's private or public, is a phenomenal opportunity for all Minnesota students, and they should all be treated equally and have the ability to benefit from such a program. The other thing we would have spent some time talking about, Mr. President, which I think should be a priority now and every year that we talk about higher education, is campus safety. Many of you may recall that just late last month, 3 female U of M students within a 24-hour time period were all robbed, 2 at gunpoint. There's some pretty disturbing video of those instances as well. Senator Farnsworth earlier was talking about how he's a dad, he's got a daughter. I'm also a dad. My oldest, she's only 8 years old. I've got 2 other little ones and 1 on the way. And as a parent, I can tell you, campus security especially at one of our finest colleges and institutions in Minnesota like the U of M, is extremely important. And we owe it to those students and families and to their safety to be having those conversations and prioritizing it in the bills and legislation we're bringing forward, Mr. President. We also would have discussed money, additional funds to help us address the shortage in those seeking careers in the field of law enforcement. There's no surprise right now that we've got a shortage of folks entering the law enforcement field for a whole host of reasons. We need to be doing what we can at our colleges and universities to make sure that we are promoting that profession, attracting people to it, and allowing people to graduate with degrees in law enforcement that are going to do great things for our community and for the state of Minnesota. That needs to be continue to be a priority here in the state of Minnesota. Also, you heard us discuss the online program management, or OPM, language or provisions in the bill. I will say I am grateful to Senator Fateh and his staff for working behind the scenes to find a little bit of compromise language specific to Southwest State University to kind of help them out a little bit. But I will also make note that one of the primary colleges and universities that have used OPMs to be successful were St. Cloud State University, which used their OPM to boost their enrollment, specifically in their MBA program, only to find out in the news not that long ago that they have a $5 million budget deficit. And here we are removing a tool that many colleges and universities have been utilizing to grow enrollment, to add revenue, and ensure that they can meet their budget needs. And so I just want to caution us to be careful in the future as it pertains to language in these programs and relationships. Maybe we should let the colleges and universities decide what's best for them, their operations, and their students, rather than us here at the state of Minnesota, because we're listening to the concerns of only one perspective on the issue. So that being said, I also want to talk about a couple of issues at a higher level, Mr. President. The first is this. It's no secret that for many years here in Minnesota, and I think really across the nation, we've been seeing declining enrollment in colleges and universities, largely due to the cost of tuition. Last year's bill was supposed to freeze tuition. A part of the package of funding last year was meant specifically at our colleges and universities here in Minnesota to ensure a tuition freeze. Well, you may recall we passed that bill, we finished session in May, and then in June, the University of Minnesota announced they were going to increase tuition. They decided they had to increase it by 3.5%. So we've got a disconnect between what we're saying we're trying to achieve in terms of college affordability for students and what's actually playing out in reality. And if you remember a year ago, the very debate we had about what's now known as the North Star Promise is that it was going to lead to an increase in the cost of tuition for other students and families who couldn't qualify for that program. And lo and behold, what happened less than a month later? Tuition went up for the rest of those students and families. And now, just recently, it was announced that the University of Minnesota is considering what would be the single largest student tuition increase in nearly 15 years. Meaning that between the last 2 years, students are looking at about an 8 to 9% increase in their tuition. And here's why I take issue with that, Mr. President. First and foremost, we're trying to make college more affordable for students and families, period. But the other issue I have is one of unintended consequences. We spent a lot of time last year letting folks know this program may sound good, it's a nice soundbite, it's easy to sell, but it's only going to help so many students, and in reality, for the vast majority of students and families out there, you're actually going to harm them by causing tuition to be increased substantially. 1 year later, largest increase to tuition in nearly 15 years being talked about at the University of Minnesota. I'm not saying we were right, but we did a great job of predicting the future, and we're only going to see more of it if we continue to legislate the way that we are. Oh, by the way, we should apply that to our K-12 schools as well. Last but not least, it's looking more and more like we may not get a bonding bill done this session. I'm an optimistic guy, so I don't mean to jinx us, but I get a little bit fired up and angry when I hear comments like this, Mr. President. I am almost done. Sometimes when folks discuss the bonding bill, they like to say the state's got a lot of assets, we need to take care of those assets, this, that, and the other, which is true. And it would be nice if 100% of the bonding bill truly was directed at state assets. but there are quite a few state assets that exist under the category of higher education. We had the University of Minnesota, on behalf of all of its campuses, come before our committee and say they have about $500 million worth of critical infrastructure needs. And then we had the Minnesota State colleges and universities come to us and say they also, across all their campuses, had about $500 million need for their critical infrastructure. So let's round it to $1 billion, Mr. President. Our colleges and universities all across the state of Minnesota are coming to us and saying, on behalf of our students, on behalf of their education, on behalf of their health and safety, we need about a $1 billion